blow up the screen into a full-size screen and then hit the got it button. First press got it, I think first you'll do that. And then not join, don't join, just X that out. Yep,
Where is it?
right there,
This?
yeah. And then continue. And then blow that guy up, the green button. There we go.
Okay, cool.
It is February 10th. This is the Town of Crestone Board of Trustees meeting. It's being held both in person and via Zoom. The time is 9:36. To ensure timely completion of the town's business, the following procedures will be followed. All participants must keep their microphones muted and videos turned off, except during citizens' comments or when called on to speak by the board. Per section 7.3 of our procedures and rules of order, we allow 15 minutes total for citizen comments. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address before speaking. If your comments exceed 3 minutes or the allotted time expires, please send your comments to town hall as correspondence for the board's response. If multiple citizens share the same comments, please be brief. Unspoken comments can be submitted to the town hall for inclusion in correspondence at the next regular meeting. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Good morning.
Do you call roll call?
Mayor Byron,
Here.
trustee Martinez,
Here.
trustee Paslusny,
Here.
trustee Oglesby. Here. Trustee Mamonakis.
Here.
Trustee Lakai is absent without notice, and trustee Kinney has served his formal resignation to the Board of Trustees.
Trustee Oglesby, will you please read the vision statement, please?
Historic Crestone, Colorado exemplifies small mountain town beauty within a community committed to multi-generational well-being. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity through contemporary self-reliance. Crestone's goals are to enhance economic viability, environmental preservation, sustainable living practices, and social responsibility.
Thank you. Next, we have approval of agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agendas for February 10th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
We need to accept Adam's resignation.
We've got
It's
trustee resignation under new business. I guess that's when we'll do that. Or you say we need to do it earlier?
No.
Okay. Are we gonna talk about Dewey's complaint? Or should we do that at a different time?
We're just gonna approve the agenda now.
no, she's saying, do you put it into the?
Yeah, do we need to put that in?
I thought it was-
It's not in there, I think that's an internal like HR thing.
Okay,
Oh,
To deal with,
okay,
maybe with an executive session at some point.
But there is staff reports, there is, it's in here, C under old business.
yeah,
No, it's two completely separate
Oh,
issues.
I see, okay,
It's a
perfect.
complaint against a staff member, the other is an appeal to stay. in-
I see, so
yeah,
that'll be,
I think Ari was ready.
any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have approval of minutes. Thank you for your thorough minutes. They were very informative, very well written and informative.
Thank you.
And the only thing I would say, and we've done this before, would be when we have motions to do them in bold or any motions that were approved to just bold them. And that will be helpful so that you stand out, especially when you're going back, and reading in the past.
The only reason I haven't done that is it's a software constraint, but I will
Oh.
ask them if we can do that. What I have done on the back end is we highlight all of the minutes, so if you'd like to see a highlighted version of all the minutes, we do have that
Okay.
in the office.
So the first set of minutes are from, January 13th. Sorry, January 13th, regular board meeting.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from January 13th.
I'll second the motion.
Discussion, all in favor? Aye.
Okay,
Next, we have minutes from January 17th, special meeting.
so that we approve the minutes from January 17th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have January 27th, special meeting.
Motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting in January 27th.
I'll second the motion.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Lastly, we have the special meeting from January 31st.
I think I have to abstain because I was in a meeting.
Did you get your Zoom thing worked out?
I finally, I already did it.
Yeah, that one was tricky because we had so many people missing. We did put it out there as a Zoom meeting, but it obviously became a confusing one. And I think everybody that was there definitely, we had a good meeting online.
Make a motion that we approve the minutes from the January 31st meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right,
Abstain.
Kim abstaining. Next, we have citizens' comments. Yes, please.
Okay, let's take a moment at this time. I'm Julia Voss. I'm a vice chair of the Crestone Peak Community Housing. And as you know, we're putting up the Living Wisdom Village. And this is Kirsten, who is the chair of our committee of CPCH. If you'll see in correspondence, I'm hoping that there's an invitation there to invite you for a site visit. We recently were there last week, and it's quite exciting to see how the changes are coming. And we have several residents that have been framed and sheathed, and the interior has been done, the cabinets, the painting, and we find it very exciting, and we'd like to invite this group to a site visit, so you can see what's going on as well. My thought is that we would look at like March, and Friday's the best time because it has the least amount of activity on the site. So if you would look at March 6th or March 13th, which are Fridays around 3 o'clock is when we would like to set up a site visit. And it will also give you some time to plan ahead.
March 7th.
7 or 13, I think. Yes.
Seven or
I'd say
14, 7 or 14.
Excuse me, 7, the 7th and the 14th. I really got it off, 7th and the 14th, yes. One of those 2 times. If you'd like to come, and I'll work with Ariel to have that communication as to who is gonna.
Like what time? 3:34?
3, around 3,
3?
yeah, 3 to 4, yeah.
Okay. I
I have
probably
to wear hard hats.
they'll bring you to us.
It'll be dependent upon how many people come and what's happening on the site. We actually didn't require that, but it may be that day it is necessary. We've been on the site a few times with our hubs.
Okay, thanks for the invitation.
Do y'all wanna pick a day? No? Anyone has?
7th is better for me, and 4 o'clock is better for me, just cause, I usually work till about 3:30.
Yeah,
Do we all have to come on the same day?
Yes,
I could do, it looks like I can do the 7th, and yeah, like, evenings,
Afternoon, late afternoon.
late afternoons or.
4 o'clock sound
Would
good?
4 o'clock be good for you guys?
I'm sure we can work that out.
I'll be there.
Okay, yeah. So March 7th around at 4.
I think it will have to be noticed, because there'll be more than 3 trustees there, if more. We'll have to notice it.
I'm not clear.
It's not a big deal, it's an internal thing that, but we just have to make sure that Ariel knows to notice it before that.
All right,
And,
well, great. Yes.
yeah, if it says if, if Ariel, if you and Patty wanna come too.
I can't attend that day, but I'll extend the invitation to Patty.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we wanted to do this for a long time, but
Yeah.
now we can really see something.
Yeah, I'm glad things
I'm
were.
excited, thank you guys.
What was the pizza and beer cart that you got?
You have to bring your own BYOB. Thanks.
Okay.
See you.
See you, Kirsten. All right, citizens' comments, please, yes,
Okay, gonna get there, it's fine.
either way.
Okay, Nick Navarez, I just wanted to say thank you for your trust in me to do the 4th of July again. I've already, I'm working on applying to, the Swatch County for the sales tax grant once again, that's due this Friday. I've gone ahead and, ordered the porta potties, talked about bands. I have a vendor coordinator going, I pretty much have, all the groundwork laid. So, we'll start advertising relatively soon. I'm hoping to have a really, nice, just layout for the entire day. And, I'll get with Ariel about ordering some of the mosquito essential oil spray so we can get that done. Who knows what's gonna be on in July. So anyways, that's it. I just wanna say thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Just be sure and save all the receipts.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
We had a little issue last year, I think there was
Oh,
1 or 2 that were late and.
Oh.
Anyway, just.
okay.
get those.
No, I appreciate that. I have literally every receipt that I have. So if there's any ones you're missing, I now have a thing that I can scan it on my phone, so I'm like. Yeah, so anyways, just let me know. All right, thanks, guys. Have a good day. Yeah.
You too.
Anybody online want to speak?
No,
Anybody
thank you.
Would you like to speak, citizens' comments?
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, nothing, I was asking Matt, I saw Matt just got online, I was asking if you wanted to, speak in citizens' comments.
No, thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's move on. Now we have a presentation of bills. There were about 4.
Yeah, make a motion that we pay the bills for
January.
January.
Is there a second? Second.
Yeah, go ahead, John, you can
Second.
take it.
Second for Sean.
Nothing
Any
weird.
discussion?
Dennis?
No. Yes, what we're going to try to do is, Ariel will, whatever bills are coming up will be emailed first instead of doing the process like we did today. Have a little bit more time to look at them, and when things get straightened out a little bit better, we'll also have a financial report, from the previous month that will accompany them, so we could make comparisons with that and also with the budget, if you care to do that too.
Cool.
And, I don't know if you plan on sending them to all of us, or just me, or me,
However you would like.
or if you'd like, I guess if you wanna be included in that, just let her know. And if there's anything that needs to be red flagged, we'll do that at the board meeting.
Water and sanitation bill is 4,700, which is kind of low for, right?
Average, 45, 47.
I'm sorry,
The bill for water and sanitation.
yeah, it kind of bounces right around, and it depends on the DODs, which were down, I think they're down 41 points or however they record those. But still, we should be closer to the 20s or 30s.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to pay the bills. All in favor?
I,
Next, we have our treasurer's report and kind of discussed the fact that she's writing these reports. She shouldn't have to read them also, and so if there's any possibility, unless something's really stands out, but we just need the board to read them and then also ask questions or and of course, if you have things you want to say about the report as well.
I think that's fair.
But I'm asking the board to please be more thorough in the reading, you know, so we come in here prepared with our reports read and questions ready.
How'd you feel about meeting with Andrea?
I felt like it was very productive. She really sat down with us for we were here for hours,
Yeah,
just going over like all the questions, that were posed, all the numbers that were confusing. So I think it was helpful to do that.
and one, like, when I was I was able to listen to at least a couple hours of that conversation and about the, like, all the accounts and everything, and just how she said it was really confusing, and was saying, like, we have to deal with that right now, but it seems like we should.
Well, there's a, and I'll bring this up in my report, but there's basically a confusion between the cash management, which is our like bank accounts are based on cash, and funds account.
Right,
And how they play off each other and the bank account does not reflect the fund account and vice versa, but it's a little tricky because then the fund account becomes a little more obscure and can be sort of like you're funding something based on an assessment, usually based on the audit, which is what we're going to be doing. So we fund something and then you take off of that fund the budget. So it's a little different than like all your money, because the money's constantly doing that. You have bills that were invoiced in December that I get carried over into January, so really it's the accounting / audit that actually makes everything line up, and then you fund off of that. So it was a little weird because if you look at the top of our page, a lot of those funds are just zeroed out. And that was the recommendation of the auditor to do it that way. And as long as we don't overspend our fund, we don't have to supplement our budget.
right,
But how we do that is a little more, how we fund the accounts as well as assess how much we're going to be bringing in, because it's all, one thing that she made really clear is that this is all based, it's like pro forma, you're looking forward at it as opposed to, you know, having actuals. I mean, you can get closer and closer to actuals, but really we are just making a guess on some level or estimate, what do you say? Um.
I know, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Projection, yeah. So anyway, it's really important that we kind of see, I mean, in my opinion, the budget is conservative and we want to stay conservative at least for a while. And so you can adjust things conservatively to make it so that we stay within those fund boundaries, as
Right.
opposed to, you know, saying that we're gonna bring in a ton of money that we might not. Now we have more room to spend, supposedly, we'd have more room to spend.
Cause we
but-
can make more money, but we can't overspend our budget.
Right,
Right.
so if you keep that down, if you keep your projection for income down, then you're stuck within that,
I guess my other inquiry too is after that, like what, it would be nice if we could be getting profit and loss statements
yes.
on every, for every month. And are we feeling like we're moving towards a place where we can be doing that?
Yeah, I honestly wanted to have that done maybe today, but I ran into some technical issues on that end. Happy to talk more to that if necessary. But really, at this point, need Andrea to help me
Okay.
with those reports, and I would like to have them for your special meeting
Okay,
this month, if we can get through all of the, roadblocks.
okay, cool, right on.
Do I understand that the budget we have now that we work on is ready for a draft? As you said it,
Yes.
do we need to make that motion now?
I did put it in the agenda under new business, item C. And then just to piggyback off what the mayor said, essentially the plan now that we left with that day, if I understand it, is that we should pass the 2025 budget. We'll get the 2023 audit towards the end of this month from Mr. Carter. And then we will need to do a 2024 supplemental budget. We'll need to do the 2025 supplemental budget at some point as well. And then we'll need to start working on I feel like that will bring us up to working on the 2026 budget.
Okay,
I think that it was said that we were gonna do 25.
For,
No, 25 first, yes, then back to 24. Because
for supplemental,
the 23 audit needs to have 24 supplemented. And then we actually go back to 25 and supplement that. And then we will have an audit for 24 done early this
Okay.
year. That's the hope,
okay,
because we can't be late anymore.
right, right,
So the 24 audit will be done almost back to back with the 23 audit.
and is Ronnie Ronnie's on board with that? And so we'll try to quickly sign a contract with him to do the 24 audit, or, cool. Right.
He's
on.
gonna actually,
That's
what he's
great.
gonna do is he's gonna present the 23 audit. You have to present it and go through the findings.
So we're so we're still
We're getting there. The
we're
problem,
getting
you
there,
know,
it's just.
I think there's, I think the conflict in the budget is that we don't have exact numbers, for 24 yet. 23 isn't audited, so everything, but that doesn't mean that we can't still, have a basic fund established as well as basic numbers that we can be using. And then we just have to make sure that we come back and actually do this properly and amend it.
Okay, cool. Do we wanna go ahead and move the budget discussion, or do we wanna just keep rolling and then keep that in new business?
Let's just keep with the schedule.
That's good. Thanks for your report, Ariel.
And that kind of faded into the finance committee report. One thing, just back to the treasurer's report before we finish that, so she's struggling with the migration. I guess G-Works is the company that developed UB Max, which is our billing software. And for some reason, the migration didn't go exactly as planned. In other words, when you switch data from one program into another, the addresses all got mixed up, and so they had to go back manually and with the old system and start to update it, you know, and fix every element of every account. And it's kind of a little bit of a problem and something they have to work out, but one of my things in my report that I'm gonna state is just figuring out how we could still be functioning as a government, yet still have patience with these issues that are arising. I mean, there's another one, which is the credit card company stopped giving us reports or stopped giving us access to our credit card, online credit card portal. And she's called and she tries to get through and it just, I mean, there's and I don't know exactly what it is, but I noticed it when I called Waste Management one time, and it is really bad what's happening with these big corporate, what do you call it, like, customer service departments of these big corporations.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll get this worked out, but we need to have patience on some level. I know that, you know, a lot of this stuff is.
You guys
slightly,
are doing that by hand.
Yeah, we did that all manually on the back end and it took days to fix it all. Essentially, we're just still running into issues in the treasurer's office, even issues with finding forms from the past. Yeah, I guess I just asked for patience because it took years to get us into the situation and we've only had months to try and work through it. But I will say with the water sewer billing, I apologize that it's late, but I'm not gonna send out another. Our issue and one of our largest complaints from like our residents is, having to move for bills, so. I'm gonna keep working with their support team until we can like another accurate bill and then send that out. In the meantime, I'll try to communicate that better to the residents too, because I know I know you're probably concerned why you don't have a bill. Right now. So.
Sorry for being late, I had to make an appointment and then they ended up. Long time hold.
as we were just talking about. You were just talking about the customer service of these big corporations or customer service that you have to deal with, it's really difficult. Let's see, next we have the finance committee report, which kind of merges with our budget. Let's move that down to, C when we start looking at our proposed budget. I'm gonna give my report. As usual, I want to give a sincere thank you to our staff for carrying us through into this month's regular meeting and show my appreciation and gratitude for the time and effort put forth in our work days in between these meetings. Even though we are still working on the completion of many items, we are dealing with a lot of intensity and disturbances in our workplace and in our community. This has caused inefficiencies and distractions, which only postpones the work which needs completion. With this happening, I'm asking the board to maintain patience and understanding with our staff as we move through these difficulties. I want to thank the board for all the extra effort that you have put in this last month. We have had to meet far more regularly than our normal expectations. I feel like these meetings have been very productive and we are making real strides to move through the challenges we're facing. Diligence is my word for this month. It means careful and persistent work or effort. How do we maintain diligence as a board of trustees? We start with a good and true assessment of where we're at in the present moment. We need to take a deep look at our priorities and our mission. As the mayor, it's my responsibility to keep bringing our attention back to our priorities and our mission. We all have different reasons for serving on the board and working for this town, but it's clear that we all want the very best for this town and the people who live, work, and visit here. We want it to be safe, healthy, and wholesome. We want financial stability and responsibility. We want to be proud of our home and have a true sense of place. So how can we bring diligence into these ideals? We start by coming to these meetings prepared by knowing what we have already decided on and what we need to decide on. That means we read the material in our binders and our minutes thoroughly, carefully, and thoughtfully. We maintain efficiency and clarity in our speech by understanding the issues presented before us. We treat our staff, our guests, ourselves with respect and sincerity. We work hard to overcome our challenges, whether big or small. When we bring diligence to these tasks, they go from seemingly impossible to extremely doable. Our service becomes activated and we align with our priorities and our mission. So a few things that came up, we got declined for the state grant to improve our electronics and booster pumps at the water plant. That's a $25,000 grant that we applied for that they declined because they've said that too many people, hundreds of people applied and they have better things to spend their money on. We will need to do more research on applicable grants and find a way to fund this important infrastructure. This is another realization that shows us the unreliable and competitive nature of grants. They all have an underbelly of restrictions, unrealizable conditions and expectations, and financial constraints. We have to decide if they are worth the effort. At our last budget meeting, our professional bookkeeper worked with us on our budget. A lot of the information was revealed and clarified. Mainly, we were discussing the difference between the starting balance of our bank accounts and starting balance of our funds, which are very different. Or not very different, but they are different. Bank accounts work on a cash basis and our budget works on a modified accrual basis. This makes things more tricky on one hand, but also more flexible on the other. We must take our budget very seriously, but at the same time, understand that it is a planning tool. It is used specifically for the benefit of maintaining transparency and financial responsibility. We can budget creatively, but cannot overspend the fund. Otherwise, we need to supplement the budget. There are more details that we need to discuss regarding Andrea's suggestions, and they will be brought up at the appropriate time. We received a quote and recommendation from the town engineer regarding our designs and plans for cemetery expansion. The idea is to use our existing survey to plot the land accordingly so that when we need and sell plots, we know what we are selling, understand the exact locations and how to access them for generations to come. Now kind of in a free form thing. So is there questions or concerns that you have for me? One of some of the things that are coming up are that we're in our policy, we are thinking about shifting our time for the meetings or days even for meetings. And then it's, we kind of get in, we looked up when we actually changed to this time, which was done in 2017.
Yeah, in like June.
June 2017, we switched from like these afternoon meetings to these morning meetings. And what we're coming up against is that people are sort of getting complaints that, people have to work in this time. We all could be working in this time, but also that more people might want to be involved in our meetings or even be on the trustees or on our boards if our times were more in line with with the general public. So one suggestion was a different day. I don't know, why was Monday?
I
Oh.
suggested not Monday because you're a
Steve.
member of the San Luis Valley Council of Governments,
Right.
and they meet on the fourth Monday of every month. In the afternoon, so we've never been able to have a
Second
place
Monday,
on that board.
second Monday, or
On the seventh,
like it'll be today.
no, I think it would be during, when you're having your special meeting
Oh,
generally. So, able to like actively participate in a board that we're on.
So the ideas were that if we kept Monday, it would be like 4:30 to 8:30, but then it might not be enough time to actually get through everything, so we'd have to do two of those kind of meetings, 4:30 to 8:30.
I mean, I think sorry,
I'm just saying there's also the availability of our attorney is another big issue. And I have to say for myself, after about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm done. You know, and cutting into supper time and I'm, you know, if it was a 2 hour meeting, we could do it. You know, from like 4 to 6 or something. But I think we have to have our attorney and I just think it would be really, I know it would be really hard on me. I see Kim nodding her head, you know, but by the time 5 o'clock comes, I'm not as pleasant of a person as I normally am. No. So, you know, I would question how many people would wanna come. I think if we're doing the here to listen, I would imagine if we're doing here to listen on Saturday, or if we're doing it here to listen on a Wednesday evening, and we're getting a lot of people, we get like 8 people showing up at a here to listen, then I really see that there is really a community interest in wanting to do this. But I think having the meetings during daylight business hours, with our attorney available, for myself, I think that works, but if there were a lot of people, then I would say, yeah, let's consider, but who's showing up for the here to listen? Let's do a Wednesday evening here to listen as well as Saturdays and see if we're really getting that response. Or have somebody come up and say, hey, I had to take an hour off of work in order to come talk to you guys. But I have not heard a single person tell me that they wish the hours were different. Maybe other people have.
We've heard a few.
Are you getting a lot of other people?
I've had at least 3 people say.
3 people?
Yeah, which I wouldn't say is a huge amount, but that's.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay, I mean, I think it's something worth discussing, but. I'm concerned about the attorney's time, so.
Trustee Oglesby, did you have something to say about it?
I mean, I think to Kisden's point about like and your point about having enough time, I also think that like. It might be nice for us to put time constraints on our meetings and like really work towards meeting those time constraints, because whether we're here at 9 o'clock or we're here at 4, I don't wanna be here for 6 hours, and it does, it's like that affects all of us, and like you're saying, Benji, like this is time when like I should be working, and I'm not, and that's okay, but that's, I think that like having.
Well, one thing that also came up, and part of the reason I brought it up in my report, is that if we do a little more study on the weekends of our binders, and we come in prepared, and we come in with questions, and come in, you know. And then we also spend a little extra time with our speech and try to spend, you know, like, time ourselves, you know, so that items are, you know, even in the United States Senate, they give them 3 minutes sometimes to talk, and that's all they get, and they're prepared to speak on that. I'm not saying, or they do a filibuster thing where they talk for hours, but, there's that too. But all I'm saying is that we just need to be more direct, with what we're doing in our time. Even this, we're in mayor's report, this came up because it's kind of an important idea, an important policy issue, because it does reflect in our policy, our, right?
In our policy, we're supposed to meet for 5 hours maximum, in the current rules and procedures, so we haven't been meeting that.
So if we did something like 1 to 6. Would that give people a chance to come at 5 or 6 o'clock? To come, I mean, are they wanting to just come for citizens' comments? Are they wanting to be here for the whole meeting? What are we seeing?
It kind of came up when, you know, people were asking about the seat, an open seat, and they're thinking, well, I'd like to be part of the board, but the meetings are not, you know, available to me to be on the board because that was one of their comments. The other one was, I heard from, a resident that just said, you guys just don't have your meetings, you know, everybody who wants to be there works, you know, that was what I heard. At that time, so. And then the other one,
When I heard a similar comment to that, and with the added that they felt like it was meant that way to be non-transparent, so that they couldn't attend. Or
I've definitely heard people have kind of like a sentiment where, I don't believe that these meetings happen in order to keep people from coming to them, but I have heard that sentiment from people, and in practice, it's not untrue. Like, people can't come because they are working. So,
I mean, the other thing, you know, that came up was citizens' comments and whether we want to have a citizens' comment time on the beginning of the meeting for people who come in, like the people who came today, and then have one at the end of the meeting so that if people were at our meeting, they would be able to see what we were discussing and have a comment on it. So that's another, you know, thing as well, that we could have citizens comments on.
Well, in our sausage for so long, we were able to get that with just one monthly meeting. And we have been doing now twice a month. And, and I just feel like, yeah, if you're a working person, you can maybe squeeze out 1 day, but squeezing 2 days out a month is a lot. And we were able to get by with not having that for a really long time. Once in a while, a work session was required, but I don't think we should have scheduled like 2 meetings a month. We should be able to accomplish in 1 day everything we need to, and if there's the occasional special work session, because we need to work on the budget or something to do that, but.
I do feel we're getting there. I feel like we had a lot of setbacks and the finances are really coming together and whatnot.
And maybe it would be helpful for these working sessions to be evening ones. So that people who want to be on the board could say, I could take 1 day off a month, but if there's any other ones, then they need to be like 4 o'clock or something as a work session.
Yeah.
To accommodate working people.
I wonder if there's a way we can get some more feedback from folks about, like, if we proposed different times, like where we could, at least invite the community to have some input on times that would work better. And then we can like test drive out whatever's more accessible to folks and see if that's like a doable solution.
And I think getting that community feedback, and I also think doing the hear to listen again is a way for people to give community input. And if we're getting people that show up and say, I wish your hours were different.
Yeah.
But for myself, I can't be here at 7 o'clock at night. I just can't.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I'm ready for bed.
Are we getting at that point too? But,
Yeah. Yeah, so they're asking,
I don't know,
they're asking somewhere.
as of right now, we might wanna just try to shorten, like, try to fit everything into one meeting. I mean, we're getting to that point, I think, where everybody can, well, we don't need to do 2 meetings a month. So we can start taking that second meeting out,
Once
I
it's
think, but
budget's
now, like today, we don't have the attorney. So he's kind of, he came to that one's,
He came to the 27th meeting because he couldn't be here
right,
today.
but we need to be able to talk to our attorney, and move on with him, because now we're in a new place where we're done with the Aqua water and sanitation contract, and we need to start loading him up with new work. You know,
Sure.
so, and some of that stuff is resolutions that have to do with the water and sanitation contract. Fixing that other resolution that, things like that, so we do need to have a time with him, so.
Well, I guess maybe the third step is we wanna finish this agenda so that it doesn't carry over into special meetings agenda. And then, but I mean, I do think it's a legitimate conversation to have about the accessibility of the meetings to people and chiefly how, it affects our transparency and it affects people's ability, like, we need to fill a seat. And I like, as we need to fill seats, I think it's hard to do when people have the barrier that like they just can't make it.
So I suggest that we kind of not make a decision
Yes.
today.
Yeah.
Don't you think about it, no.
Yeah, start thinking about it, it's something that came up, the other thing is, we have planning commission at 5 o'clock on Mondays. First Monday of every month, and we can't get people for that.
Right.
And, this last meeting, we finally had one of our commissioners showed up, which was great, turned out really good, but. That person hasn't showed up for a
Is
while,
Sarah end up coming in?
yeah,
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So Ginny's not too mad at me?
I don't think she was. But anyway, the point,
I missed one other one in August. She
Point
got-
being,
She got on me for a couple.
there is places where where citizens can be involved at a 5 o'clock meeting, and we're still not getting that.
Right, there's committees,
You know, when it comes to those,
there's,
the planning
it's gonna
commission.
get involved.
Yeah,
Um,
so,
maybe if, whenever, I don't know, Ariel, when the clerk's corner blog goes off, could we like maybe put something on it about like. Do you wanna come to meetings, like what times work, or something like some kind of survey that we can at least. We can at least try to see if people have preferences.
lastly, I think with that, I also want her to encourage people, if they wanna be on the agenda. To put themselves on, like if there's things that they, or come up, so in other words, that. Like Nick, he works hard and he still showed up for citizens' comments, there's some people on here that are.
Yeah.
Working and still show up, and I remember, I think Adam was listening in on our. Meetings while he was up at his shop working, so, I mean, there are ways to be involved that are. Without us having to adjust for every single person, but,
Yeah,
totally,
totally.
so. I would recommend people also try to get on the agenda if they have stuff that's really important. Okay, moving along to the clerk's report. Again, I would rely on us to read these reports, and then if there's questions or comments, but we do need to, give Ariel the opportunity to speak on her behalf. In regards to this.
For sure, yeah, I won't read through it because in the interest of our time, as we just talked through. But just some like key highlights are, now that we have the formal resignation from Mayor Pro Tempore Kinney, you'll have 60 days to appoint to that seat, or it will trigger a special election. So we do have some time, I just put that out there because we have not budgeted for a special election this year, as the treasurer.
And you wanna go ahead and advertise for the seat?
Yeah, I think that would help. That was something that was complained about earlier last year. We had when we had the election, that it wasn't advertised enough or properly. So I think it would help to just maybe put it out there that we do have the seat available.
So I think, yes, we should put out that this is, if we don't need to have an election to fill the seat on the board. We don't normally ever do that. We just have people come and, you know, apply to be on the board. But I don't think we have had an official motion to accept.
We haven't yet, so that's gonna come, so let's, you should.
Okay, that's later, okay.
Please disregard my complaint policy. Apparently we have one in our personnel handbook, according to our attorney. So I will review that more thoroughly and follow up with that, but I do believe there was a question from him about. In the personnel handbook, it says that the town administrator or managers are responsible for follow through of procedure for discipline and complaints. He wanted to know if I was acting in that capacity or who would be acting in that capacity, especially if we do actually have a complaint against our staff member right now. I did email everyone about that specific complaint. Yeah.
Haven't we been generally like places where it's been saying manager, administrator, like the board has been taking that position?
Yeah, or the mayor.
Or the
either
mayor.
or the board of trustees has kind of taken that.
Okay,
This kind of brings up a point where, you know, even though we just have some even positions like lined out on our. In our,
Organizational chart.
organizational chart. And I don't know exactly how to do it, but I do think there should need to be at least one person in the office that has a, you know, the slightest bit more say than the other employees, just so that when things come up,
there's a clear
there's a
path of leadership.
clear path of leadership.
Yeah, totally.
And how do we do that without creating too much strife in the office or creating, too much, you know. What would be the, you know, the reason we didn't do it was because, we didn't wanna have the manager position built into our system right now.
Yeah.
Or administrator, so. We either have to figure that one out, we have to figure that one out a little bit, because right now it's. We've had, in the past couple of months, I'd say in the past month since we've moved our, Public Works director into that position, there's been a little bit more of a struggle. Power struggle in the office. And. I don't know exactly how to, you know, it's not terrible, right? It's just something that's come up. Especially around the cemetery, that one day that came up, that really turned it into a little bit of a mess. Without any oversight, and then we had to come in immediately and switch that.
We should meet and talk about that.
So.
Just moving on, in the interest of time, we had our CIRSA audit last week and we will be getting those results back in a few weeks to see if we passed or failed, but there are trainings in the meantime that we have to complete as staff and as board members. Mainly for board members, it's the ethical training for elected officials. A few board members have completed that already, but a few haven't yet, so I'll make sure to send that out to
It's
you
really easy,
in the upcoming week or so.
not easy, but
so you can
it's,
complete that.
you've done it?
Yeah, well, thank you, I've done it.
Okay,
Yeah.
have you done, our CIRSA, have you done the CIRSA training yet?
I haven't yet.
Okay, it's pretty quick, if you could. Just get on that.
And I'll make sure to send it out to you, so you don't have to try to go further, search for that for too long. And I'll make sure that the staff does the trainings that were recommended for us, such as like violence and harassment. And there were quite a few for public works, that will need to be completed as well. They also made a few recommendations, redoing the rubber surfacing for the playground over at Pearl Park, because it's coming up a lot. We walked over there and it's pretty bad.
We're pulling it up.
Yeah, there are minor structural repairs, to some of the town-owned buildings, namely at the museum. Just being able to like see through some of the structures. And then, trimming back the branches on this tree next to town hall because they're hanging over the roof and the limbs are hanging over the parking lot. They just saw those as possible areas of concern or liability. I'll skip over these other two things, but one thing I didn't put in here that I meant to is that I had essentially I'll call it a municipal court meeting. I met with the code compliance officer, our judge, Barbara Zollers, under sheriff, Royce Brubaker, apologies if I said his name wrong. And our attorney as well, just to try and get on the same page. I mean, I hadn't even met some of these people in our municipal court. So just for us to meet and get all aligned on what's going on with court, because we haven't had court in a year or over a year now. And you are paying a judge $850 every other month. So she gets paid whether or not we have court, and we haven't had it. We haven't been issuing tickets to have it. Most of our complaints are handled verbally or through writing. So really, one question that was posited by all was, do we need to have a municipal court here? And that's a question to you all as the board of trustees to consider is it really necessary? Is it really like financially viable? Could our problems in town be resolved with more presence from the sheriff's office? Just some questions to think about. That's really what the whole meeting came away with, was that.
How would you suggest, we pick it up from here? We don't have a public safety committee because we don't have a police department. But what would you, has anyone suggested, Mayor, anyone suggested on how?
Well,
what
one
do you
thing,
want from us?
the reason why that we structured it the way we did was because if you write a ticket, you have a certain amount of time between the ticket writing and then how much time they have to basically plead guilty or innocent and then go to court. So there's like a time issue. So that's why we did it the way we did it, where it was 6 times a year and it just lines up right. But there hasn't been a ticket in however long, and people always have a choice to just pay the ticket if they plead guilty to it.
If we were to continue to write tickets, then they would go to the county court?
No, the tickets written here get handled by the municipal court.
It has to be done.
But if the
But you
sheriff,
could call the sheriff, you could call on them to handle more of our issues here, and people would have to go to court there. They would issue the tickets and they would take care of that. We don't have a lot of structure here to do any more tickets than what's in our municipal code. Like we can't write traffic tickets here. We don't have the infrastructure or the budget to do that, and we don't have a jail. We don't have a way to like house people with warrants.
Right.
So we're really limited in what we can do anyway.
I know there are some communities that they wrote a warning, or let's say a ticket for or a complaint. It would be a ticket for a zoning violation. That is not civil, that would go to, that, what I'm familiar with, that would go to the county court. Would not have anything to do with the municipality, other than they were enforcing or not enforcing the municipal code or the zoning ordinance, for example. So that had nothing, there was no need for a judge here or any hearing, it just went to the county.
Yeah.
And if the sheriff, if there was a civil issue. Or unruly persons or whatever, then the sheriff would be called in, hopefully he'd be able to get here. And then that would be handled the same way, not here. And we'd save $800 a month, every other month.
Why don't we consider maybe every other month? instead of-
Pardon me?
It is.
It's every other month. And so do we have it set up to where it's not, there's no court unless there actually is something to come before the judge?
Yeah, but the judge hasn't said that just because we don't have court doesn't mean she doesn't wanna be paid, cause she's on call. So it's sort of like a
So if
retainer,
something should come up, you would have to do
but
that.
it's still 850, so it's like basically 425 a month.
Okay, cause, you know, even. There's some, what we're looking at enforcing is not things that would really go to a county, it's municipal things where maybe a dog at large. Or maybe somebody is in violation of a building permit or a setback requirement or any of those sorts of things that really only relate to town ordinances, they're not sheriff county rules, they're our own town sorts of things. You know, parking on somebody else's property. I don't know, there are all kinds of things that are just town sort of stuff, but I see what you're saying about the 450 a month. But it seems like we need to keep a structure in place for enforcement of our own ordinances. The county won't do that.
I'm just gonna make the suggestion that we table the conversation and actually put it on the agenda for the next meeting. I think one of the reasons our meetings do run over is we get caught up in conversations that should get moved onto the next agenda. And that's just
Or
my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And
I would agree, and
I would be wrong,
maybe-
maybe think we need to have this discussion.
Maybe we do a little research on court of records and see if we have to have a court, if we're a court of records, if we have to have a judge ready. And with,
And I'm wondering if there's part of this further discussion is to have a thing with the judge that says, you know, because we use them so infrequently, if there would be a way, if we give you a month's notice, you know, can we have a lower amount of money per call? You know,
so there's 2 things there to research, and then we'll put it on the agenda and one more.
But is it possible that Mateo has something to say about this and how to handle it? With him writing tickets and where they go and.
I'd like to hear.
Yeah, I'm sure he would be happy to speak to you on this too. I just know like Mateo's not prone to write tickets. He wants to work on mediation before he ever gets
Yeah, I
there.
agree with that too.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to hear more from him as well.
So let's put it on next meeting's agenda and we can discuss it.
Even if you could write it.
But if you guys could do a little research on court of records, please, because we are a court of record.
I'm almost a judge here, my brother-in-law was a judge. Or we get paid.
Before the court of record.
Right.
One thing with just on the clerk's report is Ariel's request for
Yes.
different security measures for the office. And I feel like if that's something that y'all want, then we should discuss it now and maybe make a motion to allow that to happen.
Yes. I say we kind of pick what they need for themselves to feel comfortable to.
And get some prices. That's just office stuff, isn't it, beyond the budget?
Kind of.
We kicked around a couple ideas, like putting in glass doors, so you're not walking down a dark hallway to a full solid door, not knowing who's really on the other side. To some cameras and lighting and stuff like that, and what came to my mind after we talked, do you think any of that stuff would have been covered by the grant that we've got? Cause we still have a timeline on finishing off some of the, if we can get 50% paid back to us, if we make, even if it's just a few $100, that might be worthwhile to look at.
Is that the structural grant that you're referring to, or which grant?
Well, there was also some interior work, and I've never seen any, I saw some specific stuff on the structure, but I never.
I think it had to do a little bit with the settling and what, cause you have a window up here that's broken and whether more windows were gonna end up being broken. But not necessarily like just, I don't think it was just.
Yeah, we didn't wanna replace the windows until this was leveled
But
up.
there are inexpensive things that can be done
Oh, yeah.
immediately.
Yeah.
Like, I would suggest those cameras because that I recommended, they work really well. And have two of them.
For sure, and then I agree with like interior cameras, he was specifically asking for is like some sort of camera door lock combo. She says I know for a fact they do this in schools and government buildings where you see who's outside and you buzz them in to the building. It would just give an extra layer of security and a feeling of safety.
Fine with me.
For her specifically as the first line person.
At this day and age, I think it's kind of necessary. You suggest that the office just research prices and what's available. And then we could approve it after they
I mean,
submit.
you basically have that already, but it's not really designed the way that.
Yeah, there's no real camera to see.
Oh, right.
I mean, I can unlock the door and lock it from my phone, which is cool. But, the camera that we have outside right now is outside of Fox 10 Studios and it's kind of set up so that it can look at this door here and the front door. But when you look at the actual camera footage, you can't see anything in the front door until someone's literally in the door. So.
So yeah, I would say. What's the cost that you need for the?
Would a ring work?
Yeah, I think a ring camera would probably work, they do, I would say. With all of the cameras we're considering, talking about. You could approve us up to 500 with the idea that we would spend less than that.
I would entertain a motion to. Prove that and it would be.
Is that all?
Even though we're
500?
Cameras are pretty cheap these days.
They're pretty cheap, but I really don't want to spend that much on it, I would really. But I just want to take into account like how many interior cameras we would need. I think another place like an interior camera would be good is in this alder room here as well, so. But if you would prefer me to work on a quote, find the numbers and then come back to you with that, I would be happy to do that.
If it's under 500,
I would entertain a motion for that.
I would second, or I gotta make the motion.
I still move that we approve the purchase of two,
No, just
just security cameras for the interior.
and doorway.
Of town hall and office space. Any amount not to exceed $500.
There's second
1 second.
discussion.
So like when in talking to Andrea, it's like, do we need to go ahead and determine like where in the budget that's gonna come out of?
Yeah,
And should we make that part of the motion or something?
so. Normally, yes, on office supplies or, but. The accounting will be more detailed, so there. According to Andrea and Ariel, they would. It would go under the category of one thing and then there would be a subcategory in the accounting so that we could be more. Direct, because it's like it would be like uniforms is what she brought up,
Okay,
Like-
so it'd be like office supplies, cameras.
right? Cause
Okay,
they might have to move it into different areas,
You won't
Yeah.
see that necessarily in the budget.
And also, it's kind of a bit more than office supplies.
office
Facilities.
equipment.
You know, that sort of thing. As part of the discussion, is that information being recorded to where there would be not just the camera, but that there is a ability to save information?
Yeah, I would look into that. Parent cameras are set up like that to save the data for 30 days, before it's like auto deleted. And so with that as well, I would put up alerts so that people know that they're on camera as well, like you see in like, grocery stores.
Right. And so, and it will at least record for a certain amount of time?
So the motion is for cameras. I would also say that just door security as well added to that. Whatever that means, door security camera system. And lastly, I think we should have maybe a very basic policy on how they work. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any more on the clerk's report that you wanna discuss, or? I know you're just-
That's all for me.
Do you have any questions?
I do, Cersei's inspection. If I recall, they came through here last year about the same time, which is after supposedly a budget would be produced. So do they understand anything that they come up with that's substantial won't be until the next budget year?
Yeah, and a lot of the things, he'll come back with recommendations and timelines. Some of these things have years that we have
Okay,
to fulfill.
And, with the, tree trimming branches on the willow tree next to the town hall, that needs to be done ASAP because of weather. Ideally, it should have been done in January, but it needs to be done really soon. Because the reason we didn't do it during the summer is because you end up losing the sap out of the trees, and right now, as warm as it's been, our trees are gonna start putting sap up. And we wanna make sure that that gets cut right away, so those trees are not losing that moisture and having a weeping wound. So it's very important for that willow to have that trimmed like ASAP to get those back. And, so I don't know who would be doing the tree trimming, the public works staff or hiring somebody. But I would be happy to give any input, or if people know what they're doing, that's just fine.
Was it done by public works staff in the past?
Okay,
No, I was asking.
I think so.
Always.
I will add that, previously, Public Works admitted that they could not handle that job. That it was for a professional. You can't just go out there and start whittling on it. It was a big job. And we're not talking about taking it down, but we're talking about giving it a good crew cut. And it'll just come back bigger and stronger, of course. People are gonna complain, which has happened in the past. They're saying, oh, you're trying to murder that tree. When in fact, it's just making it healthier. But, I know that previous public works people said it was too big of a job. It needs a professional.
well, and I agree with you, because the main problem is the big branches that are over the side of the building. And if you just go to the base to where they're coming off and you cut it, you're gonna have a 400-pound branch hitting the roof. And so it does need to be removed by a company that will not let those branches just crash onto the roof. And so,
And even if you just piecemeal it like this, it's still.
yeah. So I really, and
We don't
then
have-
there again, you know, when we're mostly looking at trimming only where it's overhanging the roof. Everywhere else is pretty much just fine. A willow just grows like it does. You don't have to prune it. But where it's overhanging the roof, but those branches are heavy and they could cause damage if they were just dropped onto the roof, so that's something to be really mindful of. Cause somebody needs to have like a cherry picker to go out over that roof and to be able to tie those branches so that when they cut them, they don't fall. So that's, Kim's absolutely right, previous public
So
works.
in our budget that we're gonna be approving or draft approving, professional services and other. We have $6,000, but again, we need to. For public works, there's 5,000 in professional services. We don't know what we've already spent out of that. You want to? I know like there are people locally who are, Jason Irwin has one of those bucket trucks
Yeah,
that he can, but I mean, it's gonna be a real. I mean, he's done it on our place where he's actually hooked up pulleys and lowered down branches with pulley systems and things like that, so. But it might be good to,
We might have to do a request for proposal, I think, based on. I mean, I don't know how much it would cost to do that, I'm really not sure.
We should do it anyway.
We should probably do,
Yeah.
make sure that we're just in compliance.
Sure.
and I would like to see whoever is doing the cut invest in a substance, you can probably get it like at Brady's. That you paint the end of the cut area to stop infection. So on little bitty branches, it doesn't matter, but you've got some bigger branches that you're gonna be cutting. And it's very important to coat them, they have different things. To stop like fungus and rot from then getting into the tree, cause that could kill the tree. So we have to be careful about that.
You wanna meet as a tree board to discuss this, cause isn't that in the jurisdiction?
You know, if you have a professional doing it, they probably know about such things. If not, I would be happy to call Brady's and find out about it. Sometimes it's just as simple as taking a latex paint. Which is what he recommended when I was doing my fruit trees. But I can look into it a little more. Okay. Thank you. A piece of paper, please. Maybe scrap it all. Is that a hurry, yes, worry.
I like having a little notebook.
Thank you, Warren.
Let's move on. Is there any more for the clerk? Or are we good on that? We're gonna do an request
A request for the,
for RFP.
we're doing a quote or proposal,
Oh,
RFQ or RFP.
RFQ. Request for quote.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move along on to. So we're skipping the attorney's report today, we're going to skip the executive session. One thing going back, proposed employee complaint policy. That we already talked about. We're gonna go to the resignation of trustee Kenny.
I make a motion that we accept the resignation of trustee Kenny.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ooh, Sean. You got it, you were fast. Quick on the draw. Any discussion on that?
I would like to see us as the board send him a thank you letter for his service. Yeah.
You mind writing that?
You know, a card, something we could all sign. Or a letter that we sign.
Okay, all in favor?
Is it 60 days from now that we have, the trustee has to be appointed?
Yes.
from that, from.
So right now. We also need a new mayor pro tem.
How long do we have to do that?
I'd like to nominate Dennis Ostrowski as our mayor pro tem.
Is there a second? Discussion,
What was the motion again, I'm sorry?
to nominate Dennis as mayor pro tem.
Okay, who made the motion?
Their discussion,
How do you feel about that, Dennis?
Yeah. Similar notch on the guillotine.
we already,
I'm fine with it, yes.
okay, all in favor,
Aye.
Thank you,
congratulations,
thank you.
yeah. True writing and writing. It's more efficient, right?
You're a good speaker.
Yes. Okay, very good. We have a new mayor pro tem, we are now moving on to. So, I would also like to, have that, we were gonna discuss the advertisement for. Board member in your. We're gonna put it out on the notice boards and stuff, as well as paper.
I would say.
Yeah.
Good place.
So we could say, we were asking for, do you guys like the letter of intent idea where people have to write a letter of intent?
To get on the board? Yeah, I think that's it.
That was something we do over at the cloud that really helps, cause it can kind of like a resume, you know, we're not.
Introduction.
Yeah, well, it also shows what they feel like they want, you know, why they wanna do it. It's their intentions and.
And I think a buy-in process is good.
So I would ask. For the advertisements, to say, please put your letter of intent in if you're interested. As soon as possible.
Budget?
Yes. So the budget that we received in our pack, I think is the same. Budget that I just got from. Ariel, but she made it so that it was not editable. We cannot. Edit it until we find whoever wants to be the editor of this budget.
Yeah, I just put it in PDF form, we put draft on it, so people were aware.
It's the same one though?
Yeah, it's the same one we were talking about today.
Can I get an uneditable Excel version of it too? Just easy to read.
I could place.
We talked about it several times, but it still doesn't seem to be happening as far as, unless I'm missing it on the form, a date. Of when the last revision, or what the current one is, however you wanna put it. So I'm looking at 25 final. And, but my tablet's telling me that this is the editable copy. So do I have the current one? It looks like it. But I'm not sure.
There was one that was sent this morning
I didn't get anything.
that made it, and so do you mind just sending that, what
Oh, I'm
Sure.
sorry. Yeah, it's already here.
is it?
Yeah, I've got it. I just didn't.
Was that part of the packet? stuff?
No, go to your email.
No, the one I included in the packet is the one that we worked on. So if there was one sent today,
It looks like it came from Andrea.
No, nothing.
You didn't get that? The one that you're looking at is from Andrea? Benji?
I see your email.
Do you,
I think you'll be able to get it now, it's in your email.
There it is.
But the date is 1/18/25.
okay, so,
Yeah, I don't own it, so I can't share it with anyone.
And this is a result of our meeting.
I'd
The only
say
thing,
so.
the only thing is that the balance of the funds are back to 459,973 and then and then a conservation trust. And I think Andrea was gonna let us know if we needed to add that extra column, which isn't in there.
No, she did put that, we have the 4 columns.
Yeah,
One of
But if you
the,
look at the other one, it has 5 columns. The one that we adjusted last time. Because of the water and sewer. So
the,
there's a water and sewer fund and the water and sewer, they're supposed to be,
It's supposed to be those 4 funds.
this is the old one. One I have is the old one.
I also.
the
have
one
a
I'm looking
question.
at has 4. Right, general water sewer conservation trust and water sewer capital.
and I don't have that.
So you're looking at the draft, okay, there's another tab down here. That's,
So this one that we had in
see
our.
on mine,
We adjusted.
I've got 3 tabs, I've
Yeah.
got final and draft.
I had that one on the path. But not on the, that was just sent.
Okay, so Benji's looking at something else.
Book 4, okay.
She has your.
And these are all the old numbers.
I don't,
Well, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, see, look, I'm looking at a different one.
yeah, I think we're looking at them.
Mine's got
Yeah,
all 4 funds.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming, but I thought these were all gonna be 0.
She only shared it.
Oh, I was, okay, let me just see.
Which I.
I doesn't say that we have water and sewer at the top, it says 1,200,000.
Yeah,
so this, the one that you just sent me.
That is wrong, yeah, let me just share one more time.
It's also different from the draft
Yeah.
that you sent us, Ariel.
Yeah, and I
Right.
had questions about that at the time, I thought there was something that we talked about, right, said, can we make changes after it's been approved by the board of trustees, and I don't remember, do you remember what she said? Was that?
I think she said yes up until the date it was
Up until
adopted,
the public hearing,
right? I think what goes out to the public though, is they have to see, I mean, we can't, I don't think we can make
yeah.
changes and then they go out and they see something different, and then we make a change.
So do you wanna share this one, it's uneditable, it's restricted, so.
I can't, the one that she sent today, I can't share.
Really? I just sent it to
anybody.
I think I
I
just
just
shared it.
tried to share it and it said that I'm not an owner. in this.
Or you,
Yep,
you get that?
yep.
Oh, Andrew's approving it, I see. What's yours? Your email.
I guess it all
Mine,
looks
email.
pretty much the
Your
same,
town
except for the beginning balance.
Yeah, to
What's your
my
town?
personal,
Town email?
oh, what is that?
Do you wanna tell me people's, and I'll just do it?
Kizens is kidslakai.townofcrestone@gmail.com.
Is.
KIZLAKI.
January 27th. ZLAKI.
.townofcrestone
That looks right.
@gmail.com.
Okay,
This is K Martinez.
okay, there it is, got it.
Um,
And so she's getting these emails and then she's gonna approve it. Sean,
and then you shared
Sean's
it
got
already
it.
with, and Sean has it too.
Got it from the drive. It must have, so January 27th, or is that the wrong?
this is a different one.
It should be called Town of Crestone budget.
Sean's email is,
Mine says town of Crestone, but.
Let me share it.
Sean's is SH Maminakis. Maminakis.
With just a cursory look, it looks like all of the numbers are the same between the draft in the packet and the Excel, except it's just the beginning balances. That. You know, it's zeroed out in the budget and in the draft, and then it's not in the Excel.
You sent it to me.
she's got to approve one. Wonder if she would get on and talk to us.
She told me that she's going to.
Oh, really?
I got it. Yeah.
Like,
While we're waiting for
I'd
him.
like to take a quick break. Take a 5-minute break.
And so. So
So is she gonna approve? I'm just talking to her and then hopefully she'll come online.
Okay,
She's,
so are you putting that into the drive folders, the number?
no,
No,
It'll be-
she's no, it will be under the shared. Sections.
I'm not.
Yes.
Done with there, we'll just wait. Having to go around the world once for her.
oh, she says she's at the doctor with her dad.
Could we? I mean, is there a time that she might be available? We could. Like, it all, the only things between this document and the Excel sheet that are different are, we're taking a break, really.
Yeah.
We're taking a break. We're getting more copies.
That she just approved our legislation.
It is, but thank you. Dana,
Yes,
you know, if you should want, here's this spot, or you can have this spot. You got all three of you are all jammed up in
we're
there.
crunched up.
Pardon?
Yeah. Also, on the next meeting, I'm gonna sit over there.
You don't wanna be here?
I wanna be there.
Okay, cause I was gonna say, you know, you
What's
guys
that?
are all in there, elbow to elbow.
I don't wanna sit next to the mayor pro Tim Forey.
Mayor pretend.
Good there. I don't wanna move it. Good morning.
Hey, Moles.
Feel very quiet today. Nothing to say?
Just curious, I know you don't sound. California.
Yep. I went on a climbing trip. Oh, cool. Rock climbing trip, yeah. It's a place called New Jack City. It's around, like Victorville and that area, so like kind of south of Death Valley. And east of Los Angeles by some hours. It's like the middle of nowhere. If you're familiar with Hunter S. Thompson, he mentions Barstow. It's right outside Barstow. But it was cool. It was me and one of my best friends, and we set up a yurt in the desert. We just climbed every day for 2 weeks. It was lovely. Yeah, I needed it.
Don't tell me that. That's all I need. You need to get out searching, right?
Yeah, I've thought about that. I've definitely thought about that. I've talked to Sean about it.
Get Scott to join us.
I know, we just got surgery, so.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I'm all laid up right now. But yeah, I thought about doing the search and rescue thing.
I think everyone in Crestone stopped when they.
When I was in EMT, I was on search and rescue.
Oh, yeah.
There was this, they had this, survival story, people like 30. And we had,
Okay.
anyway, but we had this search and rescue, this girl was having a. We packed everything, we just dinner halfway up Crestone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I got there and the first thing I did was take off her sunglasses. And they'd been up there for like 12 days. And I took off her sunglasses to check if it was, she had blue mascara on and eyeshadow.
Oh, my.
Oh, man, talk about gold breaking. And we had to pack her out. And also, this was a search and rescue. I was never so
Oh, I
in
bet.
my life.
I bet.
Put you in pull those shades off and she was blue mascara. Who on a survival trip makes makeup?
Right, totally.
Oh, I'm dying. But once you respond, you can't release them until the doctor tells you.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had to hold her, clear the elbows.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that there's not many people with any kind of technical climbing skills on your team.
When I was on, we had three, like Paul, Dan, and little Jeff and Scott.
The same
Scott was. They need technical. For
So
sure.
they were partying.
I've actually thought about applying for the sales tax grant to help pay for a wilderness EMT and mountain search and rescue course that no.
You have a phone number that you can call in to get on the Zoom.
Oh, really? Yeah, okay.
I'll send her a text.
Yeah, they're really
We're what?
expensive. That's why I like this, cause the sales, the Washington sales tax grant, one of the things it covers is like rural medicine or rural services. And so it's like, oh, it would me to have a sales tax grant pay, cause it is, it's like a $5,500 course. And it's 30 days, and, you know, it's like a bunch of like technical, like, you know, getting, you know, booties up and down the mountain and all kinds of stuff like that. And it'd be really cool to do, and join, and it's fun, and join the search and rescue team. Cause that kind of stuff, I can definitely do some more practice, and I'm fine, but once I get there, it's like, I gotta figure out how to do, yeah. Yeah, I was telling me a story about going to rescue somebody and like, there was no one around to belay him. And so he couldn't go and get them because they had to get Chappie, you know, because there was just nobody who would confidently belay him.
Yeah, before I signed up,
Yeah.
The Scots.
The Scots. Yeah, I've heard Scott stories, sold for that reason.
Okay, let's come back into session. We're reaching out to Andrea to explain any changes that were made. And we are gonna go back to the attorney's report. There was a report that he sent, the last second report. That we will read out loud in public. I didn't get that from the attorney.
You sent it to benjaminmeyer@gmail.com.
That's fine.
Did you get any correspondence just now from Andrew?
From Andrea? Negative.
I don't know what we're doing.
We're gonna move to something else.
Okay, let's move. Let's come back to the budget. Oh, wait, in the waiting room. There she. Andrea, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah. So yeah, on those fund balances, I went ahead and plugged in what the draft numbers would be so you could have an idea what those are. And when you publish them for final, if you want to zero them out, that's fine. Or if you want to make a note that those are draft numbers and have not been audited and for management purposes only, that would be fine also.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, we're curious about the 1,200,000 in the water and sewer, how it got to that number.
Well, it came forward from 2022's audit.
From all the
So
grants.
I rolled 2022 to 2023 and 2023 to 2024, 2024 to 2025.
Okay.
So, because I know one of the questions was about the conservation trust or the capital fund. So then I just rolled those over so you could see what that amount would be coming over from it starting in 23. But those are from 23 forward are all unaudited numbers. So they're all considered draft and unaudited.
So basically, it just includes the grant funds, so we just would keep it high like that, and then whatever funds we're gonna spend, it would just come off of that. Any line items that we're gonna spend kind of comes off that.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was explaining. It's kind of like your retained earnings from the prior years. So that's what rolls forward into that as a fund balance for that fund. So yeah, those, I mean, like even if it is grant revenue, it's still under a fund. So it's assigned to whichever fund that is. And if you want, if Ronnie moves it to a different fund or something, that's fine. But for now, it's sitting in that, in the ones that they rolled forward under.
Let's see. So this is kind of where everything gets a little bit confusing, because you have this carryover from even grants that were in there, and they're basically a balance that you're showing that you're hypothetically supposed to have, but
Like, it's not actually how much cash we have in the bank.
right,
It's between money we might have and grants we might have, and it's sort of this like quagmire of different funding.
does that sound right? Andrea?
Well, if it's included in the numbers I have, then it's been recorded as cash.
Okay.
So if it's because I don't record theoreticals, I only record actual. So if it's in the actual numbers above, within the detail, then it would have hit the bank at some point.
We've never had that much money in our water and sewer.
Well, what's your 2022 ending? From your audit?
Is 996,234 for water
Yep,
sewer.
so then you take your profit from 23 and add it to that number, and then you take your profit from 24 and add it to that number. So the math is it's pretty simple math.
And so then that's probably likely to change after we get our audit. Is that correct?
The fund balances could change, yeah. So because what happens is I don't think your funds have been very accurately tracked. And so if he enters depreciation or accruals, or when he goes through and does the testing, if something is sitting in general that belongs in water or vice versa, that stuff has the potential of moving, and that'll impact your fund balance. But as far as the detail is the dollars that are the totals posted shouldn't change much, but the fund balances can change until he finishes that 23 audit and sees if it came forward accurately from 22 and what that's going to look like. Because remember, you guys were under the impression that there was only 2 funds, and Ronnie says no, there's 4. So that's gonna, and things are, so the split between the funds is gonna look a little different. I just did that based on an educated analysis of the financials where things might land. So you could kind of see it flowing forward, so it doesn't look like it's just you have no money. But so I put stuff in water and sewer, general and conservation, and capital based off just the account activity. But when he finalizes the funds, that will be your final fund balance for 24, beginning of 24. Whatever he says it is, that's what it's going to be for 1/1/24, and then we'll have to adjust that accordingly. So that'll change your 12/31/24 fund balance, which will change your 1/1/25 fund balance. But we won't have those beginning numbers from him until at least the end of February.
Right. So if we approve this as a
So
draft,
that,
we have until the.
so what?
How, if we approve this as a draft, then when do we, then we just, when, after our public hearing and stuff, then we make changes and then we just adjust it to what the new numbers are once the audit comes out?
Yeah, and then you just file it as a supplemental with the final numbers. Like I would just, in your budget message, make a note that you are approving the budget with the understanding that, the 23 numbers have not been, 23 and 24 numbers have not been audited. So these are, the beginning fund balances are draft based, for management purposes only, and will have to be updated to actual once audit is completed. But so what it showed me when I did, like, none of your funds are at risk of being overdrawn, which is essential. They cannot, a fund cannot be overdrawn. So that's one of the reasons I plugged those in. So you can look at that and see that they all have, they should have sufficient fund money in them. That makes sense.
Yeah, it somewhat makes sense. I know that we're just carrying numbers over and they're not accurate until we get audited, they're not really accurate. But what is accurate on here then is just what we've chosen as our budget. Is that kind of what then we just work off that?
Yeah, so what you guys are deciding on is what you're going to budget for your revenues and your expenses. That fund balance does not have much impact at all on your budget decision, other than you cannot budget a deficit in your fund. So if you were to budget just a huge expenditure and would show that budget, that fund is a negative, you can't do that. But other than that, you guys, what the detail you need to focus on is those revenues and expenses, and kind of zero in on what you want those to look like. And then the fund balance is what it is. And if you see on the bottom, at the bottom, I added those lines for those reserves, management reserves that you guys wanted to specify. They're not restricted. They're not tabled. It's not the same thing, but they are special use management reserves that you're stating you're going to allocate for those purposes. And that was how Ronnie told me to do it. Do you see what I'm saying? Those bottom lines.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, we see you guys go down to the very bottom of the special purpose 2023 tax abundance reserve is 70,000. Special purpose burial plot 17,433. Tabor restricted 23%, and
Yeah.
So the water and sewer, the grant, sanitary sewer grant that we defunded, the $600,000+, is that showing,
Yeah.
is that part of that? Well,
is that right? Is that why? Because
I'm having a hard time hearing anyone other than Ben. If it's for me, you'll have to repeat it.
Actually, it was more for the board, but the question was, we had a $600,000+ sanitary sewer grant that was defunded. Meaning we're not gonna follow through with it, and I asked if that was part of the 1.2 million. And I think the answer to that was yes.
So you're saying you're gonna have to pay that grant back, right? Is what you're saying?
No, we just defunded that portion of the grant. In other words, we decided not to go through with that project. There's a portion we have to pay back. She's got it downstairs. There wasn't.
Yeah, so you would not have ever, so if you've never received the funds, they aren't recorded in your revenue expenses. If you have received them and you need to reimburse them, then you need to record that as an expense under your grant expenditures.
So that 1.2, that 600,000 I'm talking about is not part of that 1.2 million.
Hold on, I'll try to see if I can get to where I can look. I'm at a doctor with my dad, so I don't have my computer. So let me Okay, you're asking about 600,000 something? Oh, that grant expenditures under general?
It's in water and sewer,
But did we ever receive that money?
No,
We never received it, so it wouldn't be it wouldn't be in here at all.
Yeah, if it's not been received, then it's not included in your fund balance, because it's not recorded in your software as income. So if you don't have to pay it back, then it shouldn't be a full expenditure.
So we're showing we have to pay back. 57,000. It's not paid back.
right,
It's infrastructure. You guys really need to understand that that is not cash money.
no, we know that. It's not cash. No, you don't have that money in the account. Right. But the reason she put it in here was, and it's gonna change, obviously, so she said not to worry about that. The fund balance is right now.
so, are we ready to go?
No. Andrea. When we see 1.2 million in our sewer, obviously that does not reflect our bank account and does not reflect any cash that we have in hand, right?
Your cash in hand is on your balance sheet. You
Balance
want to
sheet,
pull up your
right.
balance sheet, it'll show you all the cash balances.
Right, which we don't have right now. Yeah. So,
So if you open up your balance sheet, it'll list all the bank balances, and that'll tell you exactly how much you have in your bank. The only thing that does not reflect as of January 31st is that any January interest for the CDs, because I did not get that number.
okay. We have a balance sheet? No.
I can run one QuickBooks, that's what she's not on. We report this,
Right.
but she's just not on here.
So, I mean, kind of like, what I hear Andrea saying is like, some of the more important numbers on this sheet are what our total expenditures are at 876,000 and what our total revenue is.
Correct, yes.
75 odd thousand.
Because remember, your budget does not list your bank balances. It's not cash. Your budget is accrual.
Right.
And it does not list your balance sheet items. It does not list assets. It lists profit and loss, which just shows net income.
So if we wanna make sure that we're being fiscally conservative with what we're spending this year.
Yeah, so did you run your balance sheet, Ariel?
No, I can
Run your balance sheet as of 12/31/24 and pick cash, and that'll tell you how much cash you had at the end of the year. And then you can run it for 1/31/24 because that's reconciled other than CDs, and it'll tell you what all those bank balances are. No, we put it in the door. Yeah. No.
I think this is kind of showing why we've been kind of off for the past few years, is because
There's a lack of understanding about what these numbers actually meant.
and
Sorry, I'm sorry, last year to date, was that what was?
Andrew, say it one more time, the exact things to run. Sorry.
Okay, so, Ariel, on the left-hand side, pick reports,
Oh, I'm in there, I'm
and then
already
pick
at,
balance. Yeah, for balance sheet, put 1/1/24 through 12/31/24 and pick cash. And then say run report. And then when that opens up on the top will list your bank balance, your bank assets. And it'll list them all separate and then it'll give you, and then you'll see the total of those.
what was the last thing you said? I'm sorry, I was still trying to get the numbers in.
Okay, so you have your balance sheet open?
Yeah,
Okay, and then did you pick 1/1/24 through 12/31/24?
yes,
Okay, and then did you pick cash
yep,
instead of accrual? Okay, and then
Yeah.
run report.
okay,
Okay, and then the top line should show like 579 whatever your bank account number.
okay,
Does it show, and then does it list like the different bank accounts?
yeah, I can see it for the different bank accounts, yeah, the 5793.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the total of cash that was sitting in the bank in each account.
At the end of the year.
Yes, and then you can update it to 1/1/25 if you want. That just does not have the CD interest, so the CDs are a little understated on that, but it's not very much. It's not enough to really worry about, you know.
Where's everybody going?
So can I get a print off on the budget, cause mine will only show one page. This happened to me before.
Right, do this.
Is that a question?
I don't know, I'm
Yeah.
really confused as where we are right now, like, we're running reports, everyone's locked down, I don't know.
So,
You want me to print this?
Yeah, I'm really gonna do that same journal where it'll only show one page, it doesn't show the entire thing.
I mean, with the report, I think Andrew's just trying to show us that like, this is how we actually figure out how much money we
So it
have,
only shows.
the actual amount of money we have. And like, which is different than these fund balances that we put on our budget. Which, I don't know, like. We should know that, and we probably wanna see it. I don't know if we need to see it right now.
I think, Andrea, I think we're just somewhat confused about how everything comes together into a budget that is going to function in a way that we feel, you know, that we're staying within our spending means and that we're, you know, cause you had mentioned that we could change our expenses, our revenue, based on how we felt like we wanted to, kind of project that we're gonna, we could shift that around a little bit based on how we want it to be, if we want more conservative or less.
Right, so what you need to focus on is each of those four funds, so general fund, water and sewer, conservation, and your capital fund, what your net income or loss is budgeted for each of those four funds. And if you want to look at it before grants, that's fine, which, you know, and then you want to say, okay, you know, if we have a budgeted loss of $5,600 we have to make sure that our fund has enough money in it to absorb that loss. Otherwise, you need to budget closer to like a net loss of 0. So if you know, like to be fiscally responsible, I mean, one would argue that you don't want to budget a large loss, right? So,
Right.
like I was saying, you know, like I was saying, some boards, they budget for worst case scenario because they don't want to have to come back and do a supplemental budget. Because just because it's budgeted does not mean you have to expend it, right?
Right.
But the problem with that is it leaves you vulnerable to if you get somebody on the board through an appointment or something and they're spend happy, well, they basically already have permission to spend that money and they can blow it if they choose to because it's already been budgeted. So that's like the risk of overly, you know, being too aggressive with your expenses when you're doing a budget. So does that make, so what you guys, I mean, right now I don't see any major concerns with your fund balances. So what you guys really need to just look at is, you know, each fund, then the profit or loss that you're going to budget for each fund. And then the line, what I was explaining to you is, so like, let's say on water and sewer, you budget $200,000 of total expenditures. Anywhere up above that within your total, you can move the money amongst that. You don't have to, like if you have 500 for cell phones and you decide, you know what, we don't want to use that cell phone money, that money can be allocated to a different line up above within that fund. What you're obligated to legally is your total expenditures for your fund. But how you choose to move that around up above there, it's fluid. But that total is what, if you're going to exceed that total, that's when you have to file a supplemental budget.
Yeah, like for our general fund, right?
Per fund.
Per fund.
Right, like for our general
Fund,
fund right
each
now,
fund.
our total expenditures are at without grants. Are coming in at $643,494. Right,
Okay, and what does that pitch you at for a loss?
that that would be the net income loss line.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's $161,491, and it's in parentheses, which I think means it's a negative.
Right, which means you're right now it's budgeted that you'll spend more money than you'll bring in. So that's a budgeted loss to that fund. So
Which
then
is
your
fine.
fund has to have.
I mean, if we have the money, it's like, it's not illegal.
No, you can budget a loss for your fund. Absolutely. You can't budget to overexpend your fund. So if your fund has $200,000 and you budget $160,000 loss, you're fine. If your fund has $150,000 and you budget $160,000 loss, you're not fine. Then say that you can't overexpend your fund. You can have a net loss for the year, but your fund cannot be overexpended. You can't have a loss for your fund total, you know, like kind of like a savings account, I guess, if you look at it that way.
Yeah. So.
Does that make sense? There's a difference between your fund balance and your annual loss. You can have an annual loss, but you can't have a fund overexpended. You can't overspend your fund.
Andrew,
Does that
you
make
had said
sense? Am I
something
saying?
a bit ago about this supplemental resolution or supplemental budget. If we overspend a fund, so would we do a supplemental budget for the entire budget or just the fund? Or did I understand what you said?
What I have seen is that you would, like your budget that you're filing now, you would refile the entire budget. But I don't know, that's just the practice I've seen. I guess I don't know if you are not obligated. Just a minute, Deb. I'm not sure if you're required to not, refile all of them, or that's just what people do. So I'm not sure which. That would be a Ronnie question. I can hold it for you. I mean, I know it's common practice. I don't know if it's legally required or whatever.
It will have a more realistic picture of this when Ronnie finishes the audits.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I said we'll have a more clear or realistic picture of this when Ronnie finishes the audits.
Yeah, you will know what your exact fund balance is when he finishes the audit. Your fund balance for 1/1/24. He will tell you what that number is.
So if we wanna have a
Anything
more.
that has, but that your budget is not dependent upon your fund balance. You're budgeting for your profits and for your revenues and your expenses. I mean, you would never want to overexpend your funds. So assume that, if you want to do it that way, assume all of your funds are zero and you just can't go negative.
Right.
But, but a budget, the purpose of a budget is your revenue and your expenses. So you can do that. You just have to make sure you have a note that your beginning fund balances have not been audited and are for draft management purposes only.
I would feel more complete, better, whatever, if we knew what the actual numbers in those funds were. Whether we.
Yeah, so if you, I don't know what your timing is, like if you're in a jam on the budget situation, but are you wanting good Applebee's?
Yeah.
If you want to wait until the audit is completed to file your budget, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. That's up to, probably you guys and what you think. So I don't know. I'd assume your budget's already late. So I don't know when the deadline for that, the hard and fast deadline is.
Well, I guess a question for the board, if we pass or present the draft budget for review and comment by the public, and they see numbers like $1.27 million, are they gonna believe that?
So
to be-
zero out those beginning fund balances. If you want to just for your publication, zero out the fund balances, and just put that, we can put that the beginning fund balances will be available once the 23 audit is completed. Once the 23, you could just put a statement that the draft beginning fund balances will be available once the 23 audit is completed. So when the 23 audit is completed, you're going to have a 24 beginning fund balance. You're not going to have a final 1/1/25 fund balance until that 24 audit is completed, and that won't be until at least June. So you're not going to have you'll have a pretty confident ballpark number, but you're not going to have hard and fast fund balance for 1/1/25 until that 24 audit's done.
So.
And that's not till at least June.
So going forward with this, you're basically saying that the fund balances aren't really that big, like as important as the expenses and the revenue in the budget.
Right. I mean, I guess you can kind of think of them as kind of, like we talked about, they're kind of like a, I don't know, kind of like a savings account. You have, you don't necessarily want to be dipping into those anyway.
Right.
So your goal should be to not, every once in a while you have to spend more than you take in, and you can budget for a small expense, but I don't think I don't think you're want to look at budgeting for a large loss and have to worry about do we have enough money to cover this? You know, your goal is to be going
What we really
increasing,
want,
not decreasing.
ideally, we wanna have a profit at the end of the year where we have.
Correct.
You know, that's ideal, and right now it's showing that we're not gonna have one if we spend all the money in our expenses.
A big part of that though is the bricks grant, right? Which is.
Yeah.
Is an expense right now, but should be mostly reimbursed.
We have it in there, no,
It's- That's excluding the grants, but $161,000 loss.
No, I'm looking at it, there's an including grants too.
Right.
Yeah, so if there's,
Don't include the grants.
is the 161, yeah.
and we do have grants in our revenue, 90,000.
Really?
Not very much. You have like 600 and something thousand grant expenditures though, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that grant expenditure like 600 and something thousand
Yeah,
Mhm.
under general fund? Yeah. And there's not that much up in the grant revenue.
yeah, I mean, definitely this matching amount for grants is,
And
Yeah.
that was 60 to 62 is because that, we put that in there specifically because we're supposed to be getting a bill from Dover for 56,000.
right, right,
And then we also have the 10% overage, if you remember,
yeah.
bricks grant, so that's why it's the difference between 100,000 and 90,000.
I just don't know, you know, with that, with that loss, you know, $161,000, we would really, and we would really need to comb back through this again to figure out where we can like cut stuff and,
Yeah.
Well,
I
the
mean,
other
and
thing-
remember, you're gonna,
loss and we will
You're
be
gonna be
like
filing-
paying the same to do our service.
The other thing is we've underestimated our sales tax, and she said you can adjust that, so it looks like you have more money coming in, we went down to 400 if you add the water and sewer capital contribution, it's actually 470 something thousand, and we originally projected 540, if you remember.
Right. But I remember in that conversation that y'all talked about bringing it down just to like be, again, conservative with what's happening.
Right.
And not like, because we haven't seen 540, I guess, or something. So it feels like right now it's a matter of like, do we want to publish this draft as we're looking at it at the moment? Do we want to zero out funds with a note that we'll put in correct fund balances once we get the audit, or do we wanna wait until we've got a 2023 audit to move forward at all?
I think it would be harder to explain the zero than it is the 1.2 million.
Right?
If we said the 1.2 million is an estimate, it won't be factual until the audit's complete. I think that might. I'm not trying to.
I mean, the thing is that people think that this is like what we have in our bank account.
Right.
That's the problem.
I really wanna speak.
What do you wanna see, 1.2 million or zero?
I mean, I think that there needs to be, when we publish it, like some really clear explanation, which nobody is going to read, but has the opportunity to read. That, this is not representative of what the town has in their bank account, this is, you know, an explanation, I guess, of what, I mean, I didn't really understand what accrual basis meant either until Andrea explained it to us like 1,500 times, you know, like.
you know,
So, I don't know what's better, I don't know what's better for viewing pleasure.
So I'm not on the financial committee, but from my years of experience here, you know, anticipated budget expenses and revenues are always a bit of a guessing game. You know, you wanna get as close as you think, and that's what we're trying to do, that's what the finance committee, we're getting as close as we can. And to do that, have a good explanation to why you're thinking the way that you're thinking. And then understand that as the year goes on, that you might have to, adjust the budget according to, boots on the ground, what's actually happening. My concern is that here we are and it's the middle of February. And this has been, the finance committee has been really working on this. What does it take for us to go ahead and submit the budget to the public and go ahead and approve a budget? And then know, like we have every year, if we have to make, an adjustment to the budget, we do so. But I would really like to see us, not continue to delay and to delay. I mean, how close does the finance committee really feel? I mean, do you feel happy with what we have?
Well, last year we budgeted a certain way and according to our actuals from her that are unaudited actuals, we came out with a profit of $200,000.
So does the finance committee feel like we're as good as we're gonna get at this point? What does delaying benefit us? I'm just referring to the finance committee here, cause I haven't been involved with that. I just feel like I'd really like to see us make a decision and move forward, and then in June, we have to adjust the budget, or in March, we have to adjust the budget. But at least we have a budget that we can reasonably work from, that we feel fairly confident about, knowing that other information is gonna come in and we have to adapt to it. So what do you feel about that?
My feeling is, and I was ready to do something in December, to adopt that budget then. My feeling is mostly the concern of being able to intelligently explain, if asked the question to the public, why the numbers look the way they do, when we know that and we won't know for sure what is really correct until the audits are done. When I put that all together, if I were asking that question to someone, I don't know how that would be answered. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly.
We could say that our expenses and our revenue are really accurate with our interpretations. The problem is that we don't have the audits finalize the fund balances.
I mean, I feel,
And I know Warren keeps saying, that if we don't turn it in correctly, then we're willfully not doing this right. But if we willfully say that these are incorrect, we know they're incorrect.
but
And we're not gonna get corrections until we get the audit. So
I
there's
think
nothing we can do.
The
So
narrative,
it's
would
like-
explain that.
And I think that there is, that there is always, no, you don't know exactly what expenses are gonna occur. We don't know what our sales tax are gonna happen. We don't have, we have a good guesstimate.
Yeah.
We have a good guesstimate, and what we're doing is doing a good faith budget. Knowing that if there are changes one way or the other, that we are going to have to do an amended budget, or change things. It's not gonna be perfect, it never has. But I'm just saying that if we say we have worked on this for an entire year, we've got the numbers along with our treasurer and expert advice that this is as good as it's gonna get unless we have this additional information, and if we get additional information, we amend the budget. But I don't see what more is needed before we go ahead and say, this is what we have and we're gonna go with
If
it.
we admit to the state, we know all the, where we don't have the information. You think the state's gonna come back to us and say, well, you have to have it, and we'll say, we'll get it for you, and then we say, you have to have it, well, we'll get it for you. We can't get it right.
And
we
then
can't-
it's a process. I mean, to me, it almost feels like we're putting ourselves more in jeopardy by not having a budget. we were supposed to have by now have had a
Oh,
budget.
yeah, we're already supposed to be
And
working
I
on
don't-
26.
And unless we're like way the heck off somewhere, if we've got it as close as we can and we're doing in good faith with the numbers, there's been so much research about it. And then if new information comes in, we amend the budget. And,
Well, the other thing is that, you know, Andrea has taken all of these lines and put it into our accounting. So they are all accounted for in the behind the scenes thing. So when we spend out of one of those places, and if it doesn't fit in, they make it fit by adding an item, keeping it in the, right, Andrea, how does that work? Where if like something doesn't fit, like today we're gonna spend up to $500 on some security cameras. Do you hear me?
and there will always be those things that have to come either out of the miscellaneous or emergency or out of facilities or category of the budget. We have allowed for these things to happen. And you allow for that. And not every, $500 is gonna be accounted for in the budget. The budget is like realistic but broad sweeps on different categories. Sometimes you just don't know.
Well, for me today, it's not the estimated expenses. I don't feel uncomfortable about that. It's what might be coming with these audits. But I don't.
Hey,
Wait till June.
Ben,
Oh, yes, Andrea?
Ben, I'm gonna have to go, but I
Okay.
would say that, the lady who's been speaking, I agree with what she's saying.
Okay,
I think she's making some very valid points, and you need to remember, like, the voices that you get from outside of your board, those are just voices. They don't make the decisions for you. And the bottom line is it's a planning tool. It's never going to be exact. You can't foresee the future. And so you just have to and you are absolutely going to have to file supplemental. There's no way around that. So, make a decision that's planning what you're hoping to do and achieve this year for the town. And then in June, you're going to have to file supplemental and just move forward. But I agree with what she's saying. I think she has
okay,
a good approach, in my
Okay.
opinion.
thank you, yeah.
But I'm going to have to go.
Okay, thank you, Andrea,
I
for getting
apologize.
on.
Okay. If you have anything else, you can text
I'll
me and I'll
text.
try to respond if there's
Okay.
something else.
One thing I would
Okay,
say,
thanks.
thank you, Andrea.
Bye.
So I
You're
would like
welcome.
to-
Bye.
I would like to know if there's any big red flags about passing the budget as
So,
presented. That we pass it as presented, and we also know that as situations change or more information comes up, we might have to amend or do a supplemental budget to deal with any
we will
changes.
have to, is what she's saying, we will have to.
Right,
What I would like to do is if we pass this as a draft, have Ariel write as a treasurer, but every single thing that we're talking about now needs to go into that and be presented to the state. That way, if they have anything they wanna say to us, if they say this is not acceptable, then we get it back and we figure it out. I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of like, almost like this overriding threat that somehow we're gonna get in trouble because we somehow are doing something willfully, we're willfully malfeasance is what I'm hearing. This is willful malfeasance. This is not willful malfeasance, this is willfully trying to do our absolute best. It's like there's nothing behind the scenes in this. We just don't have all the information.
I've never felt that way. I mean, I've always just tried to get the numbers right. And the people that are working for us and with us to get the numbers right.
And I think admitting the things we don't know is like part of, just.
There's a lot of unknowns here, we will know them, we will change them when we know them, and if something happens that we end up getting, like if we get forced to do an audit. That'd be great, I mean, we're already kind of forced to do an audit, so we're already doing the audit,
I just think that we need to stop kicking this can down the road. And to if we send the draft and approve it then for it to go to a public hearing, there may be people who object. There almost always is. But that's because you have one or two people object, doesn't mean you stop the entire process. I think if we have the state said, yes, this looks good, and if there's changes that happen, then you change the budget to line up, but there's just too many unknowns, and I think that when we get that information, we can make those changes as we know, but we have to make a decision, and we have to be able to present a budget to the public for review. We have to be able to make these steps, and I've seen the finance committee, you guys have been working on this. Getting all the information, Andrea has worked with this, I think we're at the point where we're as close as we possibly can. And if there's changes that need to be dealt with, there is a process that is set up
Right,
to deal with the changes.
is there a request to make a motion?
Were you gonna say something?
You got some, are there unknowns gonna be like notes attached to this draft budget?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have a cover, a header sheet that we can explain what's happening.
Which area can
And
sign?
she's already done it, but she can adjust it, maybe even with Andrea, so that everything is clear. All the unknowns are clear.
We're just talking about 23. 2023
For what, audit?
with this, or is this for 25?
It's 25.
25. What's the deal with the 23?
23 is being audited. 24 will be audited, he said by June.
By June, okay.
25 is, like each. So she is claiming and there's
There's
a
so many
amendment.
steps though, but this is the one we're gonna be making a motion on
For draft.
for draft. Okay.
But I think the supplemental budgets will be a lot easier because all we have to do is really add numbers and create a new cover sheet as we learn the numbers.
I make a motion that we approve the draft of the 2025 budget with the notes that have been suggested by Andrea.
There's a second.
I'll second.
Is there more discussion?
So the unknowns are gonna be written. Okay, fine with it.
All in favor?
Aye.
We did it.
Well, we didn't do it, but we did some. All right, we have 25 minutes until lunch. I'd like to quickly go to the attorney's report that he just sent that has to do with the Baca Water and Sanitation IGA. He said, please accept this late report to the board for discussion at today's meeting. I have attached the IGA with minor modifications to the existing language and also trustee comments. Please note my comments in the margin and attached here. After review of the meeting video, I question if the above statement by the trustees would be agreeable to by BG of Baca Grande or is effective in conveying the intent. Anticipated growth of both parties is part of the engineer's determination. Both parties need to be mentioned. The overall cost of the expansion is paid for by the parties at their then determined percentage of contribution. It is beneficial to the town to be allowed to grow to 60,000 gallons per day level. However, if the town contribution says flat, then the Baca grows, then their overall contribution decreases. And therefore, the town contribution to any plant expansion would be at a lower rate. So, so the line that is now, the cost of constructing any additional capacity beyond what is needed by the parties as determined by the district engineer to be needed to accommodate future growth of the parties at the time of commencement of any upgrade, expansion, or replacement of the district's water treatment facility shall be paid for exclusively by the district.
Where are you?
I am reading something that came in by
Oh,
email.
we don't have it.
We
in our
don't
file.
have it, and if you want,
Can I just take a?
you just
look?
added it,
items to the binder, and I'll put his email.
it's now in your binder,
Can I take a quick?
it's
look?
in your binder now.
It's on your attorney's report.
That's right.
Is it discharge permit or wastewater IGA? What's it discharge permit?
It's now under the attorney's report.
Yes. Including his, I just added his email as well, and I'll add these things
There's
to
the
the
email,
packet.
that's the letter,
Okay, this is what you were just
just
reading.
read, and then go back. These are the new IGA and discharge permit. Oh. Where's your drive? I'm on Gmail.
Do you want me to print out a physical copy for Kim?
Do you like a physical copy? At least of just maybe the change, that one sheet, 3 of 6.
Oh, I see it, okay, so the cost of constructing any additional capacity. That line. Yeah.
The only other thing was the mayor, was the mayor thing.
Yeah, go to.
I wouldn't do the whole discharge permit, I'd just do that one sheet, 'cause that's the one that we're,
Just the IG?
yeah, we've already approved this, so it's just kind of like. Find,
Where's the whole binder? Go to your Gmail. Mm. Mm. Did you find it? No, do you want to?
it's in your drive.
Print it out.
So it's not here.
No, I've got it here.
It's in,
This is in the maintenance report. That's this one, we're looking at this one. Yeah. And it's on page 3. Okay, so they're saying that they'll pay for the expansions?
It all depends on how much growth each community is.
If they wanna expand extra anticipating
maybe
Baca,
you need to
then they
download.
they'll throw all that.
But if they expand anticipating town growth, then we will be liable for some
We
part.
pay that percentage.
It still doesn't kind of make sense,
I know, it doesn't make sense.
but.
It made more sense in the comments of his email.
Yeah.
Just the agreement.
What you read makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
The email,
okay, okay.
I don't know why, but like on hers, like, does she have to download it again, like the packet? Because, yeah, how like it shares, it, like it goes back.
Put extra 50.
You know, if he wants to keep the original language, I think it's just,
Right. That's good,
Yeah,
we like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's today.
Lawyer supposed to.
It's your-
Oh, okay.
Lawyer.
you know, I think if he wants to keep the original
I think maybe
language,
this
I'm
is
fine with
the, yeah,
that.
this is.
Because the new language
Yeah.
doesn't really express what we were trying to say. And
I don't think either of them do, but it's just really tricky, I guess, to explain it, I don't understand why they're having so much problem.
he,
So I thought lawyers were wordsmiths.
he didn't understand what I was trying to get at. We were going across. To me, I think if he wants to just keep the original language, I'm fine with that.
What's wrong with
Because the new
rewrite?
language
The
is,
rewrite is fine. What happened with the rewrite?
I think if we keep the old language that he had, that was in there, to me, it's just fine, rather than, the new language doesn't make any more sense than the old language. I'd say keep the old language, we're good with that. If that's what Mr. Locke said, it's still. And it still is fine, and to accommodate future growth within the town and the district at the time of commencement of any operation shall be paid for exclusively by the district. If they wanna pay, the district wants to pay for any expansion in town. I think that's just admirable, if that's what he's trying to say.
I don't think that's what he's trying to say.
I don't think so either, that's why I was trying to rewrite it.
This is an expansion of the treatment facility, not the sanitary sewer system,
Of the treatment facility,
the treatment facility.
right?
So if they have large growth and we have none, the district could absorb. all
We
of
should
it.
not,
We're
we
not
should
gonna,
not pay a nickel.
right. If we don't grow and
Right.
they double.
Right,
But it says that the old language, as we have in front of us, said the cost of constructing any additional capacity beyond what is determined by the district being needed to accommodate future growth within the town and the district at the time of commencement. We paid by the district, let's just keep the original language that he had, because the new language isn't any better. And rather than have them have to make changes, as he said, he doesn't know if the district would wanna accept that language, let's just keep the.
except he uses the word capacity, and that's an important word, capacity.
Mhm. So what do you feel about the new language?
I don't have a problem with the new language.
Your what?
I don't have a problem with the new language.
What about the old language?
I think the new language is defined better what you were trying to say. I might be the only one that feels that way, but that word capacity to me is a big deal. That's why I kept insisting on the 60,000 gallon day,
So,
because that's our capacity in the treatment facility. If we never exceed that, why would we have to pay for anything?
correct. So do you like the old language or the new
The
language?
new language.
Okay.
Does anybody else have an opinion on that?
I think they say the same thing. Only different.
The old language also mentions capacity. They both mention capacity, I'm trying, yeah, I don't see. I don't see how they're huge, I don't see how they're saying different things.
I don't either, I think it's the same, only
The cost of constructing any additional capacity beyond what is determined by the district engineer to be needed to accommodate future growth within the town and district. The time of commencement of, okay, maybe.
The old one says the town, and the new one just says the parties, like the parties being both the district and the town.
Yeah. So that's the only thing we've changed for this.
Or put in on the docket. If the town doesn't need. Is the new one, did the town lawyer get together with the Baca lawyer to make this?
The way that I read it, they still are combining the town and the Baca growth. Because it says the cost of constructing any additional capacity, what is needed by the parties as determined by the district engineer to be needed to accommodate future growth of the parties. So that's both of us,
The old one's more.
upon the discretion of the district engineer. So the way that I read it is that they are going to look at what the parties need together. But I mean, that's just,
The old one.
And if one party doesn't need anything,
yeah,
it's up
then
to
the other
the
party
engineer
pays
to
the full
decide.
boat.
It's up to their engineer to decide.
Yeah, say if for 1 year we don't have any growth at all.
Last one would say.
That, and that's the year that they
Right,
assess.
that's
by the district, yeah, okay, so they're still gonna pay for it.
I guess that's
I think it's good. The district is gonna pay for it.
Is the new one already
Rate
approved by the
increases
Baca
for
lawyer?
us.
We won't know until it happens, I guess.
I remember he said he was gonna get together with the Baca lawyer to change it on their Zoom meeting.
Yeah.
He did it already?
We won't know until it's.
So when you click on it, like the new line was written by Seth.
Oh, okay.
And like the old one was written by the Baca lawyer, and so this is Seth's.
The Baca lawyer has to. approve
No,
it.
so I guess the Baca Water and Sanitation lawyer reviewed the video
That's right.
and questioned the above statement by the trustees. I do question if the above statement by the trustees would be agreeable to Baca, right? or is effective in conveying the intent. Anticipated growth of both parties is part of engineers' determination.
If they say the same, why would they be concerned?
So Andrea, I sent her a picture because she said her online version must be updated wrong, so I'm gonna let Ariel and Andrea deal with those fund balance numbers, explain it, and put it out there as a draft.
Okay. One problem I have with this too, first part is, it's up to the district's engineer. And that's like putting the ball in their court.
I had a problem with that too, but I think I was making the same assumption you did, that they have an engineer. Is the district engineer somebody that's appointed by the state?
I think they have their own.
They might have an engineer, but I don't know how to classify as the district engineer. If it's an outside, someone that's not related to either one of us, I feel more
Yeah,
comfortable
I
about it.
would feel more comfortable.
But I
I
don't
think
know.
in here somewhere we talked about that, and I feel like it,
If it says should be paid for exclusively by the district, then it doesn't matter.
See, we're just a customer of the district. Yeah, we're just a customer. We're not part of the district. Well.
What do you guys wanna do?
Was he asking us to give him permission to change the wording back to?
Either way, I think we can go either way. If you wanna change it back, we change it back, or if you wanna go with the new one.
I don't mind doing.
Yeah, the new one.
no one seems fine, if they're in agreement on it particularly.
Yeah, let's
I
do
don't
it.
think they are. I think that was his point, right? Is that correct?
No, I think that they wouldn't agree to what Kizen had said last time, the way she said it.
That they agreed to the rewrite.
I think they agreed to the rewrite. And if they didn't, then that would be what we would just say, you know. I mean, we kind of have, you know, we've already. We understand the intent here is specifically that we're dealing with two parties and two different assessments, and one party has the potential to grow a lot faster than the other party. So they have to, so the idea is that if they're showing that they're growing at a rate of, you know, 40% faster, then the assessment would be, they would have to pay 40% more. Like that, the growth that they're showing has to carry over. You know,
Share the car.
The town's not even at half capacity yet, right?
Right.
right,
So we have that, the discharge permit goes up to the 60,000 gallons. We've adjusted the fees in case there's a problem. So those points that we were concerned about have been changed. So then we go back to the other agreement, and it was just that little paragraph about expansion that we just looked at.
Right.
The original language, he said they felt like the town being mentioned in it is important. They're basically the same thing, except other than the second one, it mentions the town. I personally find that that's just okay if it's beyond the capacity they're gonna pay for than what the town should need. So I feel since those key points, like the discharge and the penalties were adjusted, I feel like we're all good. And the motion we made last time was for the attorney to make those little changes And we're going back to what they have there, saying that looks good. And it's the penalties and the 60,000 gallons, which on the discharge permit is what was really crucial. If those changes have been made and accepted, then what more do we need to do here?
I didn't think nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. So right now, this was just communication between us and our attorney, and he's gonna take that and go to water and sand,
right.
that's where we're at.
Mhm.
Okay,
So should we just write him back? You'll just write him back and say they're happy with those changes?
got something more here, Mr. Rigger? Before we go to lunch?
How long are we gonna break? I gotta get down at 2 o'clock.
Really? Okay, well, we were gonna have our lunch break at 12:30. And then we were gonna come back at 1, and,
We coming back at 1 or 1:30?
oh, sorry, 1:30.
1:30?
You're leaving at 2?
Oh, yeah, it's good till 2:30. I just wanted to share with you what the stuff I got from Brent on that.
So, yeah. I would say that we should probably just break for lunch right now and come back and do. What's the big one? The big one is, old business fee. We can do that. We might have to jump around and get the stuff that we wanna be part of.
Cemetery proposal, rise to. Questions about that?
We got 2 minutes, we can do some third photo.
Okay. 1 sec, we're gonna do one more thing before we break. We got a proposal from SGM. We did go out for bid on this, didn't we, originally? I thought we did, yes.
We have to go for good professional services.
I'm sorry,
I thought we did, but I can double check.
He's our town engineer.
I know,
It's not for the engineering.
it is for engineering,
Yeah. Not
huh?
the subdivision.
I just had some questions on that.
What did we go out for bid for with the cemetery? Was it, we did the survey one, and then I thought we did a second one that was for,
That's what I thought, maybe it was just the latter. I would have to double check my documents.
We looking at next one
we're looking at the cemetery,
for SGM?
Mhm. It's in your binder.
I thought it was all pretty good, but I did have some questions on it.
Well, as of right now, in our budget, we only have, 10,000 set aside for cemetery expansion.
8, 6. Well, and that was also, if we were to put that road through, We're gonna pick up some big old ideas. And it doesn't mention anything about needed materials that like to be like bedrock or base. for
This
the
is just a
road.
plan.
So
This is
yeah,
just
this
plan.
is just a plan. And we sort of need like a temporary fencing that the deer won't get hung up in, just to set the boundaries. I don't know, and I don't think they can get this done in one day. So I think that's a little vague on,
He's talking about the section between, the extension between the existing road and where it curves into the other road. Cause we already have,
we'll get the pins and all, but
no, it's like,
it's actually just gonna make another Jeep road, that's all I'm saying, we need to kind of put up a teasing barrier with the boundaries, because they're just gonna make another Jeep road, I know folks. And,
Yeah, what he's proposing is pretty bare bones.
yeah. And it's a.
Except for the subdivision of the lot.
Yeah, that I kinda like. That's only 6,000, which is in our budget.
So I'm confused really about what the scope of this work is. It says here subdivide additional plots, $6,000. Well, is that just going to a map and saying, here's this plot and here we're gonna just overlay this grid and there's gonna be all of the plots? I mean, one of the things we looked at is it's a tree covered area. And I don't think just imposing a grid network over the top of that land is really an appropriate thing to do. There's arroyos that go through there, there's areas with big heritage trees. I mean, there's places where you got scrubby trees that you could, yeah, okay, those can get removed. But just to take the land and superimpose a grid on top of it, and subdivide additional plots 6,000, that doesn't give us, to me, that doesn't, there's not enough of a scope of work for me to feel like I can just approve this as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've got some of those type of questions too. All right, let's.
let's take a break. People back at 1:30.
I've got trees. We have them taking going out, is kind of nice. It's a safe things.
34. Our regular meeting's back in session. So I had Ariel bring out our Crestone cemetery plots as well as our cemetery map up there that shows the acreage, 42 acres. 42 point something acres. We're gonna be with him. And it's what I really wanted to show there was how many trees we're dealing with out there. Some of them have been mitigated, so there's a little more of an opening on the north and west side of the cemetery, but if you look even at the existing cemetery, there's a pretty good amount of trees in that section. That's up there. So this section here is the section, in the corner there. That is that corner.
That's what is what we currently have for the cemetery.
Currently have. These lots are 20 by 20. They would be four, plots worth.
On that, what corner? That square?
That square right there is this
Okay,
map here.
gotcha. And that's the map. Just this one? This whole square, okay, gotcha.
So I had an idea and I ran it by Dennis and Ariel. And that was It's kind of what Dana, I think Dana had talked about this, so because we do have to have access to the pet cemetery, which is right here. If we open this up and then closed it here, somewhere after the cemetery. With a way that people could just back up and do a 3-point turn. I don't think we're gonna have much say in this section. Unless the county does something, there's not much that we're gonna be able to, either the county's gonna open it or have them open it, or they're not. But that doesn't mean that we should necessarily extend out, and if we do extend out, this little section would have to go through the BLM anyways. And I don't know if they'll give us a permit to allow us to connect the two from here to here. So all of a sudden, we already are kind of like, we're at the whim of either, we're kind of at the whim of Steve and Elaine when it comes to opening that road or the courts. So it's not really so we have to just kind of think about what we're trying to do. And my thought was if we give access over here with the existing road, just with this is a smaller section, I think it's 300 feet, 50 is 1 inch, so. Yeah, it's about 300 feet, I think. That was what they were talking about in the proposal. That it would take not that long to cut this section out. And then we close this off, so now people have access to the pet cemetery without any problem. Then we have a little more options on where we wanna move the new cemetery, but no matter what. Say we went north here, there's still a lot of trees and this is the drainage that runs right through, you can see it. Yeah. So, if we took this section here. And then skip the drainage section and then went to this section here, that's an option. They come out of the corner of the cemetery, connect it up, there's a little road in here. But if we connected up and decided to move to this section. Another option, or connect off this one and this section, which is obviously a lot denser. So what I was gonna say was that no matter what, there's going to be trees that are gonna have to be cut. I was thinking it would be good if maybe we had the tree committee go out and mark all like the really old trees that, definitely should not be cut. Because here, I mean, that's kind of what they did here. Same thing, we have people buried in here. Now, that doesn't also preclude people from planting trees later. So if we open a section up and somebody wanted to plant a tree in their lot, they could.
So where are you thinking for the main area for expansion?
I actually don't have, at first I thought because we were gonna extend this road, that we were kind of limited to down here, but now I'm thinking that it doesn't really matter. We're gonna have to do some work anyways, no matter what, so. It could be north, it could be this way, it could be this way. Ariel brought up a point that whatever we do, we might wanna do a section and then be able to keep expanding as needed. So it might be good to start with
That
this
as we
section.
build a road, it's like. It leads us to the next spot where we're gonna want.
Right, it's like we open up a section of plots. And then we have room for the next section, and whoever's gonna do it down the road. It wouldn't be us, but at least.
But I guess when you go to a cemetery, it's usually like you enter in and then there's just kind of a loop road. And then there's like little offshoots to the different, to the different parts of it, so like.
I kind of like the idea of going just north. For a couple of reasons. One, it seems like it keeps the cemetery together. You would have an entrance, you would go in. And it's sort of private area. And then I also think it helps with our mitigation efforts. As to have that whole block that, because of the roads or the access gives us good mitigation efforts. I mean, that's kind of what I see. Where's the pet cemetery again? It's right in there.
That's what I was gonna ask you.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's actually on this map because this is an old satellite image.
Is this where the rock is at, like back here?
The box is right there.
How would you get to the pet cemetery?
Oh, we would have to cut a little section.
Is there a way to get there?
No, well. No, there is a little drainage road, like a road.
It's like Allen,
Yeah. And then the other thing about this is, if you actually look at the pins, this whole thing is shifted. The pin is actually over here. So there's a section here that has an easement. I don't know why they just kind of, but if you look at the pin, it's over here. And so there's this section too, that is also town. And it might even be over here, but this is moved a little bit too, you know, but this whole thing was put down on. But you can see it on the survey. This is not a great representation, I think it was.
Yeah, so Melanie and Alan, actually, their road kind of
Their
goes,
driveway is in the
By that,
cemetery.
yeah.
Yeah,
And there's probably an easement, you know, town will go maybe not.
Yeah, no. it was
but they
not-
know that and they can move it at
Easy.
any time. But yeah, the pin is on the right side as you go through the driveway and it's well marked.
Was the east side where the mitigation team already was, or were
They
they?
did up here,
Okay, they are on the north
and then
side
it's,
and west. Okay,
and it would be really cool to have a new satellite image so we could see.
What it looks like now.
But
yeah,
I know Google updated around Crestone like this year,
They
right?
missed the
They missed
cemetery.
it, yeah.
it's like right on the border. Crazy. But I mean, if you look even from where you're sitting, you can kind of see that there's, you know, more space in here, which, you know, these little things.
So we're looking at having both natural burial grounds and the non-natural.
Right.
So we could actually kind of come up something like this and over, and if we wanted to, we could come in and pick up, and I would say let's not bother with the road that's been there. But if it's something came across, we could even look at natural burial sites between the official one and that other property. That way it wouldn't make as much of an impact on the neighbors, you know, to the east. You know, if you felt like you wanted to have that, but I don't know, I kind of like the idea of coming north rather than this.
I think no matter what, we have to do a little section here and then we have to close off this, so, because otherwise you're gonna have people that are gonna go like this and then they're gonna still try to get over here, trying to make another.
So you can see there's an arroyo right here.
Yeah.
This one here, and then there's also this one here. So you've got a couple of them, if you were to come in, say this spot. There's a couple of good arroyos here.
Yeah.
I don't know, it just seems to me like this is more of a natural.
I like this.
Expansion.
I've always thought we were gonna go north.
Yeah.
I do
And,
too.
you know,
So,
we don't have to develop the area between the two properties.
so then I guess the question is whether we're going to, have. We gotta go out for bid, this, even though we got a quote, we have to go out for bid. Right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
We. We can't mitigate, right, because of the owls,
No, that was figured that there was no owls.
so we can keep mitigating?
No,
No, I thought we could, I thought it
No.
was stated in,
no, we got a letter written and it's turned in, but they haven't given us approval yet,
Right,
so.
okay,
I thought
so we
they
can't
said
use
that there were no.
the mitigation efforts to combine with this sort of plan.
and I don't know. Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet, but like, if we were, you know, I guess if we were planning on doing this project. At the more towards the end of the year, then we could combine mitigation efforts to, we would save money on.
Right.
And you know, the
We were
amount of
waiting
money that
for,
we have available or whatever, or one thing we could look at is doing, we don't have to do a whole big development all at once. We could extend this road over and we could pick up a section in here to be an expansion of the cemetery this way. And then for future use, look at coming to the north. But if we're looking at, we need to put an access road in
Well,
here
that was,
anyways. Maybe we should look at doing some development in here, move this fence over. And then plan for another phase development to come into the
the
north.
reason why, you know, I thought that you would not wanna do that is because if you look at how dense it is down there. it's much seems like it's more dense than from this image.
But,
going on.
but so I mean, doing a narrower strip on the west side also makes a lot of sense, just if we're gonna put an access road in there. We do have, that north-south road that is already giving an access road along the fence.
Mhm.
So we already have that whole north-south access. And then go over west, but not go over that far, go over whatever that is, 300 feet or
I
something.
do like the idea of phasing in, I think we had talked about that, that way we can actually get something done, have plots for sale soon. And then just, say we had 30 more plots,
Mhm.
that would be a lot. I mean, we're not gonna, if they sold quickly, then we don't have money to do another section
Yeah.
next year.
But I think you said last meeting that from where the road is established in the cemetery to where we would have to build to catch up with the old San Isabel Road
That has
was something like 300 feet.
300 feet.
So if that road was built, if we went north of there to the west of the cemetery, kind of
Well,
avoiding
that's-
some of that.
That's what the original, that was, okay, so originally we were gonna go north, then it switched back over to this. And then it switched over to this because of the natural, kind of like roadway. And it also kind of keeps it tight. So I do like that idea. I mean, if you wanna try to look at doing like, I mean, there is gonna be some trees cut down in that section for sure. I think no matter what, we're gonna have to cut trees. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
going to be thinned out because there are some big trees in there that would not, you have to work around, so. I hope, I know that these guys went out there and looked. I would hope that they, inventory the trees and. Obviously, they're not gonna cut anything, but.
Great big one right there.
Oh,
I mean, you can always do a grid thing like this and then come back in and say, okay, we're removing those, we're removing those. We're removing those because of what's on the ground, and there's the arroyo, so we're moving all of those. But maybe just if we're having to build that road to the west anyhow, and we have a north-south access. Maybe it would make more sense to do a small
section.
expansion to the west. And then we could, to the future, I really like the idea of going north, but. Right now, since we don't have anything, and I guess the question would be when we do that. Are we looking at? Part just regular burial or part,
It was gonna be
Natural.
some natural, right? We were gonna do all three. We actually added a product per se, called the mausoleum plot, which is a 5x5 plot that doesn't go down under the ground. And the reason I thought that would be really cool, because then if you have a tree that's in the way, you don't have to cut it, you just create a plot that's a 5x5 plot for mausoleum. And people don't have a place to put their cremations unless they buy a whole plot, so that was one idea too.
So I like the idea of doing the small expansion to the west as well and having the road to the pet cemetery kind of incorporated with that as like a way to move forward. But I guess, like you said, we have to go out for bid. And in the meantime, should we get the tree board together and go look at the trees over there to that western area, and we just go out there and take a walk and mark some of the trees that. So that when, like, if SGN comes to be the person to do this, they don't just plow down all of our trees.
Well, they're not gonna do that, this is just the design. One thing is, it said create additional plots to double the size of the current burial plot, so that would be taking, this idea, and I think we should cut that down to half, at least. I think we should cut down the scope per se. So if we go out for bid, it would be like a third of what's already existing.
Do we know when we go off the bid, what we're gonna be able to tell potential bidders on,
Well, I mean, this is always where it gets tricky because it's like you wanna hire somebody, you wanna be very exacting with your bid, but you also know that there's gonna be room for creativity and movement and shifting.
Well, I think-
Especially if you go out there and you explore.
Well, I think going out and measuring like from the corner of the cemetery access road we have now there. Over to how far it is that we need to get to hook up with the San Isabel Road.
Mhm.
You know, whether, if we say, okay, we got 300 feet, that we need to do
You
that.
can do that on site.
And then go up that fence line and mark out 300 feet. And draw, you know, a parallel line to that north-south line and make that rectangle be the new development. And that might be what we, you know, we kind of designate.
Give the exact perimeters of what we're bidding for. Yeah,
And be more affordable too.
I didn't quite understand what they said about road and drainage being more expensive. I mean, it should be kind of one plan between plots and road and drainage, as opposed to split up into two.
And we're really looking at this basically being a single track, just like what the cemetery is, it's just. You know, maybe 1.5 cars wide or just one, it's just narrow, just a small access. Maybe a couple of pullouts, it takes 2 cars to meet each other.
Would we be gaining anything if we just said,
Would you like
have
come
them
over
do the,
straight from here to here? And then here up north,
There it is in feet, 259 feet.
so then,
would we be gaining anything if we just asked them to do the overlay of the plots? And then handle the drainage and the roads separately from SGM's proposal?
Right, so we just pick a spot, we figure out that first section of the road
Yeah,
and then go from,
right,
I mean, there is a little road, if you see it, comes off of to the right there, it's like kind of past. Maybe
I
it's-
do,
So what do you guys wanna, I mean? And what do we say to SGM, just say that we have to go out for bid and that, we're gonna limit it because of,
Yeah, and ask them for a new proposal based on the
Limit.
limited scope of the new plan.
I would say that we're gonna do a phase by phase extension, and we wanna do phase 1.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. I just didn't know that it's whatever I was in there in the sand.
Yeah, so
Okay.
if approved,
how far did you say that was?
262,
200?
done. 258,
So basically, we're looking at 250, something
260
like
feet,
that,
yeah.
yeah, 260 feet. And then we could,
And then where was the other one?
and then we could decide whether or not we wanna come 300 feet off that fence line or 250 feet off that fence line. And make a north-south rectangle that goes up. You know, we could decide, if you go up above, look up above at the top of the cemetery. And come over, say 200, just go straight over that 250 feet, let's see. I'm just looking at that Arroyo.
Did I take this?
In that corner, if we go. So that comes into the Arroyo, but that would be fine, you know. But if we just made a
So
rectangle,
260 by 260 by
and we could just do.
475,
Yeah, and we could do 300,
260 by
You know.
475. Tell me,
if we went 300, just brought the road over, but made a rectangle 300. Came off, just to be an even number. If we made
you're
that
saying
300
there,
over.
oh, 300, like
Yeah.
even more over,
Yeah, and then come up,
300 by 300 by 475,
yeah, something like that,
300 by 4.
or, I mean, or whatever, you could say 250, I'm just thinking what would come out to be a
I
good
mean,
size.
it was 260 times 475 It's 123,500 feet. And then acreage. Two acres. Let's say 1,200. 2.8 acres. And this cemetery is 7, right?
But I mean, the road can be just whatever, however it needs to be to hook up to the other one. And the width that you decide can be whatever you decide,
Right.
whether it's.
So I'm just saying it's, you could do 3 acre, I mean. Whatever it is that makes it. A rectangle, is that what you're saying, like a rectangle?
Mhm. Yeah, whatever. Whatever you, however much from the old fence fee would come over. 300 feet or 250 feet, whatever.
The thing is, there is that arroyo, so it's running alongside the arroyo. Alright, so do you wanna work on the proposal with me?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do that. Is that okay? Is that the next step? What else? And then you guys wanna go out there and walk it?
Yeah, maybe we should go walk
You
it.
can step over that fence really easily on the west,
Right.
southwest corner.
What you were just talking about, Kizen, is like turning this into whatever, like kind of rectangular shape over
Square.
here. Okay,
A rectangle, just
that would
coming off.
follow this road.
No, sure. He has it written here. So this is 260 feet. This point
Mm-hmm.
to this point is
Okay.
260.
Okay,
So then we thought, well, okay, so you have that road,
so come 260 off this.
260 off that, and that's this is 475.
Okay, cool.
But it'd be cool if you guys went out there and actually looked at the trees and see if it's even,
Make sure there's nothing like crazy. I don't mind going and walking around and kissing if you wanna lend your eyeballs at some point to the tree situation.
Yeah. It's good for now.
I have a question. The old road
Yeah.
that existed,
So-
our fence line is actually out.
Yep.
So that we can have a road on cemetery property, but it's not gonna encroach on these lots either.
Right.
And then it'll get us closer to the pet cemetery, and then hopefully the road's
Well,
going.
see, the thing is, if we close off that section so people can't get through, then we can include it into our cemetery as opposed to making it so people can go out through that exit over there.
Just
So
turn
basically, it
about.
would still be part of our cemetery. We wouldn't have to do a new fence. Because then it would keep it more contained, I think.
Yeah, like I said, there's a gigantic tree here, I just don't want the road to,
This road would just stay the same.
just, okay.
If we wanted to put a fence up on across here, we could,
Oh, because the existing fence is
way down there, yeah.
very down.
Alright, let's move on though, next we have, how long do you have?
Now,
2 minutes.
Really?
No, I can handle it, but if you can indulge me, if we could jump to old business B, the approval of, the public works employee.
Yeah.
And then back up.
Okay. You wanna start that one?
I will. The mayor and I met this morning with, Nick Kasari and, very nice person, very, very qualified for, probably overqualified for what we have available for him to do as far as, he's an equipment operator, so we have limited equipment. However, he dropped a bomb on us, saying that he would be gone. He has a yearly contract with a company, doing his work in Greenland. So he would be gone, if he started tomorrow, he would be gone mid-March to mid-June. And it sounds like that contract goes on year after year after year. So every year he would be doing that, and I think as much as I'd like to hire this guy, I think it would be a mistake. I suppose if this was the day after he had gotten back, I might have something different to say about it and go 9 months. But, it's not gonna happen that way.
Well, my only concern was that reading his resume, he seemed, much more qualified than Brent. And I would have issues with maybe the hierarchy in that department.
You know, he has a lot of experience with heavy equipment.
I read it and it was a bit wordy resume,
Mhm.
you know, but, he does seem quite qualified.
When we met with him, you know, I basically explained to him that he, you know, this job could go from setting mouse traps and walking windows and cleaning,
Hanging Christmas lights and
doing very
holding a
basic,
ladder.
all the way up to, you know, dealing with the water department or doing street, you know, real street work. And he understood that. Again, everything kind of depends slightly on this timing, because if you go from March 15th to May 15th, we've gotten a lot of snow in those times. I mean, I've seen storms that are in May into June. So it's like, if we're relying on him to be doing the plowing, we're gonna be stuck without a person for that time, that unless however we decide to do it. I mean, one of our biggest issues is that we need hands-on employees in public works.
Right.
I would personally like to see some more youthful people in there that have the energy and willing to pick up trash, dump dumpsters in the morning before they get to stinking. Somebody that could take, you know, somebody that's a little more flexible.
A to Z.
A to Z, you know, and train them. You know, as opposed to having two higher ups that we're gonna have to pay for. I would prefer maybe a couple of youths that would gladly take 15 an hour, not looking for 31 an hour. Train them, get them to know what's going on and let them form their own resume and learn a lot from their elders or people that are qualified. I don't know, I just, hiring two bosses just doesn't seem to fit with me.
Oh, you would really be a boss.
Well, I wouldn't be a boss, but we got egos there
I
too.
get where you're going. So it would be my suggestion to the board to instruct the clerk to continue to advertise for this position, and if this gentleman comes back in June and something else changes in his life, then, you know, maybe we can talk to him again, but right now we need somebody to be able to do the groundwork.
You know, I have to say, I miss having Gretchen involved with Public Works, cause I'm looking at all the planter beds that we have, and that's cutting back all the plants, fixing the fences, pulling out the weeds, getting the trash out of there. This is all the kind of grunt work that has to be done, but is such a big part of our downtown is doing with this, and I'm looking like,
Dragging
who's
those.
gonna fix the fences and cut back all the Russian sage and the grasses and pull up, you know, we've got Now, I'm seeing invasive species and growing into that, and that's the get on your hands and knees with a trowel and a shovel and pruning shears and wire and baling wire and that's something that we really need for our parks is that kind of a worker to do that. And,
But if you remember what came with that was, months of not showing up and, a lot of stuff that came up with that, so. I don't totally, we miss having that, a person doing that work per se.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it's,
yeah, but I'm just saying that kind of a person, like, running the weed whacker, I mean, there's just so much of, like, as Kim says, that's just that kind of,
I
work.
think this gentleman would be willing to do all that. He sounded great as far as his way he spoke, his take on how he's perceived as a town employee.
Who is that?
This gentleman, Nick, but again, he makes most of his money going to Bremen. The reason why he can do this job, would be able to do this job, is because he has another job that pays all of his bills for the year. This is just like a supplementary job.
So if we don't find someone better by June when he comes back, he's good to.
Yeah, but we need somebody.
We need somebody now.
So he's gonna, if he's hired now, he's gonna leave next month anyway, or.
Well, he's
Yeah.
gonna leave in March, yeah.
March, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Sean, that's a great point, that we can be looking for other people and. If Nicholas comes back and we need somebody who's got his level of qualification, we can always, revisit that. But yeah, it is hard to want to like hire somebody right now and then leave in March.
By the time he gets a few weeks comfortable with everything, he's gonna be leaving.
Going, yeah. So, but I mean, and, Nicholas is a great dude. I think, like, he would bring a lot to like the teamwork side as well.
You know him?
Yeah, he's my friend Lily's partner. And he's a cool guy.
So, whoever we're looking at hiring, I'm looking at the work that I see needs to be done in the spring here. Like the tree pruning and the perennials getting cut back, all of that happens in March. That's when you really wanna have this all done before everything comes up, you cut the things back, there's so much that needs to happen. That's pre-summer.
Does Brent have time to do a lot of that stuff?
So, I don't know who that person is, I'd be happy to walk
Yeah,
around planting beds and say, this is what needs to be done, on cutting back the perennials and trimming the trees and fixing the fence that the deers have destroyed. There's so much of that I see that needs to get done. And,
So are you saying that you wanna hire him for a month?
well, is this somebody who would be willing to get down on their hands and knees and cut back all the Russian sage and do this kind of work, I don't know, I don't know.
When the mayor and I talked with him this morning, the mayor, as he had said, talked about everything. From garbage cans and mouse traps to cleaning up these beds here and.
Even hand watering, we said.
Everything needs a really good drink right now, all the trees need a good drink, especially the ones that more recently were planted like 3 years ago, they all need a drink, they don't have a root system right now that's developed enough. They need to be watered, we haven't had the water, and we're gonna lose a bunch of trees if they don't get hand watered. Same with the planter beds, they all need a really good drink, cause
Is
we
it
have.
okay, is it
we
okay
hire
if we're
one?
still freezing at night?
And then fences need to be repaired, there's just so much of that kind of.
Well, you could
Landscape.
dictate to Brent that, by Monday is, water trees,
Yeah, that's
Tuesday
good, yeah.
is cut back fence,
He's on the,
Wednesday is,
Yeah, on the thing,
he's on the screen right now, he's hearing everything.
Have like one day for the trees and stuff.
yeah, and get some of this preliminary, okay, and Thursdays. And then your other jobs.
2 weeks would be a world of plenty. For watering and weeding and fence repair and pruning. But, you know,
Can Brett,
you know, 40 hours would probably take care of a lot of it, but everything needs to be watered. And the flower beds and all that need maintenance. So,
Maybe Gretchen used to do that when she was the public works person. If the Gretchen used to do that.
2 weeks, 2 weeks would bring us all up to where we need to be.
I agree with you. Yeah. Brent, you're gonna have to arrange that for yourself. And get that started.
Dennis, would you repeat what you said? I'm sorry, you were addressing me?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard what Kidman was saying about the planters and plants and the watering. We're gonna have to get that going. Public Works gonna have to get that going.
Well, is it all right if I've listened to everybody speak. Is it all right if I put my 2 cents in on this?
Sure.
Okay, well, yeah, Nick kind of hit us, he kind of hit us with a bombshell. He mentioned that he was gonna be gone, but he didn't tell me when or how long. And today, I think he found out how long he was gonna be gone, so it was a little bit of a jolt. I wasn't expecting it so soon, and just like Kizen said, yeah, this is when we really need to get going, is right now. And but also, if we do get him going, we've got him for a full month, and we can get a lot done. And then we can. What I think we can do, and this was a tentative plan anyway, was to get somebody that has groundskeeper experience and qualifications, somebody that can run the mowers and weed eat and do the trash and do those kind of things in addition to. So basically, what I'm thinking is as we move along and as we get qualified applicants, we hire Nicholas. He can do the work, and he's qualified to do more advanced work, but he's totally willing to do what's necessary. He's wanting to. I mean, what I got is that he wants to give back to the community, and this is his way of doing it. He's not looking at this as his primary money-making opportunity, so that he understands that it's about taking the trash out and mowing the lawn and making sure the parks are clean and everything's taken care of, the streets are swept and that kind of thing. So what I'm thinking about is that, yes, we could definitely use him and utilize him to get things ready for the summer. And in the meantime, we can continue to look and then hire somebody that can come in and operate as a groundskeeper for the summer, that can help us with the beddings and the lawns and basically the groundskeeping work. So I mean, this is a doable thing, and then whenever once we get that settled, then we'll have people that are qualified on different levels to do different things, and they'll be able to interchange their work. And
Brent, if the board decides that they're gonna do that for the month or 3 weeks, however long he's gonna be here, he's still gonna need a hand. So the both of you are gonna have to do it together.
well, I understand. And that's,
One other thing, Brent, is,
I'm totally willing to work. I'm not against work. So.
we still need a plan for snow as well, even if, after he leaves, March, April, May, we could definitely get a pretty good amount of snow if it's, late snow season. Are you listening to me?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so we still need to have some sort of coordinated plan if we do get, over 4 inches of snow.
Have you guys looked at my report yet?
I looked at it,
Okay, it addresses that issue in the report. It talks about county collaboration and basically, yeah, well, I got my lesson on snow plowing this past few weeks. So I don't have any problem plowing the roads. So we'll just plow the roads. If I'll get what the county can't get and we'll get it knocked out. That's the plan.
Why am I having a hard time finding it?
It should be under in the folders.
Does he have a salary requirement? Hourly rate there is.
If we hire Nick, we're gonna need to hire 2 people anyway, someone while he's gone on too, so we. Is that?
And that's why we got rid of everybody before.
I think we should continue to, I think we'll put Nick on for the month to get this stuff going. And then continue to advertise for someone, for when he hits the road, we can fill that spot.
Yeah, and I think if we just tell him, like, just be honest with him.
Yeah,
Like,
he's,
hey, like, we want, this looks great, you look great, like, we really need help for the month.
he was, I think we mentioned something similar to that, and he was
Yeah.
fine with it. I mean, he's going,
Right.
no matter what we do, he's leaving.
Just like part-time.
It says there's no reports in there.
Temporary for a month,
No, if you go to.
is that what you guys?
You-
Let him work easier, and then he leaves the jobs open for someone else.
Thought I read it.
You know,
I mean, have we
should
had
continue to
anyone-
advertise.
Have we had anyone else apply for the position right now? No.
Secret.
As far as the back, it's for sure.
Not everybody has payroll is food on it.
I see the hiring recommendation.
It's right before correspondence, it's like. Around 65.
He's starting at 47 an hour. He's only made 41 an
Oh,
hour,
okay, I got it.
38 an hour, 35 an hour.
Brent, are you still there?
But like you said. It's.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's always gonna be.
How many hours a week in March do you think we need somebody?
Well, considering what we've got going on, now here's what I initially talked with Nick about during our interview. In our interview, I said we would start out at 20 hours a week. He was willing to work more. So what we could do is we could shift him full time for the month. We hire him tomorrow and we get him in here full time, and we work full time for the next 30 days until he leaves to get caught up and to get everything prepped for summer. And then, I mean, that would be a way to work around that and to maximize his time here, the 30 days that we do have with him. And then when he comes back, he can come back to 20 hours. So, I mean, that's where being flexible with our staff is gonna help us. But he was totally good with 40 hours, and actually I'll just say in the interview he was really hoping that this was going to be a full-time job or something that might lead to a full-time job.
Times down during like some of our busiest months, right? Well, May and June is like.
We have a lot of downtime, a lot of downtime.
What if we hire him as a temporary employee for the next month and like 30 hours, they compromise? I mean, cause it seems like
But he would need like Kissing to show him what to do with the fence and stuff, or someone who knows about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so you know, I won Yard of the Month in my city. I'm pretty well versed in landscaping.
I know nothing about plants.
Please sign up.
I think that we can, if the help is needed, and it does sound like there's like a lot to do right now, I think it is probably more than Brent can do by himself. As the first, the initial point, like, do we agree on, does everybody agree on that?
I agree
That we
with
need
you.
another person
I
to help?
agree with you.
I have no idea.
Like, if Brent's doing water and sewer and trying to maintain everything, like, during a really busy time, I think he needs help. So, and this is the only person who has offered to help so far.
I don't think this has been advertised properly. The ad that's up is from October.
Do they expire?
Don't know if it expires, I just think it's crappy advertising, that's all.
Okay, we should add, we'll
Like up
work
there.
on it.
The only place this is up at the post office and on the.
Well,
It's in.
I wouldn't mind seeing some other applicants. I mean, I think Nicholas has some great skills for that part of the public works job. I mean. The heavy equipment, machinery, all of that, I think are really great skills. But, you know, like, I think the idea of advertising somebody who is willing also to bag the trash and that part of the job is essential. That work out of public works and, you know, advertising, and that could, you know, that's somebody you're gonna need spring all the way through the summer into the fall. I look at too, as the summer events all come in, all the trash, hauling garden hoses all around the parks, and there's so much of that.
What do you think about offering Nicholas a temporary position for March? We can set an hourly
It would be
rate.
February.
February, yeah, and. We can pick the rate. And how many hours. And then we put out the advertising again for someone who is gonna be here over the summer.
Yeah.
And if Nicholas comes back and we still need a hand and he still wants to participate, you know, maybe we revisit this whole relationship with him.
But I like the idea of a temporary employee to get some of the work that needs to be done now. And then, and advertise for putting out more advertising, because this is a nice job for somebody, so, and,
is that a motion?
I think that was doing this motion.
I make a motion that we hire Nicholas Giari for a temporary public works position in the month of February at allow my motion perhaps, but we need to pick an hourly pay and amount of hours a week. I don't really know, maybe 30 hours a week,
Is that a motion?
that's a motion,
I'll second that.
right? And then
Any more
discussion,
discussion?
What pay rate?
You didn't say that.
maybe Benji, you pitched 30 hours a week,
Keep it at the same
Up to 30
up
hours.
to,
hourly rate and 30 hours a week.
what's the hourly rate?
20, I
20?
believe it was 20, is that correct?
I believe that's what Brent said he discussed with Nick.
We discussed $20 an hour with him. He was agreeable to that.
Okay, so. An amendment to the motion is to add in up to 30 hours a week at $20 an hour.
Any more discussion?
I thought, Dennis seconded,
No, I'm just asking about the discussion.
I'll second them,
No, we got a second.
okay,
We're asking about a discussion, if there's any more
oh,
discussion.
I'm sorry.
All in favor?
In the discussion, it was talked about to re-advertise. Did you guys make a motion to re-advertise this position so that we can look for a secondary position? Do we want to do that?
We don't need a motion for that, we'll do it as a direction.
So
Okay.
Was part of that motion to advertise for a position?
No, I didn't put advertising in as a part of the motion. I figured we could direct RAL to.
To advertise it, they leave it.
Direct RAL to direct Patty or whatever.
Okay.
Thank you.
Whenever you advertise a position, the original one is public works employee, are we asking for public works? Again, or seasonal?
Put in the record, Dennis is leaving at 2:27.
Yeah. RAL is
Thank you, Dennis.
asking.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
You're promoted other end for the.
Bye, Dennis.
Miss you.
Miss you.
How do you get promoted down though? That's my question.
For the new advertisement, is it public works employee, is it seasonal labor, what exactly? Am I advertising?
I think as an employee, because ultimately we wanna get somebody and keep them, right? Like, that would be the goal, is to like get someone who's gonna stay.
I can write a job description for the advertisement. I'll be more than happy to do.
We already have a job description, but I would appreciate help rewriting it as
Yeah.
there's been complaint about how it was advertised originally.
Well, yeah, and I've read over the original job description. I have to say, I think if we can definitely hone that in and make it much more applicable to what we really need to.
Okay, let's work on that together, Brent.
Okay.
Are we moving on now? Do you feel good about that, or do you wanna? Yeah. Probably use a lot of the old one, but refine it.
I'll put it in the paper too.
Yeah, I think we should. What's happening with the paper? It's really expensive, I mean, to use the.
It's definitely more expensive to print things in Eagle than it is to put it in the Courier or elsewhere.
You think we should?
I think you should put it in Eagle because that's the paper that most people read in town, that's what you're getting the information on.
Everybody can sign in, please. Thanks for coming, everybody. I guess we'll have to, we're gonna be jumping around a little bit. We've moved to this so that we can. Trying to see what we're skipping over.
I'm skipping over the outflow meter replacement and the water treatment plant. And then the RIC 2022 monthly report.
Hopefully you don't collapse.
Over the 15 capacity.
Now we just quickly do the bricks grant. So I'll just read the report real quick, and if there's any questions, I'll try to answer them. Find it. Mitigation of the town. The mitigation on the town cemetery was completed. 2 10-acre shaded fuel breaks on the north and west sides of the 40-acre parcel was done. Mr. Johnson, owner operator of Moonglow Enterprise LLC, was called to the devastating fires in California and was gone for 2 weeks in January. Therefore, mitigation for fuel breaks was suspended. We are waiting for a response from FEMA to see if we can mitigate during the month of February. A letter from the biologist stated there are no Mexican spotted owls in the area, and the area was sent. If approved, we would be able to mitigate in February. More roadside thinning in the town took place in January as well. To date, we have completed 30 acres of fuel breaks and 3.25 acres of roadside thinning. The state is working on reimbursements for the town expenses that have been turned in. Julie Byers, mitigation specialist for Colorado Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, has been working on the final step for approval to reimburse. She has told me that the first reimbursements take the longest, and after that, it should go smoothly. She has also mentioned her office is understaffed. This is from Allison, our director and manager of the bricks mitigation grant. Any questions? Right now, if we don't get that extension from because of the Mexican spotted owls, then we will have to start back up in September. And that's the way it goes with this particular grant. Flow meter real quick, or is that, do we go out for bid on that flow meter, or are we?
No, there was no bid.
There's no bid. Did we need to, or is it something that, I mean, how does that work?
We need to.
I think he was waiting for a quote for some time, and then they came back and said they were just gonna start working, so he just got the quote, but now that you have it, you probably should go out to bid on that too.
Would it be a request for a quote, or quote?
Sorry, request for a quote.
All right, I guess we'll discuss this. It's under letters of support for Foxden Studios and staff reports regarding Foxden Studios. I assume you all are in support of Foxden Studios. Let me just go back real quick and just explain something. When we originally had this space for rent, part of the deal was that we were gonna allow Dewey to come in and set up her shop. I think we set, was it 6 months originally?
It was month to month.
It was always been month to month. And that there was an agreement that as soon as the town, no matter what, if the town needed the space back, that Dewey would have a 1 month notice, and that she would be ready and able to leave whenever we asked her to leave. So we've given her, I don't know, maybe in a year and a half, 2 years. Month to month lease, and we hit a point where we were getting some complaints and, about the way that it was kind of like we were asking basically for her to not leave her, there's just a bunch of ongoing complaints that were happening and decided that we wanted to terminate the lease because we felt like it was not being mitigated the way that we thought it was gonna be mitigated. And that it was, a continual problem that we were facing. The one thing to keep in mind that this is the town hall building and it's not really set up for businesses. I mean, as much as we would like it to be, these walls are really thin. You can hear a lot of stuff, you can smell stuff, there's things happening in this building, so it starts as a town hall building, and if it actually disturbs the town hall business in any way, really, town hall really is first here. So have to remember that as much as we wanna support Dewey in the space, we do feel as though town hall is number one. And so we've gotten basically complaints from each one of the people that work in this office about things that have been happening here. And yes, there probably could be, we probably could work out a compromise, but we do feel like the town hall was being disturbed by renting the space as a business. So.
I prepared just a simple statement
Mhm.
about what's going on.
Yeah, why don't you?
Yeah.
Wait, let me just ask the board if they have anything to say further about that.
I mean, this is like a beautiful outpouring of support for
Yeah.
Dewey's business and the space that she creates there. And it does say a lot
I agree.
about the space that she holds and what she means to the town. And I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yes, please.
This community art space and sewing shop means a lot to the neighbors of Crestone. The notice to end my lease contains false accusations as well as retaliation. In May of 2024, town posted a notice to quit for Reiki Loom on their town hall meeting agenda. This was in regards to a dog that was heard barking during a meeting that took place when town hall was technically closed at a time that is stated in my lease that I am permitted to be in the building due to the thin walls and how easily the sound carries through the building. This is something that could have been avoided if I had known there was a meeting scheduled for when my lease says I can be open. Unfortunately, the dog who disrupted the meeting was starting to have major health issues, unable to get up on his own, and I had stepped across the street to grab a snack. I have a lease here. Town has my name on file, yet they couldn't offer me a direct notice of a legal threat against my business. Legal terms for a business that does not reside in my space for issues that I was not given time to defend or address. I had a fellow artist, Jeff, show up that day the meeting was scheduled, as I had a job on the other side of the valley that conflicted with the board meeting. The message I received from Jeff was clear. I needed to mitigate my oldest dog from barking, an issue that had happened 2 separate times when I left him unattended at the shop. The second time was when I stepped out late at night for 20 minutes for a benefit fundraiser at the Cloud. I showed up late to donate and then left promptly after. I never left my dog Blue alone for extended periods in the shop after May of 2024. He couldn't get up on his own and was losing his vision. In July of 2024, I was put on the docket again to address the issue that was brought up in May. Since my shop was not only properly listed on the docket, it was not properly listed on the docket then. Unfounded claims, the dog poop outside is from me, and the past issue of my oldest dog barking while I had temporarily stepped out of the shop. Due to the high dog walking traffic in front of my shop, I have spent many mornings cleaning dog poop as well as human poop from the area in front of my shop. I had been out of town off and on most of the summer to be with my father during his chemotherapy. The town board informed me that is why they waited till July to address the prior issues with me. The desire for the board to evict me was halted by the fact I had already taken steps to remediate the barking in May. I hadn't left my dogs unattended in my space since then. The verbal agreement was that if I had no more complaints, I would not be evicted and that we would meet to reassess the lease in January. Since July of 2024, I have experienced continued pursuit and slander against my shop and character, despite the fact I remedied the issues addressed at the meeting in July. The emotional duress caused by slander, active pursuit, and targeting from the town hall enforcement code agent needs to be addressed today. I have filed my complaint along with 4 other written statements to the active targeting of your town representative, Mateo. I did bring, just in case board members haven't seen the complaint, there's my statement, 4 other statements. So if you guys want to look at it. The notice I received on the 23rd of January says that the town board made a decision to end my lease due to hearsay regarding Mateo and accusations that I have not remediated the barking of the. The dog that is barked during the spring complaints passed away on January 2nd. He has been by my side due to mobility issues. Oh, sorry. Apologize. Due to mobility issues and not left alone since spring. I had to pick him up just to get him to stand or in the truck. I witnessed every poop that dog made, and not once did it happen without me cleaning it up. The hearsay of multiple verbal altercations with town hall enforcement needs to be addressed. At the start of the town hall enforcement slander of my shop, I asked him calmly in public around witnesses to stop spreading lies about my business. This was in August of 2024. The witnesses working at the Cloud wrote statements about their interaction, and they are also included in my official complaint. After the incident, I was informed about retaliation for these direct requests, threats to write tickets for anything he could, whether it be dogs or the smell of marijuana. The people he vented to quickly told me I needed to watch out for him, trying to write me a ticket for whatever he could. Those retaliation comments were witnessed and statements were also included in my official complaint. This active pursuit from Mateo has caused major duress, making it incredibly hard for me to focus on my sewing work or the art events I have scheduled in my gallery. On January 3rd, 2025, the day after I buried my dog, and the week after my Saguache Firewise Safety Officer Type 1 Daniel Johnson had informed me of Mateo's newest attempt to slander me at work, I finally raised my voice at Mateo. I was extremely emotional. Having to bury a dog I've had for 15 years broke me. I told him through my tears that if the slander continued, I would be pursuing legal action, that the dog he claimed was barking all of the time was dead, and that he needed to stop spreading rumors to my safety officer, which could put my potential work as a wildland firefighter with Saguache County at risk. Something I have worked and trained hard for. My safety officer's statement is also included in my complaint against the town hall enforcement. I told Mateo I would not tolerate his need to spread rumors about me anymore, that it need to stop or I would be taking him to court. This letter from the board with its untrue claims that I failed to remediate these issues is retaliation for me standing up for myself against town hall enforcement's agents' slander, targeting, and active pursuit. Slander is a very serious issue that has cost me lots of work and artists, and to reduce me first calmly requesting a town hall representative to halt the rumors and slander 6 months ago, and last January when I was mourning my dog's death to stop or I will be pursuing legal action into a verbal altercation is manipulation of the facts. Did your representative have to go to such a degree to slander and actively target me for 6 months? To cause me to lose textile artists and clients? To slander me to the point where his rumors could risk my county and state work with wildlands firefighting? I have no option but to retain an attorney due to the severity of this issue. This gallery and community art space has had a positive impact on many people in Crestone. I've worked hard to be a member of this community and bring art, hat making, and a unique experience to the area. I've spent my time not in the gallery working to create a fire break above town and training to be ready to protect our area should a fire break out here. Making art and being available to my town as a seamstress or a firewise worker is what matters most to me. The town has received a stack of letters from clients, students, artists, patrons, and people who truly appreciate what I have brought to this community. People who believe in having a viable hub for artists and creators to trade skills and inspiration. These are people who would like to see me stay in my present location or at least be given more time here so I may find another space in town and continue to provide a platform for artists to create and share their art. I would now like to open the floor to members of the community who want to speak on behalf of Boston Gallery. I was given a stack of letters the past couple of days. Should I hand these to clerk? These are letters from the community that were just given to me the past few days. Thank you. And that's really the statement I prepared. And I don't know if anyone on the board wants to see my complaint that I filed.
So I think the main thing is just keeping the complaint separate,
Okay,
because it's
No
kind of a
worries.
separate issue.
well, it was in the letter, so that's why I'm addressing it now.
Yeah, the complaint is a little more, it doesn't really have anything to do with the lease and.
Get it?
But it was included in our package.
It was included in the note, telling me, if you guys would have said, hey, we need the space back. This would have never happened. I wouldn't have had to sit down with a lawyer about the fact that I've been slandered to the point of me actually having artists take quilts out of my shop and then call me and apologize from New Mexico that the quilts didn't smell because I've never once smoked in that building.
Right.
So
One thing I know with Dewey, she doesn't smoke around her hats and stuff from the old shop also and the shop. I don't know.
also quit smoking, last
Well,
year.
I mean, the main issue that came up was when you brought in your, a person to, represent you that one day. We kind of like we had a discussion about whether we should just ask you to leave at that point.
Mhm.
And it was kind of like the representative kept stating, well, she wants to stay, she wants to stay. So we said, well, let's give it 6 more months. And it seems like in that 6 months, all this stuff started arising.
Mhm.
Some of the things that the code enforcement does is kind of like, it's almost a separate jurisdiction. It's like having three separate, governmental entities. So we have the executive branch, which he would be part of. We're the legislative branch, and then you have the judicial branch.
I understand.
So we didn't really direct him to come after you or anything
I know
like that.
that
It was on
he
his own.
represents the town.
He does represent, he
Yeah.
represents one, and if there, I would recommend that if you need to, that would be how you bring it to the judicial branch to reconcile. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you bring it to us, we don't really have the
No
means
I
to
mean, that's why
reconcile.
I
Yeah,
filed, that's why I filed this. I just didn't know if people of the board had had an opportunity to seek out the fact that that has been filed, so that's why I
Right.
brought it up.
So I'm just saying that's why there's the
Mhm.
third branch. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work, where,
Understood.
yeah.
Okay.
So, in the lease is another issue though, because we feel as though. And I was saying it before, that this is the town hall first, and then it becomes opened out, and even the upstairs apartment, if it was. Something where, we had a problem with, say, I don't know, people partying up there or whatever it is, it wouldn't work for
Of
the
course.
space, so.
And my lease is very specific because of that, and I feel like I've done everything asked in my lease to not be in there when you guys are having meetings, because it is. And honestly, when you guys end up having special meetings at a time when my shop is open, I generally leave because number one, I can't play music and I don't wanna be disruptive. Even though in my lease, it says I'm supposed to be in there. And number two, I don't wanna hear what's coming through the walls, cause it's none of my business and I can hear every word. It's a very thin wall. My understanding is a partition wall, so. There's been days where I've left because I can hear everything and I'm like, I just can't, so I'll leave. And that's okay with me, because having that space has been incredibly treasured in the time that I've had it. And it's affected a lot of people, which is why they're here. The amount of people who said that they wanted to write a letter, or that they wanted to be here when they heard that I was facing this letter that I received, kind of speaks volumes, but I feel like I've done my best to not be a nuisance to y'all, so.
I've definitely not been nuisanced by in the time that I have been here and in the many evening meetings that I've been here, I've never. I've never had a problem, and
I feel like I was playing music one night and then I walked to leave and saw the light on and was like, God, so was I being too loud? Because I don't wanna be disruptive, that's not what I'm here to do. So,
Well, I'd like to speak on Mateo's behalf, that, he goes above and beyond not to write a ticket. I mean, he is the sweetest person. He tries to get along. He does not want controversy or conflict. He tries to diffuse it at all costs. I mean, we've seen that with buses parking forever in different parking spots. We don't wanna go to court.
I understand
It
that.
costs a lot of money, and Mateo is really working with us, and he takes most of his directive from us. He's not a man on his own, just being, Matt Dillon running through town, picking on
He
people.
takes his direction from the legislative part of the,
Right,
not us directly.
but, I know that he goes above and beyond trying not to create conflict, so I'm curious, and I'm a little concerned that he's not here to face his accusers.
I think he should be allowed to read too what other people have said, because I have witnesses where I came to him very calmly 6 months ago and said, please do not do this. And I have 2 register workers at the Cloud who said, I will be happy to write what I saw. And which was him being asked to please leave because he raised his voice at me when I said, please do not slander my business. And I even came to him saying, I'm not here to fight with you. I was very calm the first approach, and I said, you are costing me business. I have people pulling out of my shop because of your spreading rumors that I'm smoking weed in there. And I need you to please stop, and I'm not here to fight you. And he puffed up his chest and started yelling at me. So I don't know if it's a personal thing against me, because I understand what you've seen from him has been very different. And so I hear what you're saying, but unfortunately I haven't had that experience on a one-on-one when it comes to him. Yes, when I approached him January 3rd, I was loud, I was crying. It's been 6 months and me possibly having to deal with, well, thankfully my fire boss is very level-headed, and his statement's very clear. I've never smelled like that. I'm always sober because I've been training very hard to be a part of the wildlands fire community, and that's a big part of it. So, I don't know, I would encourage you to, when you have time, maybe read the complaints, because it's more than just
I've
mine.
read.
We have both sides, but
Okay.
I also don't wanna, kind of go down the code enforcement.
No worries, I just, and I hate that I had to include it, it was a part of the letter, so,
So yeah, this is an unfortunate situation. The town council here, I think pretty much all of our members are known for being real supportive of artists. We sponsor all kinds of community events, especially things that are dealing with, whether it's a music festival, or 4th of July, or the Energy Fair, Saturday markets in the park, which support local artisans and vendors in order to be said. I think the town is very supportive of art and artisans and craftspeople. And you have a really cool shop. You have a really cool shop. What you're doing there is really cool. From what I have heard as a townsperson, of the town council, as over the last year and a half, we have had our staff, and you talk about how thin the walls are. We have had complaints from our staff over barking dogs. And that hasn't just been a one time, it's something that has come up, barking dogs. And then the dogs being left in there while you were gone and barking. And you and I had a brief conversation one time, you kind of apologized to me, it was all fine. As I was coming up to town, your dogs were in the car, and as I walked by, your dogs were like bark, 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 bark. Okay, so it surprised me, but it wasn't a big deal. So what we're hearing from our town staff are things like dog poop being out on the sidewalk out front and not being picked up in a timely fashion. So a lot of it comes around truthfully about dogs and about staff being in here trying to work within walls and the dogs are barking. Or stepping outside, or somebody's coming into the building and stepping on dog poop. I'm a dog lover. Okay, and most of us are, it's not about whether we like or we dislike dogs. But this is a situation that's been going on for a while. And there has been little things brought up that has said, you know, gotta do something about the barking dogs, and then it seems like it would get better for a while, and then. I don't know, maybe somebody has to run to the store, or there's something that happens and stuff happens, you know, or you need to go away for half an hour or whatever. But it kind of comes down to. That's a month-to-month lease. And there is an unresolved issue about dogs. And the staff has felt disrespected because they have said, oh my God, you know, the dogs are just barking and, you know, it's driving me crazy. And so that was an issue that really needed to be acknowledged and resolved in order to make the situation be workable. We do have a really cool shop, but those problems have been kind of ongoing. And it had gotten to the point on the month-to-month lease to say, what are we gonna do here? And so that's kind of where we're at right now is, despite warnings, there still have been issues about dogs, dog barking, dogs pooping. And the noise coming through it, and as Benjamin says, you know, the walls are thin. And how can we solve this?
I do feel like we're making an assumption that it's Dewey's dogs that are pooping outside the door.
I'm letting this out there because it's not.
Hang on.
Hang
We
on a
wanna,
second.
we wanna go.
It's
through-
not a matter of whether we support art or we think that she's a good person or that we like dogs, we don't, or whether it should be a studio or not. Because the studio was really cool, but I think if we're gonna have an honest conversation here, we need to be able to say what has been the problem point for the town.
Can I read one thing real quick? We have this summary of tenant violations. This did not come from the code enforcement officer. It came from somebody else. Repeated violations of town code, multiple documented incidents of excessive dog barking during town hall open hours, meetings, and when left unattended in her business space. Dogs observed off leash on multiple occasions, violating town leash laws. Witnessed incidents of marijuana smoking emitted from her business space in violation of town ordinance. History of complaints and non-compliance, numerous verbal warnings given over the past year by both town clerk and code compliance officer. Previous tenants and business neighbors have issued complaints about disturbances caused by the tenant's dogs. The tenant has a history of similar complaints dating back to 2022, as documented in a letter from the former mayor. Despite multiple opportunities to correct behavior, compliance has been inconsistent or non-existent. Disruptive and unprofessional behavior, the tenant publicly confronted the code enforcement officer in a local grocery store, leading to a situation where store employees had to intervene. Witnesses stated that the code compliance officer did not handle the confrontation professionally, and one person reported that they brought up the tenant's conduct without prompt on 2 occasions. The tenant later confronted him again at town hall in an inappropriate manner in front of the staff. Despite multiple opportunities to address concerns formally, the tenant refused to file a complaint for months, eventually submitting one only after receiving a notice to quit. Misrepresentation of facts and continued non-compliance. Tenant claimed that the dog responsible for excessive barking had passed away, yet 20 minutes of serving her notice, the remaining dog was found locked in her business space, barking incessantly. This directly contradicts her assertion that she has resolved the issue and demonstrates ongoing non-compliance with the previous warnings and requests. Pattern of behavior indicates that the tenant has not taken feedback seriously or implemented any meaningful changes despite repeated efforts of town officials to assist her.
I have not left my dogs alone in there since the last meeting I had with you in July and also in May. They have not been left alone in there. So any barking that has happened, I don't know how the young one is remediated immediately. I'm next to her, I grab her, I stop her.
Mhm.
She's almost 3, we're still doing a little training, but there hasn't been any incessant barking. There's some things that are stated in there that I'm not sure.
I mean, I think it's
exactly.
just gonna be like kind of a back and forth and we can have a decision. How about we,
I
we
just
do
have a
this?
question
Okay,
that would clarify.
okay.
I don't understand how, if she's not supposed to be here when you guys are having meetings, then why are you here and hear the dogs? Is there some?
No, I haven't heard the dogs. It's that we are, so this is the town hall, so we're open from, 9 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. And
She knows that and then she can come in the evenings?
I don't know exactly the details of the exact lease.
Okay, I mean, I'm just
I-
confused why.
He says I have the option to come in the evening, but to be quite frank, especially when I was doing wildlands mitigating, I did not have the energy. But when I was not doing that, yeah, there'd be some late nights I'd come here and try to get some projects done for clients, I'm a hard worker, so if I have the energy, I'll.
So why don't we, start with this end and work our way this way, and you guys can give a few minutes, a minute and a half of what you wanna say.
Do you get a chance to finish what she was saying?
Yes.
Would not be respectful?
You weren't here for her complete letter. She actually got a long.
I have a full statement.
Okay, we're just talking the same.
No, you're good. Thank you guys for the time. I appreciate it. And I've done everything I can to mediate the problems. The bulk of my letter is because of things I feel that are happening between the enforcement. I understand that he's not here. That's not your guys' branch, but it wasn't a letter, so. And
Well,
on advisement of.
The complaint will have to just be submitted in a different fashion. We'll have to work on it.
And I didn't submit a complaint. I went and picked in a form up from her in August and sat there with the complaint form in front of me. Caught COVID during that time, so I had plenty of time to think about it, and I thought about just being the bigger person and letting it go. I see Mateo do a lot of hard work for this town. I see him be really nice, and then I see my interaction between me and him and what he's doing to me, and that is unfair. And so that is why it was in my letter, and also as advisement from a lawyer that I'm talking to, that it needed to be addressed. But thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Did you wanna do that? Does anybody wanna speak going this way?
Steve?
Yeah. I'm new to town, Derek, Jewish partner, also, I'm a firefighter type 1 and engine bus training. You said that you don't wanna discuss Mateo, he's not here to defend himself. I get that. Now, where are the people who complain about her? Are there written complaints, dates, and names? Otherwise, it's just a bunch of words, and that's all I have to say.
It's word against word, and the person here is not showing it themselves.
Correct.
Then what is there to accuse Dewey of?
Well, we're basically talking about the space next door. That's what we had talked about, and it kinda, there's obviously some merging that's happening between the code enforcement officer and the complaints
Yeah, that's
generated.
two separate issues.
They're kind of two separate issues, and originally, before you got here, I had stated that we had an agreement right from the beginning that this was a month-to-month lease. And if it wasn't working for the town, that the town had the right to ask her, give her a month in advance, and that she said specifically, and I clearly remember her saying that she was always gonna keep her space set up so that it wasn't a problem for her to move out.
Well, I'll admit that I have been smoking marijuana in the vicinity, and I will take claim of that. You can take that off of the accusation, I've been there frequently.
Well, that's fine,
Apologize for
but
that,
it's
and I will
also
try to
a,
keep that in the park, so any of my cars, so it doesn't disturb the town. Apologize for that, we'll try to keep that down.
So I'm next in line and I live and work right across the street. And I have personally benefited from her space in so many ways. She's mentored me on some creative things, allowed me to paint on big canvases that won't fit in my store, as well as hosted art on her walls without permission. And I know her schedule. I'm always able to see when she's here, and she's hardly ever here during the day. So I don't know how people could be complaining of her, whatever the complaint is, during business hours when she's not here during business hours. A, B, I'm always picking up dog poop in front of my store over there, always. And you know what? People's dogs get loose, they run around town, they poop. They're sweet, they might not bark, or they will bark, whatever, but there's dogs around this town all the time. Okay, so that is like a moot point, basically. The dog poop, nobody can blame her dogs for that. And then the pot smoking, this is a town full of potheads. How can you blame her for that? I've been in her place. I wanted to smoke weed and she's like, no, we have to go, we can't, you know? And I don't smoke weed much, but I like to smoke sometimes and get creative. Smoking weed is legal here. We do it outside.
It's kind of legal. It's not supposed to be done in public, as you know.
I guarantee you as a firefighter, she's not smoking or she ain't.
Well, I know, I'm not saying that she was smoking or not. I don't wanna say that she's smoking or not. I'm reading what I read. Point is that this is town hall and we are trying, as we are, to try to bring it back into a more peaceful environment.
You guys really want the museum there, right?
The museum's over there.
Like the point of kicking her
Not
out.
We want
necessarily.
a larger meeting area, so we don't have to worry about the floor caving in because it's a capacity of 15 people.
No, we don't.
Well, anyway, I mean, I was on the Crestone council with Kyrena years ago, and I know she worked really hard to make this town a creative district. And when we lose one person, that's like 1/5 of all the businesses here. She generates business for us. We generate business back. We send each other back and forth. You know, she's the only other gallery space for alternative artists that aren't gonna pay 1,500, whatever the price is to be in the other gallery. So, you know, the space is limited here, and this is supposed to be a creative district. It's supposed to be.
Never really passed as a creative district, unfortunately. It didn't pass as a creative district, but it is a creative place and I have absolutely nothing against what she's doing. That's not the problem.
But so then if you guys want your space, why are you fabricating all these things?
That's not
and
what
allowing people to make up
we didn't
stuff about
fabricate
her?
much. That wasn't. So, I meant, let me just speak, we didn't fabricate much in that. Let me say one thing, let me finish what I'm saying, please. In that we might have another option for this space, that's what I'm trying to say. But that doesn't mean we fabricated an option, we basically are saying that this space is part of town hall. And we wanna bring it back as part of town hall. That's what we're trying to say.
And excuse me, we don't have to fabricate anything.
All right, fair enough. Then allocated a very decent amount of time for her to grab her things and find another place first.
Yeah, we've tried that already.
A letter stating just that would have been much simpler than a letter stating, accusing me of things that I haven't mitigated or issues, but like turning me and telling me.
So when we originally sat down with you, when we wanted to sit down with you in, I forget, in 2024, when you sent Jeff here.
You didn't have my business name on the docket. I found out the day before and I had a job at a big road in the middle of the valley that I was assigned to go work at.
But then every single month, you could have put yourself on the docket. It's on the
I
agenda.
put myself on the docket.
Yeah, you can put yourself on the agenda.
Forgive me for being ignorant to how this all works, because.
Well, I mean, you send somebody, we tried to explain to him.
I asked him to be a messenger so that I could figure out what this was about, because there was an artist.
We were basically trying to figure out. Say it again, I'm sorry.
You guys put an artist whose art was hanging on my walls, her name on the docket. You have a list with my name on it.
I don't remember.
That was It said.
What
notice
actually
to
happened?
For Reiki wound, that's not my
We did send
business.
notice to
Yeah.
wait for ranking, and we addressed that in the meeting, that it was actually boxed in.
And that is why I sent Jeff, was because I could not take work off and I trusted him, he's an artist I had hanging on my walls, to report back to me factually what this was all about. I needed that, but I couldn't take time off for that.
Okay. So what's the best, what would be the most fair, best way to handle this all in general?
Thank you all.
Fair,
I asked a question.
wait, I'm asking a question.
I think you guys are in our whole meeting.
Okay,
Maybe a couple months of rent back. So she could actually be financial stable to make this move that you guys are so passionate about her making.
okay,
It sounds like you had two reasons for her to move. One would be because people had complaints about her. Her dog is gone. So the barking dog is probably not there anymore. And the dog poop is not hers. But it sounds like you have another reason, and that's because now you want to expand. That could take months. And I think you ought to give an artist in here is very creative, very integrated, very, very appreciated for the art that she does.
You're here.
Very complex situation there with all the things that she brought in there. She doesn't have another studio. The woman will not know what to do, and she has a business, and she's paying taxes and she's paying rent. There really should be an interim of time where you consider giving her the the amount of time she needs to move. Because if you have changed your mind and you don't want to expand, then she's moved out for no reason. So it really should be that you both consider the situation in a larger scale.
And I've been looking for a new studio, I've been on the hunt, I'm gonna continue to look, it's not something I have stopped ever since these issues arise, but I'm finding like a hair salon studio that's a closet across the street right now, like that's, I'm looking. I would love to keep my services in this town, which is a big reason why, I wanted to appeal this. So there could be at least time, because without time, there will be a boxing up of everything and me moving a sewing machine into a tiny room to at least do alterations, which is better than nothing, I guess.
I think there is like people who are supposed to be, representing this community, like the community's obviously coming to us looking to be represented. With and we should take that seriously in time.
I wasn't at the January 23rd meeting, but when was she given to get out by, like what date?
The end of the month.
End of the month?
well, what, was it January 23rd? It was January,
It was
January
January
7th.
13th
Oh,
was the
sorry.
meeting, and she was asked to vacate by February 29th.
It's such a short period.
The letter was given to me on the 23rd.
That initial letter said it would take 2 weeks to move.
What's that?
I think your original letter, when you were proposing to rent the space, you said that it was just, you could move. Just anything, if we had a problem or we needed it, that you could move in 2 weeks. Well, with that letter, you said it was the 15th or 13th, but we gave her till the end of February.
I didn't get it.
But I don't think, basically, we don't really need a reason, okay? But this is proven to be a controversy, and that's a problem. It's a problem for me.
There's 5 people, the 2 people are clearly in support of her, so is it a monopoly or what?
I'm
Like,
not against her support. I think it's a beautiful shop.
ultimately vote, but the board is.
I don't think the point is how fast I can move. The point is that there's a lot of support for this shop and it's on me and also the lack of spaces. I have not been able to find a place to move to, which, if you guys are like, we don't care, get out, then I have no choice. Because you guys are the owners of the building and I recognize that, but this is a plea to give this an opportunity so that I can find another place.
So what would be the most fair for you as far as timing?
Give me 2 months, I'm sure I can pull something, because I've been looking nonstop and I'm gonna keep looking, and I'm sure something will pop up, because we're having this change of seasons. And that's when a lot of things.
So like April, like the end of April?
That'd be great.
And I don't mean to come off as a curmudgeon, you know, I'm kind of passionate, but for her passion.
He's a curmudgeon.
I don't mean to be that way, I don't know anyone here
Can you
personally.
this map, sorry?
You know,
One second, I'm sorry, I wanna hear you, but, I just want this map to get everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, sorry about that.
I just wanna fight on her behalf, advocate that she gets treated fairly due to this situation, and everyone can walk away this amicably. I mean, heck, if you guys wanna expand this room, I'll even help you knock this wall down, alright? Alright? What, you know, I think right now at this point, it's pretty much we're all knowing where this is going. So, an allotted amount of time. And maybe since the complaints were made, and I don't feel like a whole lot of information was shared. You know, on a
There
very,
wasn't,
the communication line is, and I know, I should know what communication is, alright, trust me, and it definitely faltered in this case.
definitely.
So whenever, say, the complaints actually started piling up. Or maybe this altercation with this Mateo individual, I think that's fair if you reallocated some of that rent money she's giving you for finding a new place. I would find that very fair, and I'm making nothing off of it, this is her hard work. Cause once I start going out fighting fires, there's nothing we can't afford, alright? I'm actually looking for a place to buy. That's not a joke, so.
And I have spent many hours in doing shopping, working myself. Not during business hours. And so I know that at times the dog has barked. I have sat with the dog myself at times. And have very rarely heard them barking, honestly, and have been there in support of her, have worked with her directly. And I would like to, and I have my own business here too, that is being supported by working with Dewey, by working with Laura, by working with with all the artisans in this community, and the garden with Jenny, and just wanna feel, and myself am feeling not as supported as I would like to be by the town.
And there's been times I've had to leave and she's offered to watch Lunar, because I would not leave him there alone anymore, because he couldn't stand up on his own. So she's one of the many people I've leaned on to make sure that there wasn't any dog names anymore.
So I am seeing a lot of community support here, that everybody showed up here to say how much they support the studio and what she's doing. And so I just want you to know that we hear you on this. And I wanna just put out a couple of things. One is that, yes, indeed, that comes out to, as our town space is a priority, which is a main reason we did month to month, because there has been talk about doing things like a visitor center here. So, okay, there's been ideas that have been thrown out about the museum here. So there's other things that have been presented to the town as possibilities for the space that are kind of on the, what should we do with that space list? It's a prime location, we all know that, it's like one of the primo locations. And so there's things that the town have had people talk to us about, or that we ourselves have thought about for this space. But what I see is that you guys, what you're doing is really valuable. Those options at month to month, and we're also looking at doing some major renovation on the work, because we don't want to get ourselves involved with a lease and then say, oh, we're gonna be tearing out a wall. Oh, you know, you're gonna have this happening. So I have a couple of concerns. One is, if we look at moving forward with having you occupy this space longer, the acceptance that it's a month to month lease, and if 2 months go by or 4 months go by, and we're like, okay, it's a month to month. Are we gonna be faced with a whole other, everybody showing up and saying, oh, you can't do that? I mean, that's a concern, we wanna make it work.
Yeah.
I would consider myself, this is a board decision, but I would consider myself extending you some more time. But I feel like those issues that we have had regarding dogs or noise really, really need to be really addressed to make sure that this is being taken care of. This is a real disturbance if there's dogs barking in here. With staff, even though the door closes at 3, the staff is oftentimes here working from 5 to 6 o'clock at night. They're trying to, now that the door is closed, we can finally get some work done. We can finally make calls to the State Department or so whatever they need to do. And be able to have that time to focus. So it's not like because the doors are closed, that people are not working here. And actually, a lot of the real work gets done after that front door is
I
closed.
go over there and ask them if my music is too loud all of the time, because I wanna make sure while they're working, I'm not disturbing them.
Right, so, we would not be saying, okay, you can't be here at 10 o'clock. It's just that there's awareness of the space that you're sharing. And there, as being that accommodation, like, as you say, we hear through the doors, and so we might be looking at times like saying, okay, while we're having our regular meetings, we're in executive session. There's no privacy, and that's something that's a real issue for us, if we're having an executive session. So it's like, if we're gonna put agreements in place, those agreements really need to be held to. So we don't have to get to this sort of a place every month. And, and I don't think that the board can guarantee any kind of a length of time because of all these other things that are also in the works. But I would be willing to give a little bit more time to see how things are shaking loose. Maybe for you finding another spot, see what some of those options are that are on the table for us, what's happening there. How those are gonna manifest, and to see how it might work. But then if we come back and say, this is what we're proceeding, this is what our priorities are, we're gonna have to give you notice, that we could do so with grace.
Yes.
With
That's what I would
grace.
like, just say.
So, that's just my own thought, because I feel like it's important that we all try to work together.
I agree.
I think we should revoke Dewey's eviction.
Let's start, what, sorry?
I think we should revoke the eviction.
And may I say something just to
In
inform
person.
you, as in,
I don't think we should evict.
Please.
I don't think we should.
Let's go Dewey, then Ariel, then we'll start working this way. One sec.
Yeah, we also.
I do want to respond to you, and I would say there needs to be grace communication, but I would ask for that to, in receiving. And when I first came here, whenever there was like a special thing on the weekend, when my hours are open, Allison would come over and tell me. And I haven't had that same interaction since she left, and I would love that. I hate having my music on and hearing clanging here and going, oh God, am I being too loud for them? I would love for someone, if there's gonna be a special meeting, at the time my lease says, hey, you can be open, which is Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sundays are hard, I get one day off a week. To tell me, come over and tell me, like, hey, we're doing something, can you please be quiet? And I would appreciate that a lot, because that.
Ariel's next, yes, please.
Yeah.
I know this is gonna be really unpopular, but as a staff person who has worked here, I have been on the receiving end of hearing the dogs bark incessantly at times, and I have tried to talk to you about this multiple times because I didn't want it to escalate to a ticket or elsewise. And I can speak to the fact that right after I gave you that notice to appeal, your younger dog was in there with the lights off, door locked and barking. And we had just talked about this, and so I felt, kind of like unheard and, a little disrespected that like, we had just had this communication. And so I'm not saying I don't.
Sorry, is this in the last 3 weeks?
Hold on, let her finish. Let her finish.
Cause like this is very difficult to like address 20 people at one time, but I tried to address it one-on-one many times.
Oh, her car's.
Yeah, I came back, I came back and the door was closed, your dog was in there and he was barking and he was alone. Even if it was just like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it was. It's just the fact that like they are right, like I'm here often until 10 PM at night working. You know, Patty's here until late, Brett is here until late as well. And so I'm just saying like, not that you should be evicted from the space, but that there has to be some type of compromise, I feel. And if you are going to allow her to stay in the space, then maybe the compromise is that we just say like, no pets in the rentals, because we've already had, and not just from you, we've had issues with other pets in the rentals. We had a cat upstairs that sprayed everywhere and has cost us thousands of dollars of repairs in a sense. So could we just say like, no pets in the rentals? I could let you know, I could do better. Like, I didn't know Allison was doing that for you.
Yeah.
I could let you know when we're having special meetings, when things are going on here outside of that. And then, you know, is that fair?
I'd like to say Ricardo was with me that night, probably TMI, but the moment you gave me that letter, my mood started. That's my luck in this universe.
Yeah.
And I know I stepped out for 1 minute to my truck to go get special pair of hands. And he was with me the whole night. And I did not leave her there, so I'm not sure if it's my dog you're hearing because
It
this is.
wasn't, I
This is
walked
the
in
thing.
and I looked at your dog in the front, he was next to the door, he had glass everywhere. And the lights were off, you guys were nowhere to be found, the car was gone, and the dog was barking. And
This is an issue.
just beyond that, it's like, it has been an issue over and over throughout the year, and I've come to you so many times to talk about it. You know, and I just didn't feel like any resolve like came from talking to you about it. And we were doing that to like not try and have, you know, this blow up into a huge issue, so. And then the fact is that like, it was an issue even before I was here too, we have letters in your file that state the same things. The dog's barking, the dog's being left alone, the marijuana smoke, which I can't speak to.
And someone else also happened.
And someone also just, you know,
Just me.
someone just also said that they were smoking around the building. That maybe is what happened, but point is. That's also a code issue, you can't smoke or drink on town hall.
And I'm not
So
instructing
can-
people to do that. I tell people this.
I know you're not instructing people to smoke at your shop, obviously. I'm just saying it's something that people in your shop should know as well. That
And
this space.
like I said, I
can't be
spent a lot of time in Julie's shop and, you know, she hasn't smoked in months, so. At
Okay.
all. Anything.
Hang on one second before we let,
Complaints as well,
From the
we've
dogs
had
and the
complaints called in.
I told them that I would move this way.
I'm sorry,
No, it's okay, no.
that's all I have to say.
Okay. You have somebody behind you that wanted to speak, that's why I didn't mean it. Oh, yeah, I just wanna say.
He's had his hand up several times.
Yeah.
I can't see him over there. Let's. Okay.
Let's go.
What would be the most, what I said was I wanted to start at this end and work this way this time, is that okay? I'm sorry, we're just trying to keep it
I
organized.
just wanna make a quick note on the dog poo, definitely, there's often a dog running around, I just had a dog the other day come into my store, run around. I see dogs all the time, I pick up poo all the time, so.
It's a real issue, it's been
Yeah.
going back since the early 1900s. The first eagle, the very first eagle, front page, says dogs, problem, I mean, this isn't, so I mean, it's a serious problem, it's something that needs to be addressed.
So I'm just saying,
Not-
dogs can really clean the poo where it's coming, it could.
That's true,
You know.
you're absolutely right.
What they seen it.
Right.
Right. Yes, so, yes, Pam.
Okay, so I don't get a clear sense that it's very delineated what duties hours are, and when you're here at 10 o'clock, that's like, if she says she can have it after 5 o'clock on a Thursday until Sunday at 5 o'clock, then that's her time to have it, and even though you're working here at 10 till 10 at night, I mean, and yeah, the dog might bark once in a while. First of all, the old dog is dead. I have dogs, they bark too. And I come in there and they bark in your place, so therefore, you know, if her store is open, somebody else might come in with a dog that barks. I mean, that's, or you make that rule that says, okay, unfortunately, there's just no pets allowed. And I mean, I think unfortunately, it would be, you know, I know my dog went in there and peed on something of hers. But anyway, I mean, that's maybe the best thing to do is then if it's all down to this dog, you know, and that the dog barks once in a while, dogs bark. I mean, they're dogs.
I have dogs.
Exactly, that's what I'm just saying, but I'm like, when I asked like when her hours are,
Yeah,
I
no.
wasn't really sure.
Yeah, well, I actually don't know them either. I
Yeah,
haven't
you don't
seen.
know, but I'm just saying, like, if you're working till 10 o'clock at night, and it's her night, then how can you
But it's
complain
not
about
just
it?
at night, it's during the day too, it's at random intervals, it's at any time.
But I
the
feel like
dogs
she
are
says
there.
that she has the
And we do
space
have-
only at a certain
You know,
time
the
when
dog
you're not
walking
here.
is still an
It's an issue.
annoyance. And it's a
It's an
situation
annoyance.
that has to be dealt with, has to be worked out. If
Even bigger than Dewey.
the town grants her some more time, she's still gonna have to be aware of, okay, the past is the past.
That's right.
Starting from it now, no more barking, and that has to be an issue that, yes, still.
And I'm on top of it, every time she makes a noise, I grab her face, I'm working with her, she's the up one. It's not incessant when she barks now. You might hear it ruff, ruff, and I'm on top of her in 2 seconds, I'll get up from my sewing machine and grab her, because I don't want any more problems.
So maybe let's start from scratch right now on the dog issue, like,
Okay.
okay, past the past, and we're gonna move forward on the dog issue. But then what I sense is that I don't have a clear idea that the town has something better to do with that.
That's what
We might not.
Right now?
No, but.
Often.
Oh,
Right now you don't, and I agree that if you have this great idea and there's somebody that's like a tourism director that can be in there and.
we
you know,
we don't have an idea right now, but.
So then it's the best use of the space.
And there's a lot of sales taxes I give to the town, especially in the summer, because we have the art stuff out there, people coming to my gallery, I sell a lot of.
Because before her stop was here, I just felt like it was so dead on this corner. And like, I just looked in that thing and there was like some kind of art in there, but it was never open. It was so weird. And I think this keeps it lively in town. And I think she does want to do stuff and like, I just feel it's better than nothing.
Right.
Like nothing is not good and something is good. And start clear with the dog.
So I'd like to ask, did
This is a
everybody here,
No, these people over here have not spoken.
okay, but I wanted
This
to.
gentleman has been waiting. Let's.
Okay, but before we go to the next person. While Ariel, our town clerk, was talking, there was a lot of people talking over her. And interrupting her on what she said. Okay, and so I rather than arguing with what her reality is, I would really like you to have the respect to listen to what our town clerk had to say about what the situation is for her here. This is the reality that we're dealing with. And what she said was that the barking sometimes goes on incessantly, that she felt like she has talked and didn't get heard, that the barking continued even shortly after they had this conversation. This is the fundamental situation that we're dealing with going forward. There is no trust on our town clerk's part that if we allow the rental to go forward, that these problems are gonna be solved. Because there has been attempts at solving them over and over again. And everybody loves art, everybody loves your studio. But our priority is gonna be if our staff can do the work that they need to do. And not be sitting here being driven crazy because there's dogs that are barking and barking and barking. And that has to be solved, and our clerk needs to be heard and respected because her work is the priority in this building. So before we can go forward, that has to be acknowledged and dealt with.
Has the
She-
incessant barking continued since the mayor's passed? Because he was the loud nonstop barker.
I would say it's gone down since he passed.
Yeah, he was the loud guy.
I'm sorry for his passing.
No, I know you are. You were very kind to me the day I snapped on the tail. That's how that whole interaction started. So I know that you're sorry. I know you have dogs. I see them in here. They're awesome. You know, they come here late at night. They know my dog. Like, I support that sort of culture. But I have worked so hard with Lumiere's sickness to stop the barking, and I'm sorry that you feel that it hasn't been remediated or that you have not been heard, because on my end, I feel like I'm doing my best with what I got, and I'm sorry that you feel that you're unheard, because that's not what I'm voting for at all.
One of the suggestions was to have like a one person, like almost like a landlord type that was able to interact with you, as opposed to like. We'll do it.
Amazing. That would actually have made a lot of this situation feel a lot less scary and a lot less intimidating if I actually had a landlord. Like, there were days this summer where it was 115 degrees in there because our boiler's been on the fritz. And I had no landlord, and I'm sure that's a nightmare for the clerk to deal with because she's got so much on her plate where I'm coming to her and I'm like, what do we do? Who do I call if there's water coming through my ceiling, you know? Like, so I wish I had a landlord.
Earl, did you want to say any more? I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want her to go back to Ariel just to complete what was said, if there's anything else you want to say. What's your opinion on the situation as far as like how we move forward? You have.
I think what I said before, I mean, ultimately, obviously, it's up to you guys, you know, I don't know that you need to continue with the notice to quit. But if we do continue in this space, I think we should have like formalized rules about pets. And that should extend to everyone, like including me, about having a pet in the building, just say. No pets, and then we nip the problem in the bud, but I do agree with you guys that at some point you're going to want to have the use of that space, so. I feel like you need like a formalized agreement that it is month to month, and when you're ready to have that space, that's it.
Oh,
Yes.
well. My thoughts are that I would suggest that we continue with the month to month, extend it to possibly April, relook at this. To see, because apparently what you have stated to her has fallen on deaf ears. The problems still arise regardless. You don't think that any change is gonna happen up till April? Let's just extend it to April, stick to the month to month. If your comments are falling on deaf ears, we're gonna give her till April, it's plenty of time to.
Through April or April 1st, because we had said April 31st, April 30th.
It's at the end of April.
April 30th.
That way, everybody's got fair ample notice that, we can't do this, we can't do that. We need to abide by the rules as they exist and just plan on moving because, you know, we're gonna need that room. It's not big enough for a museum, maybe the overflow, but, I would like to see, and this wall is just, it's not a weight bearing wall. There's a lot of wiring in there though, so it's not a matter of just knocking it down. It's gonna have to be done.
I really want to hear from this gentleman after.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm kind of a stranger here. My name is Rob Galloway. I'm a retired professional musician. And I've become a friend of Julie's. And I just say this because I know what a problem it is, leading a creative artist's life. It's very difficult. It's one of the hardest working people I've ever known. I don't think you know what you have in terms of this place over here. It is golden. for this town. You like to be known as supporters of the arts. What better testimony to that than having an artist studio on your main corner? So my suggestion to you guys is this: instead of making her move, why don't you think about a better location for town hall?
We've thought of that. We've thought of that, yes.
Hello, I mean, this is the prime territory in town. I know, but
We have land already,
it could
trust me,
make you a lot.
we have
of
land
money.
for it.
And as far as.
I would love to
this-
have a new, I would love to have a
This
new.
used
Get
to
a
be
grant
a
for your
thrift
town,
store.
maybe.
This would be
So,
I mean, holy smokes, you know, you wanna be known.
But
as-
here's the thing is we don't have,
Finish.
okay.
Let me finish. You wanna be known as a supporter of the arts and having a creative arts district. What better way to do it? And by the way, in this wall right here, I'm also a building designer, retired. You look me up if you want. But you could put what they call party wall right here, and all the noise problems would be gone for several $100. So I just implore you also to look into your code enforcement guy. He sounds like he's got a bee under his bonnet for her. Probably wouldn't hurt to check on that while you're at it. But I encourage you to really put your primary focus on supporting the arts, because that will do more to support your community than anything else you could possibly do.
I would agree. I would also say that our focus is, I mean, if you read our mission statement, there's a number of focuses that the town has to focus on. And as much as, you know, the arts are very important for our community, I fully agree. Maintaining order in our town hall is even more foundational for us. Maybe not for
Sure.
you,
I hate
but for
barking.
us.
I'm a musician, I hate barking dogs.
Right,
So-
so all I'm saying is that we do have the priority, and that was something that the previous mayor had worked on pretty heavily before. Right now, we're actually more involved with trying to get back to the basics because of how kind of off track we've gotten over the years. And so there is a lot of talk about future projects. We have a list right here, you know, that would, and one of them is a new town hall. Show you. Long-term ongoing goals, town hall, meeting room improvements. You know, this is our, you know, something that we've come up
Our
with.
wish lists.
Our wish list, but, and I don't disagree with you that the arts are extremely important. I do think that it's not necessarily the town board of trustees' number one priority. So we have to think in terms of that as well. This is something that is, you know, an important. So while you guys, you know, I mean, I would, a district is also something that goes through the county, you have to remember.
Right.
It's a separate district that is actually a countywide endeavor. And is supposed to get mill levies and be voted on by the people. So it's even a wider issue than just what we're dealing with here.
Well, this could be an opportunity, this whole thing, really to bring to everybody's attention of, you know, what's the old line? God doesn't close the door, but he doesn't open a window. Maybe it's time to look for the open window.
I mean, one of our goals is also like greater community cohesion. And so that's like one of our stated goals as a board.
Sure.
And also, we do have the top priority of making sure our staff feels safe and comfortable. And I think that in this conversation, we've come up with a number of solutions that maybe aren't great for everybody. Such as like not having pets in the building. Cause I know Dewey, I know your connection with your dogs, like my dog goes everywhere with me, but like as a workable solution, is that something that we can, like, can we make that an agreement?
If that's the option I have on the table, then I'll take it. If it allows me some more time to figure out where I'm gonna go, cause that's something I'm I've been pressing on for a while is to get out of here, maybe find a place that's more dog friendly, you know? But honestly, the biggest issue with the barking and the loudest barking, he's gone. And the one that is small and in training and not incessant barking, as from my experience of being there with her at all times, isn't an issue, but also if that's what has to be agreed upon for people to be happy and feel better, that's fine too. I love RES dogs. I worked at a grow with her partner and the dogs would play in the yard all day. And it was super awesome. You know, I absolutely adore that. I like sometimes when I open up that door late at night and her dogs are there and my dog says hi. I think that's a great culture. But if, for us to go forward, for there to be no dogs, for both parties to be happy, then I will go with whatever needs to happen. Have to find dogs there, that's fine too.
Yeah, I love a good dog culture too, but I also need, like, I do need, you know, I need Ariel to feel like she's respected and that her space is respected.
And I understand that, and, you know, there's not much I can do to go back into the past for a dog that has passed away that was too loud, but going forward, I'm willing to do what's necessary to make things more amicable. I would hate to, I personally think it's sad we can't have dogs in the building, but if that's what makes the clerk feel better, then let's do whatever.
Are we
You
done?
gotta come to, it's like all about coming to an agreement, you know,
Right.
where people
And
raise their
there
hands.
is also too, an option of
Is that okay?
of a dog muzzle,
Yeah,
and the dog muzzle keeps them from barking.
oh yeah, that's my hand usually when she
Yeah,
starts
but I mean,
barking. Yeah.
having a muzzle and I'm a dog lover, I've done a lot of dog training.
Yeah.
And the dog knows too, when they go in a particular space, like the muzzle's going on while they're in a space. A dog will adjust to that, and they know when they're out of the space, the muzzle comes off. And, it's one way to stop a dog from barking while they're in a particular location.
I mean, I love having my dog there. If there could be an agreement that I get a muzzle and she's muzzled at all times, then I would go with that too, because then it would be, I'm in there a lot working, so it would mean a lot of me having to leave to go do stuff with my dog, less time for work. You know, there's a happy medium found there with someone who's kind of a workaholic and also has a dog. So, I mean, whatever agreement we need to come to. I'd be willing to get a muzzle for her.
Thank you.
And if she can't tolerate it, then I'll just have to find another solution, like not having her there. Yeah.
Waiting till later. That's all right. I have to go pick up my daughter at 4, but I don't wanna miss a vote or anything.
Yeah, you can.
I don't think there should be a vote.
There might be a vote on what we're gonna do. But,
I mean, I feel like we're working towards a solution based, like reconciliation, so. Maybe
do you wanna speak real quick and then?
Yeah, just real quick, my name's Bo McKenzie, I'm owner of the Sacred Lost Valley Park in Moffett. I know Dewey, I'm supportive, and I just wanna keep the conversation going for solutions and answers. And going forward, you know, as far as I'm seeing the awareness of what's happening, what all these folks represent, and what you guys represent is a nuisance and a conflict, right? So we're not just talking about the dogs barking, we're talking about the type of people that are real close to the town hall, which represents government and rules and regulations. So obviously that's a conflict. There's no judgment there. Now, I just want to say, as the town is developing, this is a unique town. It's a spiritual town. You get a lot of artists, traveling artists, people come and stay. Some people work out, some people don't. With these new projects that you really want to implement, you guys are serious. And I know you work hard at what you do and you put input into these new projects. Like the gentleman that just came up here and said, you want to support the art. We all artists. I believe that we're going in an age where government and artistry is just gonna be one same thing. There's no separation in that, okay? I mean, if we could just get rid of this noise over here, we could get some work done, you know? It's just, and it may well be, and you know, and obviously the consensus is that she, okay, this isn't working out, this ain't a fit, right? But however, I just wanna say real quick, as the board goes forward, cause I love town organization and getting stuff done. The artists, you can learn to incorporate that in those projects that you have. They are the projects, they are the backbone of the work. So the more you separate yourself from that and try to we need professionalism in this town, we've got too many, I'm afraid that that kind of mentality is going back in the wrong direction. So to stay progressive and stay forward with the neat projects, to make this beautified town, and you announce it to the world, these are the folks that come here to be of service to the people that come here to visit. And so I just want to say that, just keep that in mind, that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said.
One of the things I'd like to say is, it would really be really hard if Dewey left and then this space ends up sitting empty for another 2 years.
Or it has another problem.
Or some, tenant. Yeah, because you choose somebody else who, you don't have this freedom.
Let me just say, I mean,
Support.
the idea that came up, and I'm just gonna give it to you, because it's not even really that big a deal, was that that office in there has been extremely tight. It's very difficult to work in. When people come in, it's like, if there's more than 2 or 3 people in there, it becomes like a serious congestion. Where if we just had a place where people can come in, meet with the deputy clerk, and then Ariel has her own space where she's not constantly being distracted by town people coming in and either complaining or not complaining, whatever they're doing. And so that was the original idea, was to kind of give the town hall a little bit more flexibility in its usage. And so I'm not saying that, that's a better use of the space necessarily. I am saying that it is our space ultimately, and we do, we feel like we've been sacrificing quite a bit to have something in there. And then when the complaints are generated over the years, that becomes a, kind of a conflict over time. It's like, well, if we're gonna not be happy with our tenant because of these things happening, then we should think of something else. We should come up with another solution. So that was kind of where it came from. And I feel like we have given Dewey, Dewey can always put herself on the agenda if she wanted to talk to the board. I know it might be intimidating.
I didn't realize that was an option, so.
Huh?
I learned something today.
Well, everybody can. You always have the option to put what you need on the agenda. It might get. I mean, we have a pretty long agenda. The thing I'm looking for is solutions here. I feel like we need to figure out a way for Dewey to feel like she's being heard, and all of you guys being heard, as well as us being heard, and kind of like find that nice medium between, this kind of strange, world of governance, whatever we want to call it, and the artist community, which is actually, I would agree, is extremely important.
So are we at a point where we have a lot of other business to do?
Yeah.
It's already almost 4 o'clock. I think we've kind of reached.
Jenny wants one more word. She is on the planning commission and she's been waiting.
Thank you. I agree with Rob, that was just what my point was, is that soundboard. It's not really expensive. It's used to block out any noise. And then you can use it for what you want. You could rent it out to something lively, because this town needs entertainment, it needs playful activities as well as business.
But I personally am a big fan of soundboard.
Yeah.
So that's a really good suggestion.
Yeah.
I think Kim brought up a possible solution is that we look at a date of going through to April, what was the date?
30th.
End of April.
End of April.
April 30th.
An allotment for more time to find a better space would be
Okay.
amazing. That would
And
be
we
way
could
better
read
than what I
it.
was
Is that good?
into. What was that?
Is that a good? amount of time?
That would be more than appreciated, because if I need to find a better space, then I have more time, and I can tell you this, I've been looking everywhere, and I'm gonna keep looking, I've been.
Well, you have a lot of
talking to lady.
supporters, I mean, maybe,
I know,
maybe,
I'm looking for a space, this one's been walking me over to buildings that are closet size, being like, this might fit a sewing machine, so like, we're looking, I've been talking to Elaine, I have been just literally walking around town, talking to business owners to see what could possibly be open. And if any of you guys know of buildings, of course, it has to be affordable for an art space, because I'm an artist, and seasonally, the hats don't really sell on the off season, because we're a tourist town. But please, if anyone wants to contact me and knows of a space that would be, and it needs to be friendly for artists to come, because I host painters, you know, I'm not just a seamstress working away, I wanna have a space for other people to come in and use,
So I think
we're gonna make a motion and.
Why do you guys have to have April as a deadline now? I mean,
That was what we brought up with you.
I suggested a couple months.
Is that, but why did, no, but why though? Because the question is why, if.
Why?
if the
Because
house is gonna be
ultimately, we think that she should probably find a better space.
Yes.
And,
It gives her more time.
and I would say also that at our last town meeting discussion that we had, that if we were going to continue to rent the spot, we were gonna raise the rent on the building, because right now it's at, what is it? 500.
With utilities.
Okay, and that includes heat, and includes electricity. So that is something that if we're looking as part of our future plans, is we probably, if we're going to continue it as a rental, that's gonna be part of the discussion. So where we are right now is we're looking at it April 30th. We're also looking to see that there is communication with Ariel and you. And there's gonna be a real monitoring over dogs or any other problems that are happening. There's also gonna be conversations over when we might be having meetings that we might need to, work hours of operation out. And so we have this time period here that hopefully there's really good productive communication. So do you wanna ask the board if we're in agreement of having
So
this
just make a
space?
motion in that.
I would make a motion that we allow Dewey to continue to rent the space up until April 30th on a month-to-month basis.
Or just till April 30th, well. Second, okay, any more discussion?
When do you discuss are you gonna reevaluate at that point, or she
It sounds like
leaves?
they just want me out in 2 months, which gives me time to find a new space.
With the suggestion of maybe. I'm sorry,
Yeah, I'm also
Motion.
confused about if we're saying Dewey needs to move out by April 30th, or we are extending the lease till April 30th, and then we're gonna be revisiting it.
No.
I'm unclear about which one the motion suggests.
So I think we're looking at having it be until April 30th, and before the end of April, we would make a decision whether or not, at that point, we would give notice, and there would be then you would have to be out by the end of May. Or we would look at another arrangement, that's what I would say, so that you would have occupancy up until April 30th. And before that time, if we make a decision, then you would from April 30th have a 30-day notice to vacate if the board so decides.
Alright.
Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah.
And if I for some reason find a place to go to before then, I'll give you guys ample notice.
I mean, is that okay, or should we say March 30th with 30-day notice? What's your thoughts on that?
I think that sounds like a reasonable compromise that we can all work with.
So it will come up on the April meeting for.
What's that?
Say what it is you have in your mind.
Oh, I think that what you said is great. I think that gives Dewey.
April 30th, and then if we should decide before then that we want to stop the agreement, you would have 30 days notice to vacate.
Yeah.
That's what you think.
And that could be decided at the April regular meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Thank you all for coming.
Just like, you can have a quick
Benji,
My other hat is as a designer builder. And down here, we've built and modified several recording studios.
Come right back if you guys.
Part of my.
I pick my daughter up, drop her.
So we've been designer builders for 30 years. So we specialize in recording studios. So we know all about noise abatement. So if you did any in the terms of design of a noise abatement wall, I'd be glad to help you. I mean, if you want to put in, you know, those rules and look at that. What do you think it costs? You'd have to do measurements. I could do design, but I'm 75, I'm not doing the work anymore. But we could help, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm.
And if you find yourself, looking for a new town hall design, I'm a designer builder. You can look up the word Solargon, SOLARGON. Just Google that. SOLARGON. Google images, and that's some of my designs. They're passive solar super.
Solargon.com.
Yeah, or just Solargon images. Just Google that.
We live in a community where every house that's there is designed by Rob,
Right.
and they're all passive solar.
Oh, sweet.
Ultra efficient.
Oh, wow.
So if you're looking for something, I'd
If
be
you'd like to
glad.
come up and look at them,
You're welcome. You take care.
Thank you.
free of charge.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for speaking. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Right?
If you need to find me, just ask.
Okay, probably I can email you from this website or?
No, my, here, I'll give you my email, is ROBBA _me@yahoo.com. My name is Rob Galloway. You're welcome to Google me and turn all my CV.
I spell your last name.
DALL.
That's awesome.
And I'd be glad to help you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. This was her house. This was Kim's house.
Oh, really?
Building.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, no, I would love, this, actually, town hall, the new town hall is actually a big dream.
Right.
And right now, it's just so entrenched in past, kind of, some people would call it malfeasance, but I would call it, this neglect.
Right.
That we're just trying to catch up and get, you know, and I even told the board, I said, we just need to get to a point where we're kind of humming as a regular, like, just a town.
Right.
We can't like take on it, you know, and especially with all this grant stuff coming up, we just applied for a grant to fix our water system. We got it, for 25 grand. Yeah. That's what we have foundations, you know, so it's just like the money thing, you know, we gotta figure out how to sort of get by on the budget that we have.
Right.
Dream big, yet still have, like a movement of some sort, like some kind of movement towards these, you know, this activity, because I mean, how cool would it be to have a center or a town hall that's like ready for the next 40 years? This one is outdated.
Right.
We're living in an outdated
Oh,
system.
by the way, this is my buddy
Yeah,
Doug.
I
We've
know
been
Doug.
work partners for 30 years or more.
I recognize, I definitely.
We laugh at the structure over here on the corner of this building. It's completely wrong.
Sorry.
Well, the staircase and that
Oh,
stairway,
yeah.
I mean, what's holding that up?
So anyways, it's
Yeah.
a joke.
Yeah, and we have an apartment upstairs.
Yeah.
It needs, you know, work and so.
But that being said, I would welcome the opportunity to talk to you guys again.
Yeah.
I encourage you to dream big.
Yeah.
And actually, when you build passive solar, super
I love
insulated,
passive solar, I know.
holy mackerel, I mean, you save 75% in utilities over the life of the building.
I live in a building he designed. I've had 2 fires this winter.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not saying I'm chilly in the morning, but
Yeah.
nothing freezes and
That's a-
by midday it's warm.
No, I studied eco design when I was in college, at Prescott College.
Well, you enjoy,
Yeah.
when you go see solar.
I used to go, like I studied with Phil Halls from the Biosphere 2 project,
Mhm.
and I studied with Yanto Evans.
So I'm teaching to the choir.
Well, kinda, I mean, I love this stuff. but,
Everyone's
Yeah,
sitting.
you know,
and you said you had property?
Yeah.
Be like.
I have property?
No,
The city?
for
Find
the,
that
Oh, yeah,
middle
we have
ground
property.
of like,
I can
okay,
even tell you where it is,
guys
you can
are,
look
like,
at it.
really
Well,
invested in
wouldn't-
space, but,
It's,
like, we're
I'll
all
show you on the
invested
map.
in this
wouldn't that be
space,
better
and,
for,
you know,
Well, if
like.
you guys wanna
conducting-
walk in and dream with us,
Oh, sure.
I was gonna say,
And it's like,
be happy to help free the car.
It's like
Make that.
not be
Clear.
upset when you're working late.
Yeah.
and your dog's
So I'll show you,
barking.
we don't have this property right here. I'm sorry, okay, here's the chart.
Okay, I'm just with our code.
Key road is all the way
Yeah,
down.
our municipal code,
Okay.
excessive parking.
So actually, the kiosk is.
And
you just see it.
people want to.
Okay, so yeah.
It's not on the
Okay.
roads,
So
or
one,
we
this
don't get
property,
to cherry
track
pick.
one. We have a big,
Code.
right, plan, but they put it back, trails and
That's why I said I said about marijuana, so that
Right, so we're thinking about trading.
Too.
Yeah, and so then there's charter school, Arlen, and charter
saying that.
Doing that.
So this is not part of town yet, but we want to get it annexed.
They're made about all.
The idea would be to trade this
It wasn't
whole
smoke, it
piece,
was
but piece over here.
What?
We own
He's saying
all
the
this
marijuana
lot
The
here.
smell
came
came
to
through,
it's
I've been to my
All these
office
roads.
with my
So
window.
the idea was to, this.
That's how strong it is. I was like, what?
Well, this one, yeah.
And it wasn't smoke.
It was just,
Somebody out there,
Yeah.
but I know what they were doing. There were people out there. So.
Yeah.
Doing the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not trying to do that.
Now here, so
Drive right straight down.
the salty issue.
Drive from
Yeah.
El Camino
It's been
right
a
here.
year long, it's been
And you
over a
put a
year.
diamond here in terms of the street.
Sure.
And that becomes the community center.
Because I told you.
yeah, and that sounds great, however, this is a private. piece of land. I remember that.
Right, totally,
Yeah.
and if, but
Very
yeah,
big,
but
but,
that's if
This,
the,
I don't know.
Here's another thing, you know?
if it
Yeah,
persists, then yeah.
and this
now
land is
have,
restricted, if you look at it, right
like,
now.
a
it's on the
good
charter school,
deadline that was
it's
discussed
restricted.
between everybody.
But eminent domain, and this is POA right here,
But
green belt.
also.
And so you have to go through the whole green belt. But still, I mean, just the idea, I was
Is this gonna be the reality?
So this was supposed to be down $150,000.
I just don't like controversy.
Look at it.
If it's gonna be controversial, and
You have to design, it wasn't happening, so.
you know, we don't need any more arguments,
Really.
any more strife. There's
However,
a problem, get rid of it.
this,
Cut it
it
off
didn't,
like
didn't
the
really fit,
zip.
because this
You know,
land is blocked.
I like business, I like people that are
There's
successful,
this road.
but if it's a problem that keeps arising,
It's a weird road, kind of.
you know, I'd rather the place
This is
be
already
empty
in.
than have to argue or
This
deal with
road is already in.
the entire Baca Grande coming over here complaining because we're not renting a space.
Living wisdom,
I mean,
affordable
if
housing.
they want an
Yes, I
argument,
agree.
go for it, but,
Would that-
no, there's controversy, I
Somehow
think
can-
nip it in the bud, you know?
Well,
If there's a
we
problem,
thought
there's a
about
problem,
kind of-
and it's not going away, well, then let's get rid of it.
It's actually kind of like.
I'm tired of these
How would I
kind of
connect those two?
controversial issues that
This way.
really don't matter.
We don't have
got big fish to fry, and we don't have time to think around.
Vodka.
That's where I'm coming from, I'm spending so much time.
We could
on
share
the
that.
dog issue and talking with the community
Yeah,
about this.
But if you go on,
You don't have time for that mess.
Legendary, I mean, just
Okay,
like
go
this is
ahead.
trying to do this
Has a
like
really
from
great-
today.
right,
You know?
interactive.
And that's not even all of it, some of it's.
It's
trying
called-
to find
Zoom in and-
just
And we're
not-
not even done with our agenda, and it's 4 o'clock. I wanna go home and eat.
Maybe we should,
What else do we
in
have?
the future, we gotta wait for Jordan, we don't have.
I take it and I print it out, so you can draw on it,
We have.
and play with it on some new. I would love if you
reports here.
if you were interested in doing some kind of, very design, that we sure know what could happen. I'm on this. Yeah.
Well, it's obviously an idea that's funny, like,
I think we're still in session, guys.
This road is so
Is there
overcrowded right
anything?
now, it's not paved yet. We were all just,
Drive up and down,
Maybe
120 units are gonna have.
would it be helpful if like somebody else dealt with these,
This is.
like dealt with this situation going forward?
Not part of town.
Maybe, but this is Jim McCall, can't be.
These are not part of town.
Can't be there.
You have 40 acres here, you have 36.
Or, you know, or someone on the board,
You have
like,
the
maybe
cemetery.
someone on the board.
Out here. John said you're good. I'll do it.
That's suggesting we have a
town. 1911.
So we're talking about?
Well, I'm just, I mean,
Somebody who manages the property.
I mean, maybe, like, that's probably in the future something we should do, but I'm saying like, just somebody who's gonna kind of be in the go
Working on that.
between Dewey and Rich, so that Ariel doesn't have to deal with us.
It's not really fair.
We have 42 acres, only 7 of them.
Would, Sean, do you wanna be, I
done, sound.
mean, we should talk about it with everybody, but do you wanna be the Dewey support system?
Yeah, sure.
As far, like, cause Ariel is, Ariel's having to.
We're at a little bit of this.
Ryan lives on the horse for the minute, straight,
Yeah.
and then he goes.
You could probably, it's the first thing I would.
Right.
And I was, and it's the same thing I would say, Brian, so there.
Yeah, and somebody that's impartial, like,
Hey, Benji?
Like 4 floors in your altar, and then you leave it so it would be sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not on the side, you know, it's not on that.
I think we should talk about it, just like we can talk about it with everybody, and like, then make sure there's not people okay with that,
I
like,
know, I think we're trying to watch like, 10, 20 seconds, I think I'll start to get one prayer, and that would
Yeah, yeah.
You got the train.
You know, if it goes on.
Front goals is way up here, you know about the front goals, but it's in a blue
Right.
fan.
Like someone
Right,
was
so
sitting in the bar. for
hops
5
out of the
or 10
canyons. Right, and it's
And
split
that's
off
just-
into about 15 different.
Yeah.
We have flooding here.
Sean, did you say you were done?
Huh?
Did you say you're gonna pick up your daughter?
I picked it up already, I drove her home and I came right back.
We're still in session?
Yeah, we never broke.
I know,
That's why
we need to elbow Benji.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a big piece, I'd be surprised, terrible, we'd have to rezone it to civic, but
You know,
it's under multi.
I know from other places.
Well, yeah, and if you get a big enough third.
Hey, Benji.
Yes.
We're still in session.
Oh, sorry. Call me when you, okay, thank you. Thanks, guys, appreciate it. We're dreaming big for you. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you. Did you go get your daughter yet? Yeah. We already got it. All right, let's move on. Thank you, everybody, for that. That was hard, very hard. Stressful.
Yeah.
You handle it right.
So, I was saying with the area, like. If the dog barks for like more than a couple of minutes straight, then you know it's probably left alone, then maybe we could go to no pets.
Yes, I would agree.
You're thinking to maybe like, maybe Sean, if he was up to it, could kind of be like a liaison, so that Ariel doesn't have to keep dealing with this
I like that.
situation, and she can concentrate on her stuff.
I like that idea.
I like your dog.
I'm pretty much just
I like
good
it, yeah.
friends with Ariel and do this,
My
I'd be
cat used to.
very neutral.
Yeah.
You know, but.
But maybe we do, like, we
We
can-
could have someone like
Yeah,
back up.
if somebody, if like you called him and he'd have to come down here and take a look at, you know, if she's
Yeah,
violating something.
I'm just like 30 seconds away.
Yeah, but then it does give the opportunity for like this conversation to settle, for like it to be taken seriously.
Yeah.
Like Dewey has the one more time to take it seriously and keep her dog under control. And if it happens one more time, then yeah, we go to a no pet policy, and that's sad for everybody.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think like 2 minutes, if it goes on for 2 minutes straight, or would you be okay with?
Yeah, I think like, yeah, 2 minutes is fair, if it's just happening.
Yeah, if it's just like left alone and the dog barking, then.
If it's more than a couple
I don't think
minutes, you know, no one's there.
I feel like as a dog owner, you can tell the difference between a dog that's like,
I know the.
I'm barking because my person's here, or I'm barking because I'm alone.
I have 2 dogs, and that's how
I
I
know.
know the difference between like a quick like, and you're like, okay,
Yeah.
nope, shut that down, and then just like.
Okay, are we gonna appoint Shauna to the
Yes.
liaison? It's all in agreement? I don't think we need a motion.
If Sean, you volunteered yourself, you still cool with that?
Yeah.
Let's get,
One thing about the complaints, are we going to just let that, how are we gonna ride that out? What's the strategy with that?
With,
Go to our attorney?
Thanks against Mateo. To be honest with you, the attorney said that it's in the personnel handbook and I'm trying to
Okay.
look through while we're talking here, but it's hard to multitask sometimes. But he said that discipline needs to be handled by your town administrator or your town manager, which we don't have. So I think it falls to the board of trustees and maybe you wanna have an executive session with Mateo to talk about this because it isn't, it's a personnel issue, so it falls under an executive session. And not in the sense that it's necessarily a disciplinary meeting, but just like a fact finding, investigative mission to try and get to the bottom of what's been happening and see how you need to proceed because she is saying that she's bringing legal counsel into it.
You mind if I just grab my phone from my car?
That's my best suggestion without having to, it's not gonna be.
So would we have this particular executive session with the attorney, or would we have it with, just with?
I think just Mateo,
Maybe just Mateo to start and just.
fact finding.
Yeah.
And yeah, if that's how he wants to handle it too, because he could choose to have an open meeting about it, I guess.
Okay.
yeah,
So should we put that on the agenda for, and we're supposed to ask Mateo if he wants to do it that way? Right? He's
Yeah,
supposed
he
to,
wants to handle it that way, not that.
Okay.
If you all want to meet with him, it don't have to be a meeting.
Yeah, I think we're lucky to have him. It's a hard job and.
well, I know that, yeah, there was something with that he's. I'll talk to you about it another time. We'll talk about it when we have the next. Executive session.
Yeah.
So let's put that on the agenda, and we already have it, but we could put it in and ask Mateo to just give, okay for executive session with him. Okay, next on the agenda, we have to move back to, we did water, we did board. We did that one, we were gonna go off for bid on that.
No, for water treatment, okay. Never mind.
We're done with this page, I think.
So then,
Okay, so public works report,
I think we're on to
public works report.
the public works report, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get it printed off agenda, so I'm having to go back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that. Oh, by the way, thank you for that was amazing how you stepped in there like a.
Oh, thank you.
That was really,
diplomatic.
that was just like.
Oh, like kissing, you came in like grandmother, or like under grandmother, and it was just like, God, and everybody was like. Yes, that was pretty cool.
I loved it, I was just like, I wish I could do that.
You gotta be kissing to be able to do that, I guess.
And I do appreciate the things you said about me as well, and like respecting.
Yes, that was all so.
I really appreciate it.
Well, it really bothered me that one of the most important things that was being said was you saying how it was impacting you. That was what it was all
And
about.
there was a guy like right behind you like this, and I'm like, oh my god.
And everybody just started talking amongst themselves, and so I really wanted to make sure you were heard.
The guy that was talking, he does sit in his car.
Okay.
Smokes like a son of a coffee all the time.
Yeah, when you get gray hair after a while.
I don't know who it is.
Well, Brent was just here, was he gonna give a public works report?
We have it in our binder. Does Brent wanna talk? Did he come here to?
Okay, so what are, on the agenda, which item are we on?
Public works report, it's up page, page 64.
It's gonna be a one-way in a
I talked to her quick brother, if she goes to the store or steps out, take the glove with you.
Yeah.
Even for one minute.
If it's a little dog, you just carry it and.
Yeah, Fiona, I noticed that the puppy.
We have 11 dogs between our family.
Mariah has like 6, right?
He has 3.
I think
We have 3.
Well, do yours stay with him? Oh, it's just,
He's got 3, we've got 3. Sania has 3 and Shannon has 2.
Sure she has a German Shepherd?
She has a black.
Yeah. Is she a what?
Yeah.
Is it a French German Shepherd, the black one?
But
That's
Brent's
fine.
on
Okay.
for the public works.
So the only thing I would say about this, that I could see in this report, when it has to do with snow removal, is I actually think that we should have some sort of snow removal plan that kind of comes from us as opposed to coming from him, because if we direct him that, you know, we need somebody here, if it's snowing, like how do we, first of all, he lives in the Baca, so, you know, he's gotta get here early enough. If it's snowing hard, that we have to have, somebody ready to go. You know, if you see these guys up in the mountains, they're going at 2 in the morning, they're going at 3 in the morning, 4, and they are like on it. Because they cannot afford to have accidents,
Right.
and we can't either, really.
Well,
We almost had some, and I got probably like 3 or 4 complaints, just one guy came up to me, he goes, you know, what's up with the plowing, mayor? I was like, oh, you know, I was like, oh, thanks, like,
so back last century, when I was the mayor, we had a policy about road cleaning. That if we had like 3 inches or more,
Mhm.
if it was only 2 inches. This is Colorado, guys, and
you could drive on that.
yeah, you just,
Yeah.
yeah, it's not the big, and especially depending, it depends, of course, on the time of the year, whether it's just gonna freeze and turn to ice and stay there forever. And so that's something that you have to consider. If it's a fall snow or spring snow, it could be gone by noon.
Mhm.
But when it's gonna be cold for the rest of the day, then I feel like there's a priority of the main intersections. And I'm all-wheel drive with great big snow tires on my car, and I just slide right through this
Yeah.
baby right here. They just put that skid, that nice little skid in front of Kim's house there. But I think that there needs to be a communication with the county, because we've all seen that
Yes.
they don't have any snow over there, and we got 6 inches, they have no idea. There needs to be the communication at 7 AM.
Well, the problem is that for some reason, in this last storm, they went out into the Baca and did their streets before they did ours. And
We need to have that as a reminder that they have to do this, because especially one of the things is the school.
Mhm.
And that's a real priority, that intersection over on Golden and Cottonwood and Golden and Alder, where slicker as can be, and those. We need to be a priority in the downtown district of town because of the school and the business district.
So the county becomes for us, or what?
They do the.
I know you can't direct, but will you take,
That's why they get.
how would you want us to direct him through this? Cause I'd like him to hear this.
You can tell me what you would like for him to know, and then I would be happy to communicate that to him. I'm sure he'll have some follow questions, and
Well, that's why we want.
direct him to email you guys maybe.
So then I would say, we would like a more elaborate snow plan. And with actual like times and amounts and locations. So it's like locations, the times he's planning on coming, if it snows through the night. And then how much snow would be where he started, and then some kind of coordination between. Saguache County Road and Bridge, and getting them to understand that the school, people come here and they drive early to get to the school, teachers, whatever. And it's,
Yeah, so we have a density of traffic. Because in the Baca, it's scattered, but here in town, we have a density of traffic, and we have the post office and we have the school. And we have the store, so everybody is coming to this location. So we really should be a priority when it comes to the grocery stores. We are, this is where everybody's coming. So before you go way the heck out there, they should come into town. And I think there also needs to be communication. Maybe our mayor would be the appropriate person to be able to, or staff, the clerk. They don't know that how much snow we got here. They don't know. They could have 2 inches over in Sawash and we could have 6 here. They don't know. And they need to be notified that we're having snowfall and we need to have the plows out.
Well, again, I think it's a coordinated effort in public works that needs to be,
Or
you know,
public
there
works.
has to be like, okay. At 3 a.m, there has to be somebody we can call that says we're getting 6 inches of snow tonight easily, and, you know, and. And then he feels like he's being supported by the county. You know, and, cause that's, I think, what it says, it says. County collaboration, we continue to coordinate with Sawash County Road and Bridge on plowing shared roads for effective snow clearance.
And then I think it's helpful to have some discussion. For non-county roads in town. Where we would wanna direct public works as our priorities.
Like the paved roads kind of like in town? Just all the paved roads are like county roads?
Alder, Alder, and I think. What's this one?
So the county does all the paved roads. So does the county though do Line Street to the charter school, is that on the town?
I think they've been throwing that in, I don't think it's on the contract, but I could be wrong.
I could not say for sure, even though I live right there. I'm not sure who's buying.
Bless you. I drive every day to school and back there and I don't know either.
Yeah, no.
So I know our IGA with the county is on the paved roads. But I don't know if we've ever added in, because they get the HUTF money for what the paved roads are. They don't get any of the money that for the dirt roads. And so I think for our own staff, priority should be the road up to the charter school.
Yeah.
A lot of times the parents try to go up and they fall, slide down backwards, you know, and it's like a lot of icy up there.
The problem is, as soon as somebody drives over a road, like literally as soon as if you get, say you got 6 inches on the ground, you drive over it and all of a sudden it's very difficult to plow that section that was just driven over because the snow actually recrystallizes. So it's like, you gotta get there before people are actually driving on it.
Well, that last snow we got, I looked out the window and. Cause I was used to our locals, not too distant future, being out there at 5 in the morning, regardless. But I looked up there at the Public Works and it was like 7:30 and the trucks hadn't been moved. You know, and I mean, and it.
I do think it caught him off guard. I'm not making excuses, I think it caught him off guard.
Barely, I remember that in the school.
But that's why I don't wanna be caught off guard again if we can help it.
But I do think that when we're looking at the priorities of contacting the county, letting them know what's happening with the snow. Telling them that our commercial district is really is a priority for all those reasons. And then for the town staff, the first thing they should hit is a charter school road. And then after that.
Yeah. Well. Then there needs to be some, if charter school first, then maybe the top of Hemlock.
Come across Hemlock.
Come down Galena, in the unpaved area, 'cause I don't know if they go all the way up there.
Cause that's an alternate route to the school, if it's all icy on the corner.
So you got Alder to Lime. Up Lime to Hemlock, Hemlock down Galena.
That's across the street, right? There's dogs barking across the street. Right?
And then.
Sorry,
It's,
the charter school, well, the road up to the charter.
There's
school.
Alder to Lime.
Okay.
Up to the charter school, because the county actually is the one who would do Alder Street, because it's paved.
Right.
And they would actually do Galena up to where the pavement is. But from the stop sign, from past the Merc up, that's, you know, they leave that to the town because that's a dirt road.
Next time it snows like that, I'm taking my tractor out and ours will be done, but.
Yeah. But like within our, and I look to.
Yeah, I'm gonna start plowing a little bit.
And then I would also say, I mean, I don't care as a price, I got a good vehicle, I'm not worried about it.
But what happens up where we are is that people drive on it so many times and then it takes forever to melt because it's been packed down to ice.
Yeah.
And so then we just don't ever, we never get the like benefit.
And I also feel that the vertical roads are more of a priority. If you're
Oh.
down here and you're on a flat road, you're getting around just fine. But if you're on the hillside, that's.
Totally, yeah, so you got, so then from Galena down paved and then they could go. Wherever.
Yeah, it's like this stop sign here and the one over there, sometimes it gets real icy, it doesn't matter what kind of car you have, you'll slide right through the stop sign.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's really county, and if the county does that, then we should be okay. No salt, salt is really bad,
Dirt.
huh?
Dirt,
Well, that's the other thing, is we've talked about having some kind of equipment that you could put down.
just dump dirt at the two stop signs would make a big difference.
Gravel, I don't know, I
Gravel.
mean, that's another expense, but yeah, we could.
I know something he was thinking about too, like what were alternatives to like salt gravel that are still good for the environment.
They do this little, like, almost like a pea gravel. They kind of just,
That's what he mentioned.
Even just like 20-30 feet next to the stop sign,
Oh, yeah.
way, and this one would make a big difference.
Totally.
Yeah.
you could drive a pickup truck and just.
Yeah.
You'll do it with me?
Yeah.
So if I'm understanding correctly, I'm asking Brent to bring back to the board of trustees a more formalized snow removal policy. With like specifics, based on time, location, and like the amount of snow. And to also have in this policy kind of address what's being talked with the county about and what their plan is. So it's just like a comprehensive plan of snow removal based on.
Something that would last 5 years too. And can be refined if need to be.
And then there's this well permit thing on this report,
Yeah,
that somebody has a well, but it ran dry and they wanna re-drill it.
Yeah, this was something that, sorry, speak for Brent or whatever, but it was something that came up, they wanted to know if they needed permission. To drill down deeper with their current well. And as I understand it from the code and our policies, we only need permission from the board or approval from the board if it's a new well, if it's already an existing well. But I'm pretty sure Brent wanted to clarify that, and that sounds like.
Brent?
He's,
I would think so, cause they already have the permit,
that they already.
like that they already, right?
Yeah, I think the only thing they have to do is go through the division of water. Because if it's only, cause they have to document how deep. If it's a surface well, it's above 50. If it's below 50, it's considered a underground or whatever. But if it's the same hole, they just have to correct it at the water department as far as how many gallons per minute. And if it's still just domestic or if it's
but it's
commercial.
completely outside of our.
And they do have that approval already
Oh.
from the Department of Water Resources.
Right, so I would
I
make
just
a-
ask that we have documentation from them so that we can update our file, just so that we know that that's going on. That was what Allison suggested.
So it's not a new well.
Allison Ransom, sorry.
It's just an improvement.
By the way, Allison, in this, maybe put on your clerk's report next time, but Allison wanted some kind of retainer type thing. Remember that? She brought that up.
Yeah.
Is she still wanting that?
Yeah, I think she is. Well, who wants to know if we still want to do that? And I do still reach out to
Yeah.
her for help, so.
So the idea was that basically there would be like a monthly retainer as like a subcontractor that we pay Allison for like a certain amount per month that Ariel can consult with her about clerk related items. We would need to have a motion for that, but we can do that, I guess, at the next meeting and put it on the agenda.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we good on the public works report?
No, if you guys are good, unless you want me to go grab them.
I think if you just relay that information, unless. Just you wanna, I don't know.
Yeah, the only other thing was the outflow meter, but we can't accept that, we can't accept their quote, right? Because we have to go out for bid on it.
Yeah.
Okay. And we have to, how long do we have to put the bid out for?
I have to double check, I think it's 30 days, and it needs to be in the paper. As well.
One other item we didn't do was, when we approved the draft for this budget draft. And you're gonna be doing some small adjustments on it with Andrea and creating
The budget message.
right, but we didn't set a date for our public hearing again.
Oh, for sure, and I think that was a little tricky, because that has some noticing requirements too, it has to be in the paper for at least 15 days, somewhere between 10 to 15 days. Before you can have the public hearing, and you have to have it be available to the public for at least 10 days prior to the public hearing.
Sure.
So.
So do you think that we should do sometime in March, like just create a special meeting that? I mean, that's, it's pushing it out.
Ask for it to be in the paper maybe next week, like we could put it in the Courier, they print multiple days a week.
And you'll notice on the bulletin
And
boards.
then put the notice in the bulletin boards as well. Let's say they print it by Friday. 15 days after that would be.
Saturday the 1st?
It'd be the 80th. Oh, I was thinking from next Friday. I mean, it could very well be this Friday.
I will be conservative.
So then maybe sometime that week of the 10th to the 14th, and you do have a meeting scheduled March 10th. So maybe that could be your public hearing date as well.
So
Your regular March meeting.
I like it.
That would give us the 15 days. Notice and then
10
we
days.
would, and then we have to, what, put the budget in the bulletin, like put the draft out for.
I would put notice in all the bulletin boards that says your budget is available for viewing at town hall, and then I will also put it online with a draft form just in case anyone downloads it. So, and I would probably do that right away, I would just give them more than 10 days.
Sweet.
To view it.
Okay, so yeah, let's do the. Hopefully that's okay with Dennis.
What would you like to talk about, Brent?
We wanted to go back to new business item E, the board review of outflow meter replacement at the water treatment plant.
Okay.
So I missed out on the discussion this morning. Can you kind of fill me in on what was discussed?
So we really need to go out for bid on it.
That was the decision?
That was the decision.
Okay.
Just,
So,
and then it doesn't mean that we're gonna get any bids, just means that.
well,
that is-
here's the thing. Number one, this is an emergency repair, if you remember.
Okay.
So an emergency repair, this is a critical thing. This is not something, we've already waited a long time for this.
Okay.
So, I mean, with the volatile memory, anytime, I've explained to you guys earlier about it, that if we don't have, it's not fixed, it's working, but one power outage means it's not gonna work anymore.
So we had kind of already approved it, right? Is that what?
This is an emergency repair, so, and I'll be happy to go in, I've got some real working issues with the bidding process. That the board and I are gonna have to sort out, but this is an emergency repair, I presented this as an emergency repair several months ago. I finally got everything, I mean, delays in the bidding process are gonna could cause delays with this critical infrastructure, so these are something that there's gonna be times when we're not gonna be, this is not a leisurely thing, this is not, oh, we're gonna redo the.
So
We're gonna
I would
redo
just
the
suggest that, I
apartment
would just
and-
suggest that when we put it on the agenda, that's how it comes out, so that people know, so that we're basically
I'm pretty
noticing.
sure, you're talking about presenting it
Well, I'm
as,
just saying, yeah, if we present it as an emergency repair, that
I
way,
did present it as an emergency repair.
well, but it's not on. there.
No, initially, I've already presented this,
But
you guys have talked about this and given me the
No, I know.
approval. All I did was want you guys to know
It's not look, it's not a conflict,
Yeah.
let's just make it into something so that it works for you. If it's an emergency and we
Yeah.
have in our policy and we can approve an
Well-
emergency expense without going to bid, let's just do that now.
Yeah, I just wanted to make, all I did was put it in there so that you guys, when the bill came across next month,
Right,
that you guys remembered what was going on.
yeah.
And you were,
I do-
because I didn't even, I had kind of put it on the back burner and was waiting on this bid to come in. And then the bid came in and they were trying to schedule somebody out last week, and I'm like, no, I gotta at least run this by you guys and just make sure, because it is kind of an expensive thing,
Yeah.
but it needs to
So
have.
I would entertain a motion to have this Timberline quote.
It's a flow meter,
Flow
like the water
meters.
treatment plant.
That's in our policy that
Yes.
for emergency repairs,
For emergency repairs, you can, in a case of an apparent emergency which requires immediate purchase of materials, professional services, or construction, the town administrator is empowered to procure such emergency needs by informal open market procedures expeditiously as possible at the lowest attainable price. Provided, however, that ratification of such purpose shall be vested with and subject to approval of the town board of trustees. A written determination of the basis for the emergency and for the selection of the particular contractor shall be made by the town administrator. The written determination shall be presented to the town board trustees at the next open meeting. So aside from, like a written thing, I think you're.
I think that's where I would say.
Yeah, I just wanted, this was here just so you guys know, because you're gonna get a bill next month, or whatever, 2 months, for $6,800, and I think it was 68. I think that's how much it was.
It does say that it has to go through us, so we do need to have a motion. We
But
just.
you already, I did this 2 months ago, 3 months
Did we
ago.
get the motion, remember?
From what I understand, you said that they did. I just wanted to run it by you. I haven't seen it. I know, that, all I know is, yeah.
I know it's an emergency and I know that you wanna have this done because it's an important, we had a broken meter.
I'm responsible for this system.
I understand. So let's go through the process of doing it properly. It's not like if we don't make a motion in 5 minutes, let's talk about it, let's discuss it. It's like, I know you wanna get a hold of them and tell them to go forward, but let's slow down now and get it back in order so that we're doing it properly and we're just following our policy.
Okay.
And what that would take is just having some kind of written documentation that states the emergency. If it was already written, then we just bring that out and match it up with this motion that we're about to make.
Yeah, did
I believe the motion was already made. I've already sent the letter. I spoke with the board regarding this.
I clearly remember it. I don't
I mean, I
remember
just
the
don't have
motion.
it in front of me.
I think we directed you to get a quote, is what I think we did, right? That's my guess, but I'm not sure.
Well, all I'm doing is I'm slowing it down. I am slowing it down.
I know you are.
I got a quote and then it's coming back to the board, but we've already discussed the emergency nature of this repair. And so here we are.
Was it written down before, Brent? Do you?
I don't remember. I mean, I wrote a letter about it in regards to it. We had a discussion about it, but like I said, it's been 3 months, I think, since 2 or 3 months. Since we did, so I'm at a little bit of a loss, but then I realized that you guys were not gonna approve it. So I'm kind of like, well, I guess we're gonna have to go and show you guys, everything that's
So why don't we-
already done.
What's this for equipment for?
It's for a broken flow meter up at the water plant.
It's a critical component of water treatment.
Amount of money that was
I
for.
think it's about 6,800.
So 6805, but it doesn't include,
And if
it
you-
says it can be done in 1 full day. However, labor will be billed as they decide on, based on their actual accrued hours. So that's vague. Applicable sales tax will be applied to the contract amount, which is not included. So the $6,800 is not the amount that we're gonna end up paying.
That's an estimate of
That's just the
repairs.
part.
That's for the park.
That's an estimate of repairs for park and labor.
But it says that it,
We won't
labor
get-
may have more labor, and that's not including the sales tax, so.
Needless to say, this is a critical component. This is something that, we're not always gonna have the luxury of replacing or getting a bid for things. This happened in an electrical storm and I've gone through the motion and I'll have to say, our bidding process, I'm running into, this is another topic, which I'm gonna go into later, but I'm getting a lot of pushback from vendors. When I ask them about the bidding process and I tell them that they're going to have to do a certain way, they're like, what are you talking about? Like I'm nuts. So just know it's coming down that this bidding process, not only is it not working and it's not tenable for me very well, I'm not able to work with this very well. My vendors are pushing back on it in addition, and I'm talking about high quality vendors from Denver. I'm not talking about
That's fine.
locals around there.
I
So just
think
know, but these are the kind of things that.
If you just say that the bidding process sucks and we can't really have, our vendors can't, have a, proper bid, whatever. The idea is that we need to get in there and actually find the lines and discuss it and figure out how we can change it. We can't just say,
Yes.
Brent, you get full reign, you can just have full reign on the bidding.
All I'm doing is bringing to your attention.
I agree.
That this is coming down. No, I'll work out all the details and I will propose a bidding process or whatever we need to do that will work.
Good.
I don't mind doing that. But what I'm saying is, we're at a place where I've got an emergency repair and I'm getting no instead of yes. And I really need a yes.
You're getting no because, you're only getting no because there we have that policy and it kind of has like just a basic guideline and
It's really, it's not very good.
It's not great,
Yeah.
but it does have a little process that says, basically you would write out like why it's an emergency.
But I've already done all that. I wrote you
you
guys a whole letter.
But you need to bring it forward.
Well, I've already did it. I've sit here and talked to you and.
I remember that, but I don't remember exactly what was decided.
Well, then I need to understand every time I come in, I'm gonna have to bring something. I don't understand.
If you want something done, yes.
Once I present it, it should be okay, I think. But if that's not the case, let me know and I'll.
That's a lot of money.
So,
Yes, go ahead.
so last month we discussed some parameters for emergency purchases. Like when we really need to have things right now, and we set some different limits on what can be done. We discussed it. We decided what those amounts would be and procedures up to a certain amount. There was like an okay. After that, it would be to try and contact the mayor and see, to get additional authorization for things. But we recognize that an emergency is some things that happen right now. There's others that like, we need to do this really soon. But as far as the bidding process goes, we have already established with our water and sewer, a company that we have gone through years ago and had bids done on things, so that we have a company that we have accepted as our go-to guy, to where we don't have to do a bid on every single purchase. Or because we have said, this company met the criteria and this is our company that we have chosen.
And that company that you chose is the one that's
So-
that's pushing back on your bidding process.
Right, so this is like when we're looking at with a sewer pipe or something or another that we need to do. We already have the company that has gone through the overall bidding process, so we don't need to do that for every item.
And this one is another one. Timberline is another company.
So they're our established company that allows us to just not, and it's a pain in the butt for contractors. Every time you wanna have some part, you'd have to put it out to bid. So we've already did that years ago.
Okay.
That we have that established. But I think when we're looking at amounts of money that are, what we talked about last month when we set our criteria for funding. There is still that process over, this is something that needs to be done. If we have time to, in a meeting, to be able to say, yes, let's take a look, we need to do this, let's approve the funding. If it's something that is an, oh shit, we need to get this in right away, we also set that criteria to where you could work with, say, the mayor in order to say, yes, this really is we have to get this, we're not gonna call a special meeting. If there's a really large expense, we might have to call a phone tree special meeting, we just had a major line break, we need to do this and make that happen. So we did set up procedures on this. What we're trying to avoid, we wanna have several things. One is we do have a process for a true emergency that we can get right on it. But we don't wanna label everything as an emergency and then bypass the protocols. So this is
Right.
where we need to say, okay, this is what we need to do, we need to get it soon. Then we can go through this, this is what it costs, we got the okay, it's like a no-brainer, we're gonna approve it. You need to have it before the next meeting, you can talk to our mayor there again, and if he feels the need to contact the board and say, hey, this is what we got going on, phone tree, we can approve it. We set up those protocols, and that also stops it, if you know heads up that something's coming our way, stop people from waiting to the last minute and then going, oh, it's an emergency. So you're planning ahead and you're seeing what needs to be done. Let's just follow the steps. This is something you need to get on right away. We're here right now. We can vote on it.
Okay, that's a plan that works. But I've never read that plan anywhere. Have you read it? Have you read the process that you just described?
So last month is where we were talking about setting it up for different amounts of money that we could do without funding.
Right.
And then also if it's gonna be something beyond about how to be able to contact the mayor.
But I thought you said this was before in the past. Right.
This was something we did last week.
Oh, no, okay, no, I thought you were talking about like maybe several years in the past.
It's just, no, this.
Okay, yes, okay, right, so yeah, and this is that situation.
To refine that.
Yeah, this is something that kind of came up on me, and I was like, oh, here we go. And this is where we need to, we need to.
So all I'm saying is that if we can just
where-
document it as an emergency,
Uh-huh.
however we're gonna need to do that, like if we have some past, like minutes. If we look back and find the minutes that said that we had approved to get this done because it was needed as like it's a very important item in this system.
I made a presentation.
I remember it, I just don't know the decisions.
Yeah, as far as the decision, the exact decision, we don't really, I don't know.
Right,
I don't.
and then
know
in
that.
these minutes,
Yeah.
Cause I was gonna wait on the estimate to come back and then, and here I am, and basically I'm going, here we are, this is something that we need to do.
in these minutes, we can make a motion to make it an emergency expenditure because it's
Right.
very important.
Can you just write something, maybe write something real
Yeah, it's
quick?
gonna be in the motion.
Yeah.
So I would make that motion.
Okay.
Okay,
There's an emergency expenditure for a flow meter. And controllers.
If it breaks, will the water pressure just come out really strong?
no, just, I won't be able to monitor the system. It's a critical component. And what we talked about, just so you guys know, we talked about doing this when we upgraded the whole system, but this failed before we got to do the upgrade. And we were like, well, looks like we're gonna do a little upgrade already. So this is an upgrade. This will be basically subtracted out of whatever we
Part
did.
of the motion is, what sort of money are we talking about?
I think it's 6,800. isn't it?
So up to $7,000.
Yeah, that's a pretty firm on estimate.
At 6,800?
Yeah, I
Okay.
wouldn't worry about it. I'm gonna stick it, we're not gonna let them go over.
I would make the motion to approve purchasing of the flow meeting for the amount of $6,800.
And you're ready to go.
And,
As an
So that's it.
emergency request for.
as an emergency request from our Public Works Department.
Thank you.
Water. Is there a second?
So are we gonna, second,
Okay, now discussion.
are we gonna take this out of repairs and maintenance and water and sewer expenses, or are we gonna take this out, like, you know what I mean? Like, where in the budget is it gonna?
You have emergency funds?
I think it should, from what I mean, it can just come right out of,
I think it
repairs.
should just come out of water and sewer funds.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a,
I'm more
Yeah.
saying it's for documentation, because we're gonna have to document it
Okay,
specifically.
yeah, oh, I think, yeah,
Because
yeah.
we're gonna be better accountants these
Yeah,
days.
exactly, okay. And that's good to know where it's gonna come, because we don't really, we haven't done it before.
I mean, like, where right now, we're sitting in our budget for repairs and maintenance,
What do we
for
got?
water and sewer, we've got 10 grand.
Yeah,
So when we spend $6,800 out of it,
it's 70%.
that's pretty much, yeah, it's a huge amount of it, so it's just like. You know, I just want us all to start talking about that stuff.
It sounds great, I like that, yeah.
The estimate says parts and
You wanna talk about
labor, if the labor goes over, they'll charge us more.
They're not gonna charge us more.
We got raised all the case.
One more thing, we did not get that grant, that 25,000.
That's what Dennis told me, so, and that was gonna help cover this, but it's not going to. So
Okay,
we'll have to work on that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Well, thank you so much. And what we talked about, I think what I need to do is, what Kizin mentioned is a workable scenario. So what I can do is I can write that up.
Right.
And then I'll present it to you guys, and you guys can look at it, and we'll have it in writing, and then I can give it to you.
Or we take what we've already got and try.
That's not done, yeah, I mean, and then I'll make something that's workable, and then we can get this done. Because this is the kind of thing, like, yeah, I don't have the.
Well, if you remember, IKEA tried to use our already existing relationship to do all the work with that vendor up there, even though I think they were using a different vendor. But they were, I forget how it all worked, but it
Well,
was
she had a relationship
kind of
with
a-
a vendor, yeah.
kind of a way of, manipulating our vendor. I would say we should go back and look, because there is some documentation on the she did send me that. I can
Well,
get it. It
when-
goes back to 2005 or 4 or something.
Well, I talked to two of our water vendors, and I just kind of floated the idea, oh, we're gonna have to go to bid. And let me tell you, I got tremendous pushback.
Right.
They were like, you can't do that because you can't compare the two of us. We offer completely different things, and we're spec'd for a certain amount of
Right.
things. So we kind of are,
Yeah, and
we have to kind of use one vendor for most, if we want to replicate our system, we have to use this particular vendor.
And that's fine, I would just say, come from we got an email from IKEA that actually showed that, so we could go back and find that email that shows where it was documented in our, it was a motion, I had it, I was reading through it, that basically said that those vendors, anything having to do with the water system is.
I think I've read that too.
Yeah, and that would be nice to have all the time, so we can just always refer to it.
Okay, and I'll look through and I'll see if I can locate
It'll
that, and then we can all be on the same.
Save
page.
us a lot of headache, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I have to spec this thing, if I wanna use another vendor, well, I gotta go to a whole different brand of, say, for instance, if I wanted to do change meters, there's only one company that does our meters. If I wanna use a different company, I gotta use a different meter. And the whole system changes in, so it's not mixed, they're not all the same, so
Right.
just. Going forward, this is what I've been, this is just coming to the forefront, I guess, I've realized this for several months now. But you guys don't see this, and I'm like, well, this is gonna come up and I'm gonna have to present it to you
Yeah.
guys.
It's also why we have.
I had a question, you said the one that's there got zapped by a power surge of sorts?
I think we had an electrical storm and I lost the volatile memory out of the control unit.
Okay, is there anything that we could put on there to keep this from happening again?
Yeah, we're gonna replace it. So what?
Besides replacing it to keep it from happening to the new one?
Oh, as far as, yes,
Like a surge
yes,
effect.
yes, surge protection, and I'm gonna I'll have them address that too.
Okay.
And yeah, that's a really good idea, yes, yeah. And yeah, cause, yeah, we need.
Because it's gonna happen
We need to be looking at different, yes, well, it could happen again, yeah. And I'm just assuming that's what it was, cause we had an electrical storm and we lost it, so, you know.
This is a whole nother subject, we were gonna direct you, and we could still direct you through Ariel to just talk, we were just talking about the. Plowing and stuff like that, and what we asked was basically for a more detailed plan on, like.
Okay, let me just tell you where I am with it, okay?
Okay, good.
So, my first snow
Yeah.
Most of what I was doing was looking and seeing what needed to be done. I had Mateo working. I was driving, I was watching, I was on the phone with the county. I was seeing what they were doing. I have to say, I expected more from the county and I didn't get it. So, and about noon, I realized that we needed to do some extra stuff. That's when I went in. Now, going forward, there won't be that lag time. In other words, when I know exactly what needs to be done, and I'll hit it early in the morning, and then we won't have.
The only thing I would say
Everything
would
was
be-
done at 3:30 in the
Would be
afternoon.
something that we can
done.
carry over for years to come, if need be.
What?
It says, something that can be carried over, like a snow plan, like.
We have a snow plan.
Okay,
We have a
what's-
route, a map and everything.
and like, is it labeled?
It's already written.
Written out policies.
So,
that people behind
For
it.
instance, she was bringing up the fact that people are trying to get up to the school, like, first thing in the morning, it's like usually.
That was the first thing that was planned. And that was the county that did that, yeah.
Right, they did it all the way up to the school?
And school was not even in session.
Oh, yeah.
until- I don't think they even had school.
They had a late start at 10 and
Yeah.
then like at 9:30, they just canceled school.
Yeah. Is that what it was? Yeah, I knew, it seemed like there was something happening and then it didn't. But yeah, and that was the first thing, but when I came in at 6:45, there was already this much more snow down on the ground. They had come through about 5,
Right.
and it was just, it was, and I called up the county, I said, you guys are gonna be coming back by, right? Cause I need you here, cause I had them doing certain things. And,
So I was.
they were a little laggy, but they had a lot of work to do too.
No, they did, and that's what I'm saying, like, we have kind of a two-part thing, we have the county over here that's supposed to be doing a certain amount of stuff. And then what we're supposed to be doing, cause.
Well, I had to learn how to run the plow, just so you know.
Right, no, I know.
I never even turned on that truck but once.
That's
So
great,
I
I'm
was
just trying to be proactive.
I had a little bit of learning curve there going on. In fact, but I'll tell you what, I enjoy plowing, so it's not a big deal for me, I love doing it.
Great.
So, but,
Yeah,
and I'll get out there a little earlier in the morning and when we don't have anybody from March until May, yeah, I can cover that.
I guess the main thing is like, there's, every snowstorm is has different criteria. Sometimes it starts snowing at midnight and at 4 in.the morning, we have 6 inches on the ground. And then by 5 in.the morning, we have 8 inches on the ground. If it's snowing, 2 inches an hour, which can happen. All I'm saying is that if we are proactive and we just all kind of brainstorm, like, what's the very best way, like, if there's 3 inches, 3.5 inches on the ground, you'll be out there, like, we know, we can trust it.
And those things I don't know, I don't know all the nuances the timings.
So, yeah, I mean, it's really paying attention when it starts to snow
Yeah.
and seeing how fast it's snowing because an inch an hour is really pretty hard.
And it was doing that for a minute, right, yeah.
So I think an important part too is, we have this IGA with the county for them to do the plowing on the paved roads. And we were just talking about how we need to make sure with them that downtown is more of a priority than them hitting the Baca. Because we have the school, we have the downtown district, we have the grocery stores, post office. This is where people are coming. This is where the concentration of traffic is, not all the way heck out on Wagon Wheel somewhere. This is a concentration. So we need to see them come first and here before they set out to the Baca, or at least if they got several vehicles here. The other thing for us is they might have an inch of snow in Sawatch, and we've got 4 and piling here, and they have no idea how much snow we have. So there needs to be early communication, 6 o'clock in the morning, hey, this.
That's exactly what happened, and he was going, well, I can see blue sky out toward Muffin. I said, well, you need to get over here, because we're getting it.
Right.
And so I was on the phone, and let me tell you, our IGA, I mean, they were only doing certain roads. I've got them to expand their roads. They agreed to do all the way up by the school, down Hemlock, all the way down, up Cottonwood, all the way out to, they already do that. But I got them to do extra stuff, and I said,
what's it gonna cost? And he said, don't worry about it. I said, he said, if the county commissioners say anything. But I said, I don't think they're going to. So I've actually got them to do extra work. Dennis is the one that initiated it. I finalized it and they got a new supervisor over there. Really
Well,
nice
and I
guy.
think it's really important as you, as our public works director and road and bridge, to have a good communication with each
Yes.
other, because, putting sand on some of these intersections, some of them are just sliding right through.
And I noticed that too, and I mentioned it to him, and I have to say, the guy that they got now, his name's Elby. And this guy, man, I call him, he picks up the phone, first ring, it's always been like that. He came over and we met a few months ago, and I have to say, a really good relationship.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
And then the other thing with ourselves in town, we have never really made a priority plowing list. A lot of times we've had two people, Jim Holman did his plow, town would have it, and we'd kind of go in all directions and hit the spots. As you say, the charter school is a priority road. And then the other thing, as you know, is well, some of the uphill roads, because depending on the depth of the snow, your traction, whether you're going up or down, is you have more of a problems on roads that are more vertical. So they can be more problematic than roads that are just, you know, flat downtown. And then one of the things we have considered in the past, but it hasn't been on our radar for a while, is if we know that there's people who might have health issues, need to get emergency vehicles in or whatever, that are more vulnerable populations, to keep that in the back of your mind. Hey, we really need to go make sure so-and-so is plowed out. Can't think of anything right at the top of my head there, but that's also one of those things to pay attention to. And also areas that have most people. It's like where I'm at, we got a lot of people, but we all got four-wheel drive vehicles and we're all just fine. But also knowing where are there people who might really have access issues. And some of these roads, nobody's there in the middle of the winter time.
Lord knows it's a Murphy's Law,
Where
right?
you guys live was probably one of the last places I got to, yeah.
And next time I'm taking my tractor
And
out.
it was like I'm prioritizing, and then I'm like, oh, I need to go.
Yeah, we're all good.
Yeah, and there was, I did have a question actually, specific, and you guys can answer it.
Yeah.
So as you go toward the west, when you come up the road, the north road, and you go west, how far?
Iron?
I think it's iron. Does it go all the way to where they're parked? Do I need to plow that part?
Well,
I had a question about
you're
it.
talking about going all the way, oh,
Like behind the mercantile?
So if you're
Micah.
going north past your house.
Oh, Micah.
And then you turn.
Micah, right.
You turn there, I don't know what
Yes.
the roads are, you turn toward the west.
He did it by hand.
Is that it? Well, I wasn't sure if that was somebody's driveway or if that was a street. Okay,
That's
all right.
Micah Street.
That's all I needed to know, yeah.
Yeah.
Cause I'll,
But no, I think-
and I'll get that a little deeper, that was the only thing that
I might go out there if it's snow with my tractor and just do
But
that.
let me tell you, there was people out helping too.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
the kid up there at the charter school was doing a little extra. I noticed he came down and somebody else did something. I don't know who it was, but there were people helping out, you know, I mean.
I appreciate
It's
it
good.
that you plowed this time too. I noticed that last snow, that you actually pushed the snow off of the road, knowing that when that snow melts, it's just gonna run into the road. And so I was glad to see that the snow actually got pushed a ways off the road, so it wouldn't just all drain and create a big mud hole. And so like that, I thought the plowing was well done this last time. And
That was my first time, so. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Brent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's all I got, and what I'll do is I'll call Timberland and we'll get this thing done, but yeah, just you guys.
And obviously with that well, they should be able to drill without our permission if they've already had a,
Yeah, I mean, we kind of went over it, but what I did, just so you guys know, and when I told the people, I told them, I said, what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to see how feasible it is. I said, I don't think it's gonna be feasible if we have an extension. I said, I've got to go through it. So I went through all the numbers and then I was just like, the further I got, the more I realized we weren't gonna do that. And that it was an existing well, and I was on the phone with them and I said, I'm gonna present it to the board.
I said, I told them, I said, I don't think there's gonna be any issue, but let me just present it to the board, if you guys will just be patient. And then once I present it to the board, then you guys can move forward, and I think we'll be good, so.
Would you have time either, like early tomorrow afternoon to do a little ride around with me looking at trees and planter beds? Tomorrow early afternoon?
I'm gonna meet with the new employee in the morning, I sent a note to him to see if.
That'd be good
To see if I could, get him here in the morning, haven't heard anything, but yes, I can meet with you in
Yeah,
the
because
afternoon.
we might very well have snow Tuesday night and Wednesday, so I don't know, and if
Did
that.
you wanna look at, you wanted to do what?
I'm just wanting to go and, take a look at some of the trees and planter beds.
Some planter beds, yeah, that's fine, yeah, I'd love to have some.
So I'll give you a holler like to maybe tomorrow early afternoon, 1 o'clock, something like that.
That'd be fine, yeah, we can run around and you can, cause I'd like some instruction on the process of how we go about taking, cause this is what never was winterized, and what it looked like, no, we didn't, we should have cut a bunch of stuff back, and we didn't do that, in the fall. And so, getting caught up on that, and then we can go from there, that'll work.
Okay,
Good. You have our number, right? Yeah.
all right, sounds good.
Anyway, yes.
Can you send, him Nick my way maybe Wednesday so we can do some onboarding stuff?
Yeah, let's see, he didn't answer me back, so I just told him, I just told him what, I just said, hey, can you meet me tomorrow? And
I would like to see, like, have a formal letter.
Well, he just went down to Santa Fe today.
Oh, was that where he's going? Was he heading?
He had a sick friend.
Okay.
Or sick.
So he might not be,
He might not be back.
Yeah, he might not be back, so that's fine.
You know what I'm saying, I just wanna have a formal extension of the offer to him, things to build his file, get him to sign the paperwork, he's gotta do the first. No, just all those are.
Just
So we
any
can
time.
get together on that, and get
All right.
him with that.
Okay.
Code compliance report, do we have anything?
No,
Nothing.
he wrote something about.
There was a trailer over there that he tagged, and it disappeared about 4 days after he tagged it, so good riddance.
It's been there for months.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
This trailer's gone, yes. We had.
Do you know where it went?
Where'd it go? Oh, I don't know, I just.
No, I said it disappeared, yeah. He tagged it and then it disappeared like 5 days later, so.
Next, we have a planning commission report,
I'll let you guys go.
Speak to that really quickly.
yeah.
Thank you, guys. You want to?
No, you please.
We
Planning
had
commission.
a planning commission meeting last Monday, some big items that were discussed were, one, there was approval for a building permit application from the bank. They're looking to redo their ATM system, so it was very, very basic kind of building permit, and since it was approved, I'm gonna go ahead and issue a building permit on that. Also, we talked for a long time about a potential land swap between the Crestone Charter School and the town of Crestone. I'm pretty much trying to build a plan on what that would look like. We talked about how we would need to go through annexation, a lot of subdivision requirements, and it would potentially need an IGA between the charter school, ourselves, the Baca POA, and maybe the county to honestly make it work. Ginny Kale, the chair that was here earlier, is taking the lead on this project. I don't know if there's anything that I'm kind of missing, I was just trying to.
Eventually, she wants to create sort of a plan and then bring it before the charter school. And we're trying to figure out, like, eventually, and this is a big kind of thought, and I know that Adam was part of this a long time ago. And Christina and a bunch of people, and the whole back was Gayatri, was Elaine Johnson, and Irina. All three of them kind of just said, no, this is not happening yet, but now there's this new road put in, or this new trail put in. It makes like a nice, split between the two properties. It would, wouldn't be a fair trade unless we worked out some kind of thing, but really annexation is the first thing, because the county cannot subdivide. Right now, they have a moratorium on subdivisions, So we could subdivide if we have the land in our jurisdiction, but since it's not yet in our jurisdiction, we need to get it annexed eventually. So that has a whole process, which we have to kind of teach ourselves. So really, that's the next step. If they wanna go forward, we have to figure out an annexation agreement. And then.
With the county.
No, with the school.
Okay.
Yeah, they have to sort of say they want their land annexed in to the town, and then we can subdivide, you know.
Yeah, and I would like to be involved with this process.
Yeah. And I hope we're all involved, because I mean, there's some basic stuff that's like needs that are there, but we don't really know how to access those needs yet. Like, for instance, if we were to extend Alder out onto Camino Baca Grande, and how that all would come together is a very complex set of.
Oh, into the Baca.
Into the Baca would be a very complex set of conditions. First of all, we wouldn't want, it could be a straight road because people would just fly in and it would, you know, become like this whole, another one of those like speed things that, you know, so like having a designer, you know, there's just so many little things. And then, you know, and then if this community center people who are kind of, I've spent a lot of time talking them out of trying to have the town do this civic center or whatever they're trying to do. And I said, if you really want to go forward with it, you should continue to talk to the county about its own recreational district. It's creating their own district and getting a vote on it and seeing if everybody in the, you know, depending on where you draw the lines. And then it would be a mill levy, and it would be something that everybody could be involved in, including the town, but also the Baca. It just makes sense. So then you'd have to break a piece off for them and how that works. Maybe the library needs a piece. Maybe there needs to be a place for a skate park or something that, you know. So there's just a lot of like, and then they also want ball fields maybe. There's a lot of considerations that have to be done, but annexing is really the first thing that has to be done no matter what. Doesn't matter what you do on it. Yeah, it's not part of town, we don't say really.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of potential and a huge amount of work.
Right. So once it's part of town, then we have a little more, you know, jurisdiction. Right now, it's just county unincorporated. So that was there more?
The only other thing we talked about in detail is, essentially beefing up the building permit application for both residential and commercial. Asking for more information and clarity on certain situations so that we can kind of avoid, issues like we had with the PUD in the future, just by having more detailed information.
A building application for where?
Our current building application or building permit application, just updating that and just essentially adding more specification to it so that you have a better idea about what's happening with the building.
Including like zones and, you know, like we kind of like skipped over the zoning thing, and if we had our side actually understand the zones.
And
It might not have setbacks, we might not have had that issue right off the bat, so that.
Yeah, I think setbacks is something we should also revisit a little bit too as well.
Yeah.
So are we done here?
We're almost done, we still have a little correspondence. I know you're getting tired, kids, and I appreciate you hanging in there, but let's be quick.
Dan's
Yeah,
correspondence.
Dan's the big one, the other one we already took care of.
If you wanted, you could ask to shut the generators off when we leave, so it's not running.
Yeah, I
You hear
mean, it's
them?
what's that?
Can you hear them too running at night?
I have definitely heard the generators, and yeah, the house shaking thing is real and like all of it is very annoying.
Is it getting better?
I think that maybe my house is better insulated than Daya's house, cause like or I'm a deeper sleeper, because I'm not hearing the generators as much as he is, but I'm not saying that means they're not running. He's also like where I am and where he is much closer proximity to the noise than my house. Just like, even though they're kind of in the same space, but yeah, we should definitely I don't know exactly what to do.
So what are they running the generators for? Are they working or are they just?
I think they just forget to turn them off. Like, they've got generators running for like their office space thing and like, you know, probably various machines they're running. And then I just think they leave for the day and people forget to turn them off. And then there's nobody on site to
Sure. Turn them off.
Sure.
So one thing I would suggest is before we, if we don't get anywhere, we can write a letter, but I would suggest that the first step would be that we would direct Ariel to give Akia Tanara a phone call and say, look, we got this complaint. And the fact that nobody's there working, the generators are just running. And
Do you think it's more effective to call Kirsten?
yeah, to please direct them to shut those generators off when they leave the work site. And let's solve that. If we can't get anywhere, then we have to go through the writing the letter process or whatever, but I think just for a good neighbor, just to say, hey,
Yeah.
let's not have this escalate. Just give Akia a call and she could direct them, you know, at 6 o'clock to turn the generators off.
If they're, especially, you know, I think it would be nice if CBCH had a designated person that was, if all else fails, they have to deal with this. Because like, you know, like John Snyder is like the lead contractor guy. And we've got his number and like me, him and Day are all on a thread together. And, you know, oftentimes Daya reaches out and John doesn't respond. And, you know, especially when it's after 5 o'clock, I'm sure John turns off his work phone and his job's over, like, I get that. So if there was somebody.
I think it was me, I'd be over there shutting it off myself.
Yeah, exactly, like if somebody was responsible in CPCH to handle this.
Well, I think
Pull the key.
I would start with Akia first thing, and give her a call,
I'd
and
rather
then say, if there's somebody else you should talk to. And you could tell her just what Dana said, she tried calling John, not getting a response. Let's not escalate this, just turn off the generator.
Then I would respond to Dad just with a really quick email, say we're gonna contact them and tell them that, that what we just decided on.
Yeah, but if she would prefer we contact them directly, okay. We'll do that.
Right, anything else?
Send Dudley there with his decibel reader, decibel meter.
Oh, yeah. Dudley Island too.
So Julia, is really, you know, this was really wanting to invite
Yes.
the board.
She did, weren't you here for that? No, you weren't
Was
here.
she there? I was.
Oh, yeah, she did. You weren't here. We arranged for February, March 7th
March 7th.
at 4 p.m.
Okay. Cool, great.
Put it in the calendar.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I second.
All in favor? Thank you, guys. That was not too bad.
Talked about having 3-hour meetings.
Jinx us. We're not, I always expect 5:30 is like, that's
Pretty good, it's pretty good.
That's really good. And we lost.
We'd be done by 3, but.
I mean, oof.
Well, our next meeting is March.
I was actually kind of like, that whole thing, I didn't know what it was intuitively, I felt like, shoot, this is gonna be a big one. Like, people are gonna-
With,
I couldn't sleep, like, I went to bed thinking about it, I was like,
about the
woke up
Fox
thinking about
and
it,
studio stuff?
woke up thinking about it.
Oh, yeah, I had a
This weekend, because I had to write
Oh,
everything and I had to put it in.
That isn't-
Mike isn't, thank you.